Welcome, listeners, to Emily Shadowhunter, Book 4, Daywalker. If you're here for action, intrigue, and a heroine who doesn't back down, you're in the right place. Emily's journey continues as she steps into the shadows. Before we jump into the next chapter of her epic adventure, I'd like to ask for a quick favor. Subscribing to this channel is completely free, and it helps me keep bringing you more audiobooks just like this one. Your support keeps the channel alive and ensures I can continue delivering these stories straight to your ears at no cost to you. All right, let's dive in. Emily's ready. Are you? Let's go.
Emily Shadowhunter Book 4, Daywalker, Chapter 1. Emily had been gone for almost a month, but William had not been that worried about her until now. After all, she had been with Tag, Sylvian, and Troy. And even without them, she could take care of herself. Besides that, like the rest of the pack, William could feel her existence. On the very periphery of his consciousness, constantly aware of her presence, her life force. Until yesterday. As he had lost contact, the pack started to howl, and mere seconds later, the two alphas were at his door. They had simply stared at him, saying nothing. It was left to him as Omega to acknowledge the fact. She is gone, he admitted. And he felt his heart tear from his breast as he uttered the words. Emily Shadowhunter was no more. The pack gathered in front of the house, changing as they did, howling their grief, barking and growling, snapping at each other in their anguish and frustration, feeding off the misery of the Omega. Then they had run, moving together through the surrounding forest. Not hunting, merely running. Pack. Affirming their life force, acknowledging their loss. That evening they had stayed in their wolf forms, as they had on to this next morning, sleeping in the open, at one with the outdoors, allowing the wind and rain to help cleanse the loss from their souls. Together, pack. Strangely, William was not the first to hear the vehicle approaching, such was his grief. One of the female wolves scrambled to her feet, head cocked to one side. As the Land Rover grew closer, more of the wolves shook themselves out of their reverie and stood, their lupin forms dark and indistinct as the sun had not quite yet risen. The vehicle crunched up the driveway and stopped in front of the pack. The doors opened. Troy stepped out, followed by Sylvian, Tag, and a stranger. And finally, Emily. Almost as one, the pack threw their heads back and howled. But it was not a sound of joy. Instead, it was a cry of relief. A visceral release of pain and loss. Such was the collective volume that the very trees shook in sympathy. And as far as the eye could see, birds flocked to the skies in an explosion of wings and feathers. Tears came to Emily's eyes as she walked amongst the pack, touching them softly as she did so. An almost religious benediction, a physical affirmation of her return. Then the sun rose above the horizon, a huge red ball of light, and the rays bathed Emily in scarlet and yellow and silver, and the pack knew she was the Daywalker. Chapter 2. But you knew we were going, argued Troy. The money, the passports, your signet ring? William nodded. Technically, perhaps I assisted, or more correctly, organized enough help so that your transgressions did not lead to your death. However, the fact remains, you disobeyed a direct order from both your Alpha and your Omega. For that you must be punished. It is the lore of the pack. But he did it for me, stated Emily. He saved me. And for that he must be commended, agreed William. But his transgressions must be paid for. The potestatum and what it has done to you is a different issue, and we shall deal with that at a later stage. First, discipline. It is the pack way. Troy went down on one knee and bowed his head. That discipline I gladly accept, he intoned. There was a low growl of approval from the gathered pack. William stood up and faced the wolves. The lore of the pack states that punishment for disobeying one's alpha is straightforward. Trial by combat, As no one has ever disobeyed the Omega before, there is no specific aspect of our lore that encapsulates this particular transgression. As Omega Y decree that the wolf known as Troy shall face trial by combat against the 10 best wolves of the 2 packs. However, unlike the usual trial, he will not face them one at a time, but instead will fight the entire 10 at once. There was a growl of surprise amongst the pack, but no one argued against the Omega. No one excepting Emily, the daywalker. "No," she shouted. "For a single wolf to face 10 is a simple death penalty. I will not allow it." "It is not for you to allow or disallow," stated William. "You are not pack." Emily stood tall and faced the Omega. "I am more than pack. I am the daywalker, and I say that this travesty of justice will not take place. I insist." A palpable wave of power rippled out from the young girl, and her eyes bored into the Omega wolf. As one, the entire pack dropped to their knees, heads down, postures submissive. William stayed standing, but the effort to do so sent spasms through his body. He gritted his teeth as Emily's coercion slammed into him, hammering at his mind in an effort to drive him into submission. Merlin, who had been standing to the side, watching over the entire procedure, stepped forward and placed himself between Emily and the Omega. His blue eyes crackled with power as he raised his hand. "Stop," he commanded. "What do you think that you are doing?" he asked of Emily. The girl shook her head. "I'm simply trying to stop this pack stupidity," she answered. "I'm also a part of this, and I want my say." "Look around you," said Merlin as he gestured to the pack. Emily turned to face them and raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Why are they all on their knees?" "Because of you, my girl," answered Merlin. "You coerced them. You crushed their thoughts with your own. Basically, you glamored them. Now stop at this instant. These are your friends. One doesn't go around brainwashing your friends. It's simply not done." Emily's hand flew to her mouth. "I didn't know," she whispered. "I was just talking, putting my point across. I would never— It's like mind rape." Merlin patted her on the shoulder. "I know you would never do that on purpose," he said. "But it is obviously something that you shall need to watch from now on. And there may very well be many other anomalies you will have to deal with. I think that you, the prof and I, need to sit down together and attempt to get a handle on it all. Now, enough of this silliness. It is not your place to stand against the Omega. And even if you did, I rather suspect young Troy would not be happy with that. After all, he is pack, and to him, pack is everything. The strength of the wolf and all that." "But they'll kill him," urged Emily. "Pack business," stressed the magician. "Stand back." Emily nodded and stepped away, moving to the periphery of the proceedings. As she did so, the wolves all rose and once more faced their Omega, some of their expressions a little shamefaced at how easily the daywalker had forced her will on them. William said nothing. He merely started to point out the wolves that would take on Troy. As he gestured towards them, they stood forward. The fastest, the biggest, and the best. Amongst them was the Alpha of Bad Moon MC, Jack Wishbone, as well as Rufus Gray, the ex-Beta, now Alpha of the Protectors MC. Silently, they stripped down, shedding their clothes, readying for the change. Troy did the same. "As always," said William, "it is up to the participants to decide whether this fight is to the death or not. However, before you start, I add one more point for consideration. I deem that if Troy Wolf wins, he is to become the new senior alpha of the whole pack, in charge of both Bad Moon and the Protectors." There was a ripple of surprise amongst the pack members. Some even let out small whines or low growls of shock. "I have spoken," said William. "Now let the trial begin." Troy changed instantly into his wolfman mode, growing to over 7 feet in height, jaw extending and limbs bulging with muscle. His adversaries changed as well, all assuming their usual wolf forms. But even before they had fully changed, Troy had attacked, smashing 3 to the floor with mighty overhand blows, breaking their backs and crushing their bones. The wounds were savage and dire, but they would survive. albeit they would take a while to recover. Then the rest were on to him. Fur and flesh and blood flew as the massive animals fought, their jaws as strong as industrial hammer mills, limbs as powerful as hydraulic presses, moving so fast as to appear as if the whole episode had been filmed in stop-motion photography and played back at 10 times speed. But as fast as the wolves were, Troy was faster, his wolfman mode more agile, his strength almost exponentially greater than theirs. He was truly a wolf apart. And then there was only him, Lucas, and Rufus left. They circled each other, feinting every now and then in an attempt to draw the other into making a mistake. A fatal flaw. Rufus attacked first, but it was a half-hearted attempt, almost as if he had already given up and simply wanted the whole thing to come to an end. Troy clubbed him to the ground without effort, and the alpha lay still, the slight rise and fall of his chest the only sign that he was still alive. Then Troy attacked the last remaining wolf. Lucas fought back, but it was like trying to fight a force of nature. Troy had eschewed any form of tactics or subtlety, and he merely threw himself at the remaining alpha, claws flashing and teeth clashing as he did so. He bit down on Lucas's shoulder and shook him hard from side to side, flinging him to the ground. Then he picked him up one last time and hammered a massive fist into his jaw, knocking him senseless and dropping him to the floor. And slowly Troy changed back into his human form, his body covered in blood, both the pack's and his own. "It is done," he said quietly. "There shall be no death. And even though it is a position that I did not seek, I declare myself victor and senior alpha of both Bad Moon and the Protectors." "No," shouted Lucas Kane as he stood up. He too was once more in his human form. "I will not serve under this stripling, this disobedient cub." "I am your alpha," stated Troy, "and you will obey me." Lucas changed as he leapt forward, his massive teeth bared and jaw opened wide. Emily screamed in shock because she knew that if Troy didn't change in time, he would stand no chance against the werewolf that was setting to tear his throat open. But Troy did not change. Instead, he moved forward, grasping the huge wolf by his throat and using its weight and momentum to smash it into the ground. Then, with claws extended, he struck Lucas Kane in the chest, tearing through the muscle and bone until he reached his beating heart. And with a savage and primal howl, Troy ripped Lucas's heart from his body and held it above his head. Senior Alpha. Chapter 3. If Nathan Tremblay was a politician running for office, he might well be suffering what would be termed a loss of popularity in the polls. His abortive attempt to capture Emily Shadowhunter and retrieve the fabled Corona Potestatum had resulted not only in a huge waste of time but also absolute failure. He had not gained possession of the Potestatum, nor Emily. He had lost 7 elder blood wraiths in a battle with an old wolf and a large muscle-bound human, and he had absolutely no idea where to search next. Regardless of his personal power, people were starting to talk. Whispers of incompetence were in the air, not to his face nor even spoken in his vicinity. But the rumors were being circulated, and Nathan had to find a way to put a stop to it. After all, his power had already been eroded by the Capo's insistence that he report to the Council of Elders before he committed any major plan to action, so any further erosion of perceived power could not be tolerated. He needed some sort of coup, a bold plan of action that would show all that he was on his game. A leader. Invincible and unstoppable. Chapter 4. Emily concentrated, and the axe appeared in her right hand. It was the first time that she had been able to call the weapon forth since she had been bitten. And it felt good. Right. "Deathwalker," she murmured. Then she distinctly heard the axe answer, a sibilant whisper of wind in her mind. Not so much a greeting as an acknowledgement. "Daywalker." Slowly at first, and then with increasing speed, she went through her forms with the weapon. As no one had actually fought using a double-bladed battle axe for over 500 years, Emily used a variation on her katana, bow staff, and karate moves, blending them together to meld into a seamless, free-flowing form of axe combat. The rising sun glittered off the polished blades, and the weapon sung softly as it cut through the air. A scarlet web of light and movement, as beautiful as new-spun gossamer and as deadly as a heart attack. Merlin watched her from the sidelines. His advance had been silent, and he had approached from behind the teenage girl, staying in the shadows and not talking so as not to disturb her. Emily stopped mid-swing and placed the twin spikes of the blades on the ground. "Morning, Merlin," she said. The magician raised an eyebrow. "You heard me?" he asked. "No, I simply knew that you were there. I knew before you left the house." "How? Some sort of prescience?" Emily laughed. "No, nothing as esoteric as that. I heard your heartbeat. Could smell your blood." "I would have thought that the potestatum stopped that," noted the magician, "along with the need for blood." Em shook her head. "No, it stopped the need to feed on human blood to survive, but it did nothing to affect the want. The desire is still there as strong as ever, but it's controllable. As I said, a want as opposed to a need." "What else?" continued Merlin. "The sun, obviously," said Em. "I can take sunlight." She pulled her lips back in a fake smile. "For some reason, my fangs are now a permanent fixture. They don't retract. Also," she lifted the axe, "I can conjure up Deathwalker again. Apart from that, pretty much all of my faculties have been enhanced. Some more than others. I'm faster, stronger, have better hearing, sense of smell. My peripheral vision is almost 300 degrees. Eyesight is off the charts both day and night." "All good then," commented the magician. "Any downsides? What are the cons, if any?" Em took a deep breath. "Rage. It's like I have a constant fire burning in my belly. A need to lash out. It's real strong. Killing strong. It's only been a few days now, but I also find myself looking on others with scorn. Detachment. Everyone seems so feeble. Particularly normal humans, they're pathetic. Soft, breakable, weak. Fortunately, I haven't seen many of them, but when I have done so, I have had to restrain myself from simply hitting them. Crushing them." "The new guy? The Catholic Knight? Sergeant Muller?" asked Merlin. "You feel that way about him?" "No, he's different," admitted Emily. "Not even sure that he's fully human. Perhaps the prof should take a look at him. Might discover something interesting." "I'll tell him," acknowledged the magician. "But it sounds as if you have things under control. For now. Any problems, do not hesitate to speak to one of us." Emily nodded, picked her axe up, and continued her forms. Swinging, parrying, and cutting at imaginary enemies. Dealing imaginary death. Bathing in imaginary blood. Tag stared at the teapot in bemusement. To be more accurate, he stared at the remains of the teapot. It was nothing fancy. A standard caterer's-size large stainless steel teapot. He had taken it out of the cupboard to make tea, filled it with water from the kettle, and then realized that he had not yet boiled the water. So, in a fit of childish pique, he had crushed it. Well, he had attempted to crush it knowing that even his prodigious strength would do little more than dent the thick stainless steel. Instead, he had effortlessly compacted the steel kitchenware into a nugget the size of a baseball. In fact, water had squirted out so fast that it had literally become steam. Being the man that he was, Tag put the nugget in his pocket, walked out of the kitchen, approached the first medium-sized tree that he saw, and wrapped his arms around the trunk. And then, with a grunt of effort, he literally tore it from the ground and tossed it over his shoulder. He contemplated the uprooted oak for a while and then went back inside to find the professor. Chapter 5. William walked into the room to find Tag sitting on the table, shirt off with a bored expression on his face. The prof stood over an old-fashioned brass microscope, a scalpel on one hand and a ball-peen hammer in the other. "Hey," said William. "Rumor has it that you're ripping out my oak trees like weeds. What gives?" Tag reached into his trouser pocket, pulled out the solid nugget of steel, and threw it to William. The Omega caught it, stared at it, and shrugged. "What's this?" "Teapot," answered Tag. "Could have fooled me. Why is it so small?" "I crushed it by mistake this morning," said Tag. I mean, I literally gave it a gentle squeeze and the mother turned onto a lump of solid steel. So I went outside to test my strength on something a little more resistant than a teapot. Pulled a tree out. Came to see the prof to find out what gives. Well, next time, pick up a car or something, said William. That tree was over 20 years old. He turned to the prof. So, what's going on? Has Tag suddenly developed super strength? The prof looked up from the microscope. In a word, yes, he confirmed. Tag punched the air. Yes, I'm a friggin' superhero. Immortal, super strong, badass mother. Think I'll get myself a cool spandex outfit, a cape, call myself Reggae Man or Extra Super Duper Dude. Extra Super Duper Dude? Asked William. Really? The prof held his hand up. Before we start the celebrations, there are a few things that I need to explain. The whys and wherefores, etc. Oh, said Tag. This doesn't sound good. When the prof starts with his pros and cons, the cons normally come out ahead. Okay, prof, what's the bad news? Let's start with the increase in strength, said the profo. It seems as though Emily has transmitted some sort of virus to you when she fed. In anyone else, this would have been fatal. However, in your case, your regenerative powers are constantly replacing your infected blood with fresh red blood cells. As a result, your heart rate has increased to around 5 times what it was. This has caused your muscle density, adrenaline capacity, and so on to increase exponentially. In other words, your body has been turbocharged. Exceptionally cool, retorted Tag. I'm a supercharged mother. Grunted the profo. Herein lies the potential bad news. You see, every human heart has the capacity for around 2 billion beats before it expires. Prior to this infection, your heartbeat had dropped to around 30 beats a minute. That had the knock-on effect of extending your possible lifespan to 200 years or so. However, now your heartbeat is up at 180 beats a minute. Theoretically, that might shorten your life to another 10 years maximum. Bummer, said Tag. But won't my regeneration sort that out? The prof shrugged. I honestly do not know, he answered. You are a truly unique living organism. I can but extrapolate on what evidence that I have before me. Tag shook his head. Don't sweat it, prof. I heard the words, might, perhaps, and potential in that speech. I'll take that as a maybe and choose to ignore it. Who knows? Might be I still live to be 100 and plenty. Perhaps, admitted the profo. Cool, said Tag. I'm going to tell Emily that I'm a superhuman. Maybe pick up a car or two. Awesome. The prof and William watched the big man leave. Sometimes he's like a child, noted the prof. Lives only in the moment. True, agreed William. But a brave child. He never puts his life above anyone else's. He would defend us all to his last breath. A truly selfless man. I do hope that you are wrong, prof. It would be nice for the big man to get a break. He deserves it. There was the sound of a loud crash outside, and William went to the window. He saw Tag standing next to an overturned Land Rover, his face a mask of guilt. Next to him stood Emily, and it was obvious from her expression that she was trying her hardest not to laugh. William didn't bother, and his laughter rang out loud and long. Tag looked up and shook his head. Sorry, he said. It slipped. That night, Emily began to get back in contact with the gargoyles, starting with Coldstone Matthew Kent Granite, the first gargoyle that she had met and the de facto leader of the rest of them. Coldstone, she thought. Greetings, Emily Guardian Leader, now known as Daywalker. You know? Asked Emily. We know much, replied Coldstone. Although our numbers are depleted, we still watch from the length and breadth of Europe as well as the United Kingdom. It's been a while, noted Em. Coldstone made that odd grating sound that Emily knew was laughter. To a human, perhaps, he admitted, but to a gargoyle it was less than a blink of an eye. We have noted vampires, but when we called you, did not answer. As you apparently knew, I was busy, said Em. But I'm back and it's time to go to work. Send word, I feel the need to hunt. Ready yourselves, Guardian Leader, said Coldstone. We shall find prey for you. Emily stood up and stretched before she spoke to Troy. We need to put the teams back together again, she said. Spread them around the country so that we can go back on the offensive. Troy shook his head. Too soon, he said. We saw what those elite vamps are capable of. They're more than a match for our boys. And if we spread ourselves too thin and they outnumber us, then there is every chance that we will lose. They're too fast, too strong, and too well trained to take on without numerical advantage. But you know as well as I, if we bulk the teams up, maybe 15 or 20 per team, then we simply cannot cover enough ground. We have to get out there, Troy, insisted Em. Every day that we don't, more people die. More of the homeless disappear, more indigents and teenage runaways. I will not put the pack at risk, said Troy. And if we send out teams of less than 20, then they are at risk. What does William think about that? Asked Emily. Have you spoken to him? The young alpha shook his head. No, but there is no need. I am senior alpha. It is my pack. The Omega would not see fit to intervene. Troy, continued Em, we have to get out there. I insist. Troy flinched as Emily spoke. Em, he said through gritted teeth. Stop that. Emily's hand flew to her mouth. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Troy. Genuinely. I didn't mean to coerce you. It just happens. No worries, gasped the wolf in relief. But try to control it. Resisting makes you feel like someone is trying to shuck your brain out of your head with a crowbar. Em laid her hand on Troy's cheek. Sorry, what do you suggest then? I need to train my lads, he replied. We fight like wolves, a pack of individuals. Instead, we need to learn to fight as one giant being with many teeth and claws. We need to become better, faster, deadlier than ever before. Nathan has upped the game. We need to respond in kind. I need at least 2 months before we are ready. What do we do until then? Asked Em. Just let people die? She shook her head. I cannot accept that. If I may intervene, said Sylvian as he walked into the room. I apologize, but I couldn't help but overhear your dilemma, he continued. It's one of the curses of having hyper-developed senses. Do you agree that a team consisting of Emily, Troy, Tag, Bastian, Muller, and I would be safe against superior odds? He asked both Em and Troy. Troy laughed. Unless there were in excess of 50, maybe even 100 of those super vamps then. Yes, I reckon we could kick proverbial ass. But one team does not a force make. What are the chances that an attack will take place within striking distance of us? I'd say close to 0. I agree, conceded the Frenchman. However, do you remember Latabias? The god dude, said Em. God of flying or something. He took us to France. That's him, said Sylvian. The Celtic god of wind and air. What about him? Asked Troy. He's been in contact with me, answered the Bloodborne. The long and the short of it is, he would like to get involved in the fight. Always has and always will hate vamps. So I could base him here with a helicopter, and with his powers, he could get us pretty much anywhere in the country in mere minutes. Remember how he cut the trip to France down from over an hour to less than 20 minutes? And he's capable of doing it even faster if needs be. Now we're talking, said Em with a grin. I'll tell him, confirmed Sylvian. He'll be here within the hour. He'll bring a Eurocopter, capable of transporting up to 8 people. Exceptionally cool, quipped Troy. Go for it. Chapter 6. Troy had appointed Rufus Gray as his beta, and the older wolf had accepted his new post with grace. His Omega had spoken, and unlike the late Lucas Kane, he would obey his Omega without question. Now he served Troy with the same quiet dedication. And for what he lacked in verve and panache, he made up for with a solid, no-nonsense common sense and a calm and thorough way of thinking. He was Troy's perfect foil. As well as Rufus, Troy had seconded the Knight of the Holy See, Dietz Muller, to help with the training of the pack. And although the pack would never dream of arguing or disobeying their new alpha, there was a definite sense of unrest amongst them. The fact of the matter was that pack did not train. Pack was strength in itself. They were werewolf, proud, independent, strong, They were not a company of troops to be disciplined and coached in fighting methods. It was unnatural and unwanted, and as far as they were concerned, unnecessary. So they did as they were told, but worked only to the letter. It was frustrating the new alpha to no end, and he was close to snapping. Strangely enough, it was Muller, the only non-wolf, who broke the impasse. The whole pack, except for Troy, had changed to wolf form, and Troy was attempting to get them to move together in formation. A sort of wolf close order march. Instead, it looked more like a bunch of individuals walking in roughly the same direct whilst constantly looking all over the place. Muller put his hands on his hips and laughed out loud. The pack stopped and stared at him, their golden eyes not blinking, jaws open, tongues lolling out. Rufus morphed smoothly into human form. "What's so amusing, churchman?" he asked. The grizzled knight raised an eyebrow. "Oh," he said in mock surprise. "Did you think that I was amused? I see, you thought that I was laughing at something funny." He shook his head. "No," he continued. "I was laughing scornfully. I was laughing at your pathetic attempt to be better than you are. I was laughing derisively." Some of the other pack members changed back to human form. Others stayed as wolves, growling their displeasure at the knight's disdain. "You speak out of place," said Rufus. "I would watch myself if I were you." Muller shook his head. "I am not you," he said. "I am Sergeant Dietz Muller of the Holy See, and I have personally killed over 120 vampires." "How many have you killed?" he asked Rufus. Then he faced the pack. "How many have you all killed? You advised me to watch myself. You dare to threaten me?" "I watched your alpha destroy 10 of your best without even breaking a sweat." He turned to face Troy. "Tell me, Alpha," he asked. "Could you have taken on 10 blood wraiths and won? Could you even have survived?" Troy shook his head. "Could you have taken on 5? Troy put his hand out and rocked it from side to side. "Maybe." "Enough said," continued the knight. "So what would happen if 50 blood wraiths attacked you lot? Or 100? I'll tell you what. Dead. All of you." There was a shamefaced silence amongst the wolves. Eventually, Rufus spoke. "But how does what we are doing help?" "Discipline," answered Muller. "Control. Tactics. Awareness." He took a deep breath, contemplating his next words. "Many years ago, when the mighty Roman Empire ruled the world, who did Julius Caesar acknowledge as the greatest warrior nation?" "The Romans, obviously," answered Rufus. There was a general mumble of agreement from the pack. Muller shook his head. "No. Around 50 BC, Caesar pronounced that there was no greater warrior than the Celt and his broadsword. His actual words were, 'I can see no man in all my empire that could stand toe-to-toe with the Celt and win.' Weight for weight, the Celt and his broadsword constitute the single mightiest warrior in the world." "Well, then how come the Romans kicked their asses?" asked one of the pack members. "Because the Romans were the greatest soldiers in the world," countered Muller. "You, the pack, you are the Celts. But the Blood Wraiths are more disciplined. They have been trained by Nathan Tremblay, an ex-Shadowhunter. So, they know how to fight. In battle, they don't all just do as they would. They do things according to a plan. And that is what your alpha is trying to get you to do. Instead of a group of single men with broadswords, he wants to meld you into a single organism. A true pack. One mind, one goal, one outcome. Victory." There was a pause before Rufus spoke. "We understand." He turned to Troy and went down on one knee. "I apologize for my obtuseness, Alpha." Troy nodded. "Good. Now let us start from the beginning." As one, the pack became wolves once again. It had been a long day. Under Muller's auspices, the pack had trained together in close combat. Muller had broken them down into teams of 3. He called them combat units. Between Troy and himself, they had figured out a way that they thought would give them an advantage when fighting the Blood Wraiths. Firstly, the wolves would stay ranked together, no single one charging into battle by himself. Next, whenever a Blood Wraith was attacked, it would be done by a 3-wolf combat unit. The combined attack by 3 coordinated wolves should make short work of even the best that the vamps could offer. And at the same time that the combat unit was attacking, the rest of the pack would keep the other blood wraiths off that team's back. Simple in planning, but immensely difficult in practice. But both Muller and Troy were confident that the pack would get it right. After he had knocked the pack off for the day, Troy had decided that he needed some alone time and had retained his wolf form to run through the surrounding forest. He had no specific plan, simply run free. After an hour or so, he decided to head back, his mind clear and his muscles comfortably tired. About a mile from the house, he picked up a familiar scent and stopped running, moving ahead in a slow loping motion, flitting from shadow to shadow as the sun went down. Invisible and silent. Up ahead in a small clearing, he saw William and Emily. They were walking, side by side, their hands not quite touching. And then William turned to Emily, held her face in his hands, and kissed her. It wasn't until that moment that Troy realized the depth of his feelings for the girl that had just become the daywalker. But there was nothing that he could do. The Omega had chosen, and Troy was pack. With a feeling approaching despair, he crushed his emotions and packaged them away in a shady recess of his soul. Emily was untouchable. The Omega's mate was sacrosanct. Troy no longer felt like going home, and instead he turned and ran back into the forest. Back into the coming night. Back into the darkness. Chapter 7. On the face of it, Nathan's plan was a lesson in simplicity. But like many simple things, it hid behind its facade a raft of complexities that made it less of a fixed plan and more of a general idea. Bluntly put, the general idea that the ex-Shadowhunter had come up with was use the power and resources of the Nosferatu to subjugate, take control of, and command the entire criminal underworld of the United Kingdom, starting with London. All organized crime from illegal gambling and protection rackets through to prostitution and people trafficking. Then, when he had achieved de facto control, he would use his criminal network to track down Emily and her wolves so that he could exterminate them utterly and completely. His next step would be to put his idea to the elders, as he was wont to do by order of the Capo. He knew that to get anything past them, he would need to solidify his idea. He would need facts, figures, dates, and a plan of action. As well as that, he would need a good reason to drive the whole thing. Obviously, the move would bring more power to the Brethren, as well as vast quantities of wealth. However, that in itself would not be enough. No, the Nosferatu were already a spectacularly wealthy organization. As for power, many in the upper echelons felt that they already wielded enough of that, although Nathan disagreed. But the one trump card was the Corona Potestatum. The Capo was still obsessed with the artifact, and any chance of acquiring it would give impetus to Nathan's plan. Nathan left his room to demand assistance from the Brethren in the house. Chapter 8. They were a fairly obscure Cornwall-based chapter of the Brethren, but this year they were hosting a get-together. Mainly younger vamps, turned between 10 and 20 years before, but also a few elders, hundreds of years old, powerful. They even had 2 blood wraiths in the group of revelers. They all had one thing in common. They worshipped Nathan Tremblay. They considered him to be the answer to all that they considered right and correct. Vampires should rule. Humanity were little less than cattle, or at best, servants for their pleasure. The Nosferatu should rule the night, and via familiars and proxies, the days as well. The Potestatum must be found and given to Nathan so that he could lead through moonlight and sunlight. He was the way, the truth, and the darkness. They had decided that tonight they would be making a statement, a mass culling, as it were. On the edge of a small coastal village near St. Ives, a music festival, Don't Wake the Dolphins, was held every year, attracting a couple of 1,000 people. A variety of music, vegetarian food stalls, recreational drugs, alcohol, and, new this year, death at the hands of a blood-sucking monster. There were 17 vamps, and they planned to hit the festival at 11 o'clock that night after the main act had been on stage for some 20 minutes. That way they would have a target-rich environment. There was no going back. The world would know that vampires existed, and the elders would have to change their archaic ways of thinking, and they would be forced into the New World Order. At 10 o'clock, a group of 6 of the younger vamps gathered in the ruined late Saxon village church, situated some half a mile from the festival. The rest would join them soon. Above them, an ancient gargoyle by the name of Igneous Serpentine awoke from his near slumber and contacted Coldstone. In turn, Coldstone called out to Emily. 10 minutes later, Emily, Sylvian, Troy, Muller, and Latobius stood outside the Eurocopter. "Is this it?" asked Troy. Emily shook her head. "We're waiting for Tag. Unfortunately, both William and Bastian are in London. But Coldstone says that there are only 6 vamps, and none of them seem to be elders, so it shouldn't be a problem." As she finished speaking, Tag appeared. He was dressed in full battle gear and was carrying a General Electric minigun complete with 2,000 rounds of ammunition, an electric drive motor for the barrels, and 2 large car batteries to power the setup. Approximately 400 pounds of equipment. He carried the minigun in one hand like it weighed no more than an assault rifle. Sylvian shook his head. "No ways, Tag. You can't bring that." "Hell, where did you get it?" "It's William's," answered the big man. "It's my new choice of weapon. Cool, hey?" Again, the Frenchman shook his head. "Too much chance of collateral damage," he said. "Not safe. You simply cannot go into urban situations with that quantity of firepower. I mean, that thing can level whole buildings." Tag's face fell. "Ah, come on," he argued. "I'll be careful. Anyway, I've only got 2,000 rounds, so I won't be leveling any buildings, only bloodsuckers." "Oh, let him bring it," said M. "We're running out of time." Tag grinned and they piled into the helicopter. Latobius punched the coordinates into the satellite system and took off, the twin engines howling out into the night. 10 minutes later, a trip that should have taken almost an hour was complete, and Latobius touched the helicopter down about 1,000 yards from the church. Emily's team of 5 deplaned, leaving the wind god at the controls. They headed towards the church, moving at a fast run. 300 yards from the front entrance, Coldstone's voice echoed in M's head. "We have a problem," he noted dryly. "The 6 vampires have turned into 17. The extras must have arrived mere minutes before you. Serpentine ventures that there are a few elders. 2 of them seem different. Very powerful. I suggest that you abort the mission. You are drastically outnumbered by superior forces." "I'll check with the team," pulsed M. She held her hand up. "Guys," she said. "Situation's changed. Looks like there are now 17 bloodsuckers. At least 2 elders, maybe more. Might even be those blood wraith things that we've encountered before. What do you reckon? We proceed or not?" "I recommend we get some backup," said Muller. "Those are long odds, even for us." "Ultimately, it's your show, Emily," said Sylvian. "You are the guardian and the daywalker, but I too suggest prudence." M looked at Troy. "Not sure when we'll get the chance to get so many together," said the Wolfman. "I reckon that we can take them if we go in hard and fast. It's your call." Tag patted his minigun. "Bet you're all glad that I brought Mrs. Jones along now." "Mrs. Jones?" questioned Troy. "Yep," grinned the big man. "You know, me and Mrs. Jones, we got a thing going on. We both know it's wrong, but it's much too strong to let it go now." Sylvian shook his head. "Merd. Fine, let's do it. Just watch where you point that thing," he said to Tag. "It's a recipe for massive collateral damage." "Me and the missus will be mighty careful," assured Tag. "Just remember, if I shout get down, then you all hit the floor." "Right then," concluded Emily. "Nothing fancy. We go in via the front of the building and kill anyone inside. Let's do it." M took the lead, bursting into a run that covered the last 300 yards in under 4 seconds. At that pace, she would have run the 100 meters in approximately 1.5 seconds flat. Sylvian and Troy, merging into Wolfman mode as he ran, were mere seconds behind her. Bringing up the rear were Tag and Muller, who, although fast, traveled at mere human speeds and would arrive at the church some 30 seconds after Emily. The massive front doors to the church were closed, but they were totally dilapidated, and Emily went through them like they weren't even there. Deathwalker the axe appeared in her right hand as she scanned the room. The vamps were gathered in a circle around two of their number. The two vamps in the center of the circle wore deep maroon leathers and black cloaks. Their hair was white blonde and hung past their shoulders. They both exuded an undeniable sense of power and confidence. They also reacted instantly, breaking through the circle and launching themselves at M. They were fast, extremely fast. But she was the daywalker, and the power of the potestatum crackled through her like bolts of electricity. Her axe spun and cleaved, nicking and cutting the blood wraiths, but not quite striking close enough to deliver an incapacitating blow. The blood wraiths, in turn, split their attack, never standing together but launching themselves from two different directions at once. Darting in, slicing at M, and then backing off to repeat their attack from a different angle. They were well-trained and fought with cool, calm professionalism. All around her, Emily could sense the other vamps attacking Sylvian and Troy. The wolfman relied on his strength to keep the horde of bloodsuckers at bay. Picking up the one by his foot, Troy literally used him as a living cudgel to beat back the others, smashing them into the stone walls and crushing them to the flagstone floor. Blood began to flow down the walls, like the very church itself was bleeding. Sylvian leapt and danced and turned, his rapier like a lance of light, so swift it was. Cutting, parrying, and stabbing. Dismembered heads and limbs flew, but there were many. Too many. And they were but three. With a flick of her wrist, Emily reversed one of her strokes in mid-flight, and the axe blade clove into the one blood wraiths, hammering through ribs and spine and spilling out its internal organs like so much offal. M followed up with a forward thrust that took its head off. At the same time, she was ducking and rolling to ready her position for taking on the next one. Then they heard the shout, at the top of his voice. "Get down!" Troy, Sylvian, and M simply dropped like puppets with the strings cut. And the air above them turned to fire as Tag and Mrs. Jones filled the church with silver-jacketed slugs. The big man was carrying 2,000 rounds of ammunition. The General Electric minigun fires at a rate of 6,000 rounds a minute. Exactly 20 seconds later, the only sounds left were the plinking of the superheated barrels of the machine gun, the odd piece of masonry falling to the floor, and, unbelievably, the mewling and whining of the few vampires that had actually managed to live through the veritable firestorm that Tag had unleashed on them. The big man spat on one of the wounded vamps. "Should have brought more ammo," he said. M walked over to the nearest wounded vampire, stood over him, and then, her face devoid of expression, slowly pushed the twin points of her axe into his chest. The bloodsucker screeched in agony, but she didn't stop. Nor did she speed up. It took a full half a minute to sever his spine and kill him. Then she walked over to the next one and calmly sliced off his one arm before leaning her axe on his throat and cutting into his neck in small, treacle-slow increments. Sylvian strode over to her and grabbed her arm. "What are you doing?" Em looked up, a dreamlike expression on her face. "They're evil," she said, as if explaining to a child. "We must punish them. They must be made to suffer." She looked at Mueller. "Do you have any more of that holy water on you?" The knight nodded. "Well, there are 2 left alive. Sprinkle a bit on them. Let's see how long they take to die." There was an uncomfortable silence in the church as the men stared dumbfounded at Emily. Then the sound of 3 quick shots rang out. Emily snapped out of her reverie to see Tag standing over the dead bodies of the last vamps, a smoking desert eagle in his hand. All 3 had been dispatched with headshots, ending their misery. The big man shook his head. "I don't know where you were going, girlie," he said. "And God knows I ain't no fan of the bloodsuckers, but there's a limit. I'll torture them for information, but not for fun. That's wicked, man. And it don't be right." Emily shrugged. "Whatever. Let's clear this mess up and get home. I vote we bury them behind the old graveyard." She walked out of the church, dragging 2 of the bodies with her, and after glancing puzzledly at each other, the men followed suit. Chapter 9. "She's fast," said Sylvian. "You're all fast," retorted Merlin. The Bloodborne shook his head. Not like her. She moves at over 100 yards a second. Her reaction time seemed to be close to instantaneous. And her strength. She smashed through a 2-ton oak church door like it was paper. Okay, it had seen better days, but I couldn't have done it. We knew that the potestatum would enhance her, and we accepted that. She is pure of heart and mind, a truly good person. Sylvian took a deep breath. That's what I wanted to discuss, he said as he went on to tell the magician about Emily torturing the wounded bloodsuckers. After he had finished, Merlin took a while to load his pipe and set it to flame. He puffed away for a while, staring into space. Right. I'm going to have a chat to the prof. Then I'll need to speak to Emily. This is not good. As of this moment, she could quite possibly be the most powerful living creature on this planet. We can't afford to have her going dark on us. Who knows where that might lead? I'm not going to beat around the bush, Emily, stated Merlin. Fact is that we're all a little worried about you at the moment. Nothing that serious, simply wondering if you feel out of sorts, on edge, different in some way. After all, you have experienced some rather dramatic changes. Emily laughed sardonically. No shit. I lost my foster parents, found out that one of my friends had willingly become a vampire. Then he killed me and turned me into a blood-sucking monster. Then I killed like about 100 people because they were slave traders, and finally I sort of absorbed the corona potestatum, and now I am the daywalker. Note, please, not a daywalker, but the daywalker. So, do I feel on edge? Somehow a little stressed? Well, what the hell do you think? Merlin nodded in understanding. The prof, however, walked right up to the teenage girl and stared openly at her, his head tilted to one side. What? Demanded Emily. Merely observing your autonomic responses, my dear, he said. Skin tone, heart rate, breathing, stress levels. You see? Continued the professor. Merlin said that he wasn't going to beat about the bush, and then he proceeded to do exactly that. Strange. What do you mean? Asked Em. I mean, what he really wanted to ask was, why did you torture the wounded vampires in the church? Was it for pleasure? Information? Some misguided sense of honor? Quite frankly, it worries us. We were wondering if you were starting to lose your mind. No, don't hold back, Prof, quipped Em. Say what you mean. The prof, who simply did not understand sarcasm, looked puzzled. I thought that I just did, he said. Emily shook her head. Look, I don't know what came over me, she said. Call it battle fatigue, stress, whatever. It won't happen again, so relax. Okay, conceded Merlin. But any problems, please come straight to me. No man is an island and so on. I'm here to help. Emily leaned over and kissed Merlin on the cheek. Thanks, she said. I'll remember that. The two ancient men watched Emily leave the room. Finally, the magician spoke. What do you think? He asked the prof. I think, answered the professor, that we have a big problem. As do I, agreed Merlin. Chapter 10. He was known to all as Mr. Stopes. Any other forms of address were out of bounds. This included honorifics such as Sir, Boss, or Esquire. If people used any of these other forms of address, Mr. Stopes thought that they were taking the piss. As a result, Mr. Stopes considered them to be disrespectful. And nobody in their right mind would wish to be disrespectful to Mr. Stopes. 5 feet 5 inches of thick-set muscle, a face like a bulldog, and more pent-up rage than an active volcano was all testament that Mr. Stopes had come up the hard way. He had been born in the sitting room of a dilapidated Victorian terrace house in the Elephant and Castle, London, in the late 70s to a single mum, 5 sisters, no brothers. His father had left when he was 2 days old. His dear mum had taken on 3 jobs just to keep them fed. The world goes on about the English welfare state, but the fact of the matter was that it was easy to fall outside of the net. Together, the family earned just enough to disqualify them from state handouts, but not quite enough to have any quality of life. Mr. Stopes's mum died when he was 7. In true East End tradition, this made him the head of the house. And from that day on, he was known to all as Mr. Stopes. Admittedly, for the first few years, he was young Mr. Stopes, but after he killed his first man at the tender age of 11, the young moniker was dropped and the meteoric criminal career of Mr. Stopes began. He still lived in the Elephant and Castle. No need to move, he always told everyone. If the area was good enough for me, Mum, then it's good enough for me. Of course, he didn't live in an old terrace house. No, Mr. Stopes lived in a penthouse apartment overlooking the Tate Modern Gallery. 5 bedrooms, massive living rooms, and its own private elevator. It also had a special room. A room where Mr. Stopes conducted a fair amount of his business. He called it his study. Others referred to it as the bunker, or sometimes the cold room. The bunker was currently in use. Mr. Stopes was conducting a business meeting. "Now listen, Harry," he said. His voice reasonable, his tone almost caring. "All I'm saying is, you give me £6,000 sterling every week. In return, you get to control all the businesses south of Gordon Road. Now that seems to be fair and reasonable deal. Don't you agree?" Harry nodded frantically and at the same time mumbled what was probably a fervent expression of agreement. Mr. Stopes turned to a human gorilla in a cheap suit standing next to Harry. "Do me a favor, Ben," asked Mr. Stopes. "I believe Harry wants to say something. Why don't you take the duct tape off his mouth in order to help facilitate our discourse?" "Sure thing, Mr. Stopes," grunted Ben as he yanked the length of duct tape from Harry's mouth. Harry immediately started talking. "I'm sorry about the late payment, sir," he blurted. "I gave you most of it. It wasn't my fault." Mr. Stopes stepped forward, his face red with anger. "Who's your sir?" he snapped. "Do I look like a bleedin' sir? I'm an honest working man, Harry. You won't find no airs and graces with Mr. Stopes. No, Harry." The gangster cocked his right arm back. "Now brace yourself, Harry," he advised. "This is going to sting a bit." Mr. Stopes's fist snapped forward and smashed into Harry's nose. The sound of the bone breaking was plainly audible, like a boot stepping on gravel. The chair that Harry was tied to rocked back but stayed upright. "Right, Harry. No more excuses. This is the way it works. You lean on the punters and they pay you. Anyone steps out of line and you and your boys sort them out, break a few arms, maybe the odd fire. You know the business. Now, and this is the important part. You take a percentage of the money that you collect and you give it to me. And you owe me 1,200 of Her Majesty's pounds. I'm going to let you go now, Harry boy. Now, I'm not an unreasonable man. It's almost nighttime, so I won't insist on full payment in the morning. But tomorrow evening, you will be back here with my money, plus another 2 grand in interest. Do you understand?" Harry nodded. He knew better than to argue. Mr. Stopes patted Harry on the head. "Good boy. I'll see you tomorrow." Mr. Stopes turned and walked from the room. As he reached the door, he called out to his gorilla. "Ben." "Yes, Mr. Stopes." "Another small favor. You got a blade on you?" "Of course, Mr. Stopes." "Good man. Cut off Harry's right thumb. Just a small reminder. Wouldn't want him to forget his meeting tomorrow." Ben nodded. Harry started to scream. While Mr. Stopes was carrying out his particular style of business management, Coldstone the gargoyle was contacting Emily again. After a short discourse, she ran into the kitchen looking for Latobius. He was sitting at the table sipping tentatively at a mug of Tag's tea. The big man was smiling. "Told you so. You mustn't settle for that weak-ass tea that you've been drinking. Gods should have proper tea. So strong that you can see the flavor. Lots of milk, lots of sugar." The Celtic god of wind grimaced but persevered. "Latabias," called Emily. "We've got eyes on. A group of vamps in a village in Essex, next to the Stour River. How long to get us there?" 10 minutes, grunted the god. "How?" asked Em. "It took 10 minutes to get to St. Ives, and that's only a quarter of the distance." 10 minutes? Repeated Latabias. Then he closed his eyes, downed the tea, and smiled. "Not bad, all things considered." Tag grinned. "Right, suit up," commanded Em. "Find Sylvian, Muller, and Bastian if you can. I'll get Troy." "Can I bring Mrs. Jones?" asked the big man. How could I break up such a meaningful relationship? Questioned Em. Bring her, but keep her quiet unless we really need her. Tag nodded and left at a run. Minutes later, they were in the air heading north, the ground below them speeding by at an impossible rate. How fast are we going? Asked Bastion. As fast as we need to, answered Latobian. Could you go faster? The god nodded. I could. You couldn't. Nor could the machinery. How much faster? Continued Bastion. Latobian didn't answer. Bastion asked again, but then it became obvious to him that Latobian wasn't going to answer. In fact, he was utterly ignoring the Shadowhunter as if he weren't even there. Exactly 10 minutes after they had taken off, the helicopter flared down in a clearing next to the river. Em concentrated and called on the gargoyle that was directing them. Veldspar? I hear you, Guardian, he responded. Where are they? Next to the docks, there is a campsite. Small wooden houses, some of them are occupied. I can see them from the top of the church spire. The Nosferatu are heading down through the surrounding woodlands towards the occupied cabins. How many? 6. Thanks. Keep an eye out for any more. Right, guys? Continued Em. Follow me. Not so fast this time, urged Tag. Me and Mrs. Jones prefer the slow and steady method, and at the rate that you travel, things be all done by the time we get there. Emily winked and took off, her speed turning her into a mere glimmer of light in the darkness, a veritable will-o-wisp flickering through the forest. Shit, shouted Tag. Get after her. He gestured at Sylvian and Troy. We'll follow. The Bloodborne and the Wolfman accelerated to top speed. Bastion followed close behind, his Shadowhunter enhanced speed allowing him to almost keep up with them. Behind them ran Tag and Muller, arms pumping, breathing like steam engines. By the time that Troy and Sylvian caught up with Emily, it was all over. The 6 vamps lay scattered about her like dolls after a child's tantrum. Not one limb was still attached. Not one head still rested atop its own body. Even their torsos were cleft in twain. And Em was covered from head to toe in blood. She looked up at them and grinned, her white teeth a shocking contrast to the deep red gore that coated her face. Hey, look at the Johnny-come-latelys, she said with a laugh. Sorry, guys. Early bird gets the worm and all that. Weren't enough to go around. Better luck next time. She absent-mindedly flicked her axe at a severed head, loping off its nose. Oops, she giggled. Bastion came running up and stopped, his face a picture of horror. Good God, Emily, he gasped. What have you done? I mean, why? Em turned to face him. What have I done? I would think that is a little obvious, Bastion. I have killed a group of blood-sucking monsters before they killed any more innocent human beings. Bastion nodded. Yes, he agreed. But he gestured at the bloody carnage. Was this necessary? Dead is dead, Bastion. Or would you prefer to make them go sit on the naughty step and promise not to feed on any humans again? Emily took a step towards him. Her eyes blazed with an inner red light. Is that what you would prefer? She yelled. Bastion fell to his knees, grabbing his head with both hands as he did so. Stop, Em. It hurts. Em swept her gaze over Sylvian and Troy. And you too? Would you also like to treat these monsters with kid gloves? Both the Bloodborne and the Wolfman took a step back as Emily's savage coercion smashed into them, flaying their minds with power. Then they too dropped to their knees. Tag and Muller came staggering to a halt, breathing hard, and took in the scene with shocked faces. Muller ran up to Emily and grabbed her by the shoulders. Stop, he shouted. You're killing them. But Em merely growled and punched him in the center of his chest, hammering him into a tree and rendering him unconscious. Tag stood in front of her and shook his head. Don't do it, girlie, he said softly. Tag, he be your friend. Just calm down. But Emily was too far gone. She raised her hands to strike. Then there was a massive implosion of air as Latobian suddenly appeared in front of her. The daywalker turned her coercion on the god. Step aside, she growled. I mean them no harm, they merely need to learn their place. I am the daywalker. They are nothing. Latobian spread his arms wide and a wall of wind swept towards Emily, spinning and turning. It surrounded her until she was in the eye of a mini tornado. She lashed out at it with her axe, but to no avail. Then the wind god gestured towards Troy. You can communicate with her? He said. Talk to her. The wolf nodded as he concentrated on the pact connection with the daywalker. But he sensed straight away that mere discussion would achieve naught. Instead, he focused on feelings, emotions, shared moments, his feelings for her. And Emily dropped to her knees with a cry of anguish. Immediately, the wind stopped. Troy ran forward and put his arms around the teenage girl, holding her softly as she wept. What am I becoming? She asked as she looked into the young wolf's eyes. Troy shook his head. I don't know. Help me, she whispered. Please. And Troy picked her up and carried her back to the helicopter, followed by the rest of the team. By the time they got back to the aircraft, Emily was in a dead sleep, her breathing slow and deep. Troy leaned her against the side of the copter and sat next to her, keeping his arms around her. Hey, Windman, said Tag as Latobian took off. Not sure what you did back there, but thanks. Things were getting unraveled real quick, and I, for one, didn't know what to do next. Me too, added Bastion. Man, when she grabbed my brain, I would have done anything that she told me to. Anything. It's like someone took away all thought and reason and replaced it with a deep need to do whatever she wanted. And it hurt like hell. He turned to Latobian. How come it didn't affect you? Latobian raised an eyebrow. I am a god. Oh, true, conceded Bastion. Sorry. Nothing to apologize for, responded the wind god. Truth be told, it was a close-run thing. I am not sure how much longer I could have resisted her. She is, beyond doubt, the most powerful mortal that I have ever come across, and I have been around for a very, very long time. How long to get home? Asked Sylvian. Latobius tilted his head to one side and smirked slightly. Oh, of course, muttered Sylvian. 10 minutes. The god nodded. 10 minutes. Chapter 11. The Council of Elders had rejected Nathan's plan out of hand. In fact, they had barely allowed him to start talking before they started shaking their heads in disapproval. Too risky, they had said. Unnecessary, they had chided him. The Nosferatu already had enough wealth, enough power. What they needed now was patience, not open warfare with the humans. But the potestatum, he had said, playing his trump card. There are other ways to seek the relic, they had informed him, ways that were far less confrontational. And then they had dismissed him like an errant schoolboy at the headmaster's office. Indulgent smiles on their faces and weakness in their hearts. Needing time alone, Nathan had run into the forest that surrounded the lodge. He had come across a herd of deer and had launched himself at them, ripping and tearing, killing for killing's sake. Then he sat amongst the animal corpses and screeched his frustration at the moon, cursing the Capo and his acolytes, swearing to himself that he would have revenge for their petty attitudes, for their disdain, vowing that he would take the Nosferatu into battle against humanity. His hatred and anger was a palpable thing. And that, combined with the dozen animals he had just inadvertently sacrificed to his own altar of war, reached out and called. It called for help. It called for power. It called out to the gods of war. And one of them answered. A massive crow appeared in the air in front of the ex-Shadowhunter vampire, fully 10 feet across and surrounded by a nimbus of glowing blue light. It hovered in the still air, wings not moving, its black and soulless eyes staring at him. Nathan flinched in surprise. What the hell are you? The crow cocked its head to one side and then folded its wings to land on the ground where it flowed into the shape of an ancient woman. Many know me as Freya, others as Ogun or Agriona, some as Morgana or Morgan Le Fay. Others call upon me as The Morrigan. The goddess of war, breathed Nathan. What are you doing here? You called me, child, responded the Morrigan. By sacrifice and by need you called, and I answered. Sacrifice? The goddess gestured towards the piles of dead deer stacked about the vampire. Nathan nodded. They were less sacrifice and more fit of pique, he admitted. It matters not, assured the Morrigan. You offered up lives and you called out. Strangely enough, Nathan Tremblay, I have been looking for you. And now, in the most delicious of ironies, you found me. The old woman shrugged. But so is life. Full of contradictions and wrong turns. Suffice to say that as long as the game is being played, there are no incorrect moves. So tell me, young vampire, what is your heart's desire? Power, answered Nathan without need for thought. So human, said the Morrigan sadly. Always power. You have been given the gift or curse of near immortality, she said. And instead of striving to use that time for the furtherment of mankind, you choose instead to rule, to decree, to subjugate. How disappointingly human of you. I am not human, argued Nathan. The Morrigan waved her hand. Close enough. Closer than you even realize. Well, she continued, you called. Talk to the Morrigan about your quest for power, and she will see if she deigns to help. So Nathan, feeling that he had little to lose, confided in the Morrigan, telling her his plans, his ambitions, and the spurning of them by the Committee of Elders. And finally, of his inability to combat the Capo due to the superior strength of the ancient vampire. The Morrigan listened. I shall help, she said. Nathan sneered. How? He asked. And even if you could, what would I owe you? The goddess shrugged. Would the cost matter? Nathan laughed. True, probably not. Go ahead then, old woman. Tell me your plan. The Morrigan smiled and morphed into her guise of Morgan Le Fay. Tall, beautiful, beguiling. Nathan gasped in wonder and lust. I shall gift you with the power of Eris, she said. It brings with it the ability to sow fear and discord in the minds of even the most powerful of adversaries. This will render them weak and disoriented, open to a strike, but use it frugally, for it is a limited gift. The human physiognomy, even one as upgraded as yours, can retain only enough power for one use. How do I use it? Asked Nathan. You shall know when the time comes, reassured the Morrigan. Will it allow me to defeat the Capo? Perhaps, answered the Morrigan, if your will is strong enough, if your desire is deep enough. It is, insisted Nathan. I believe you, said the Morrigan as she faded back into the form of a giant crow and slowly drifted up through the forest canopy and into the night sky, her mood full of satisfaction. It had been an unbelievable stroke of luck the vampire had been calling for her just as she was attempting to track down his whereabouts. And now she had turned the game more to her liking, escalating it by many magnitudes. For was she not the goddess of war? If it were up to Merlin and his cohorts, she would be a mere goddess of minor scuffles and inconveniences. Small battles between groups of vampires and wolves, deaths that numbered in the single or low double figures, a game that was hardly worth playing. But now, by giving Nathan more power, she had opened up the vista. She had escalated the conflict. With the psychotic ex-Shadowhunter in charge of the Nosferatu, there would be a tenfold increase in violence. Untold more bloodshed. Deaths in the high triple or even quadruple figures. The streets would run red with blood, and her power would increase exponentially. Of course, she would never ultimately side with the vampires. Well, she didn't think that she would. She saw no reason to. But that was the future, and the Morrigan lived in the now. And behind her, in the forest, Nathan Tremblay smiled as his future stretched out on front of him. His very own blood-drenched road to El Dorado. Chapter 12. Emily sat on the edge of the sofa, her legs pulled up, arms wrapped around them. She had stopped weeping, but her eyes were still puffy and red-rimmed. The prof and Merlin stood uncomfortably in the center of the room. Both of the old men were packing their pipes, a sure sign that neither actually wanted to talk and were putting off the inevitable. "Somebody say something," said Emily, her voice barely above a whisper. "Well, it's the podestatum," ventured the professor. "Obviously," agreed Merlin. "It's, very powerful," continued the prof. "Allegedly part of the blade of Excalibur. Actually, Merlin would know more about that than me." "Yes, thank you, Professor." "My pleasure." "Look, Emily, I'm afraid that I don't have very good news," said Merlin. "The simple fact is that you have been merged with an elemental power that has changed you on a physical and mental level. It has done the impossible by curing you of the vampire virus, inuring you against its ill effects, and at the same time increasing your strength and speed to quiet phenomenal levels. But in doing so, it has pushed your capabilities beyond those a human being is capable of operating under. Fortunately, strictly speaking, you are not 100% human. You are a Shadowhunter, the last in a long line of. This alone is keeping you alive under such great stresses. So what the potestatum is doing to ensure your survival is that it is making you less human, and in doing so, ensuring your survival. Do you understand?" Emily nodded. "So what you are saying is, instead of being a blood-sucking monster, the potestatum is turning me into a megalomaniacal, self-serving, narcissistic, amoral monster that will soon not retain even a speck of humanity." "Exactly," agreed the prof. "Well surmised, young girl." "Professor, shut up," snapped Merlin. The prof looked hurt, but did stop speaking. "What can we do?" asked Em. "I don't know," admitted Merlin. "If we had another piece of the blade, perhaps. Some other source of power. I'm so sorry, my girl. I would ask the Morrigan for her counsel, but she has been away. God knows where. I have sent out a seeking spell, but to no avail. The only advice that I can give is fight it. Fight those feelings. Remember your humanity. Hang on to it at all costs. We are all here to help. You are surrounded by those who love you. Remember that at all times." "Platitudes," murmured Emily. "You're asking me to piss on the fire of London in an attempt to put it out." Merlin frowned at Emily's choice of words, but didn't deny it. There was no point in lying. He put his hand on her shoulder. "We shall keep trying," he assured her. "Trust me, between the prof and I, we have many centuries of knowledge. We will find a way to control this thing." Emily nodded, stood up and left the room, closing the door behind her. That night, Coldstone contacted her. 3 vamps, he informed in his gravelly voice. Small village outside Salisbury. They seem to be planning to feed on a group of people dressed as druids, heading for Stonehenge. Emily pulsed Troy and relayed the information. "Great," he responded. "See you at the helicopter in 5. I'll collect the rest of the team." "I'm not coming," pulsed Emily. "What? Why not?" "I'll lose control, Troy," she said. "We both know that I will. I simply cannot stop it. The overwhelming urge to destroy in the worst way possible. Once it starts, I can't seem to be able to differentiate between the enemy and the people that I love. I can't risk it. Take one of your wolves instead. In fact," continued Em, "don't take the usual team. It's time to blood your pack. Take 4 wolves with you. See how their training has helped them." Troy gave a mental nod. "Good idea," he said. "When I get back, we'll talk." "Whatever," responded Emily. "Be safe." Minutes later, she heard the clatter of the helicopter taking off and hammering away into the night sky. Chapter 13. Larry and Barry Plumpton still lived at home, with their mum. They were identical twins. Larry was the oldest of the two by 7 minutes. They both sported schoolboy haircuts, short back and sides with side partings. Pencil mustaches and small triangular goatee beards. The twins were what is technically referred to as mildly schizophrenic with sociopathic tendencies. Or as the word on the street was, complete nutters. In fact, the only person more feared by the criminal underworld in London and surrounds was their mum, known to all as Aunt Plumpton, or simply Auntie. And she ruled her domain with an iron fist wrapped in a velvet glove. In the main, Auntie controlled drugs, gambling, and high-class prostitution, which, in turn, gave her a certain amount of clout with the political elite who were oft addicted to all three of the vices she dealt in. She left protection rackets, GBH, and robbery to the criminal gangs that she considered to be the bottom feeders. People like Mr. Stopes, or the Naidu family, originally from Calcutta. The only gangs that she kept well away from were the ones that operated out of Chinatown. As Aunt Plumpton always said, the sames with the sames and the different with the difference. And anyway, the Chinese gangs made her feel uncomfortable with their tattoos and strange traditions and bowing. She referred to them as nasty foreign muck, and anyone with any sense merely nodded in agreement or mumbled a, "Yes, Auntie." Because those who didn't agree inevitably got a visit from the twins, and anyone in their right minds would prefer to avoid that if it were in any way possible. At the moment, the twins were doing the rounds. Mum was very particular about the rounds. In the kitchen there was a whiteboard, and on the whiteboard was a weekly to-do list. Mostly this consisted of the twins doing the rounds, visiting their many houses of ill repute, as Mum put it, as well as their upmarket opium dens and discreet gambling salons where gentlemen could gamble on the strangest of things. When they did their rounds, the twins were chauffeur-driven. An old Jaguar. Their driver was an old Kenyan by the name of Monty. He had been in the family's employ for over 50 years, and although both his hearing and his eyesight were beginning to go, he knew London like a pair of his own underwear. Ostensibly, when in public, the twins dressed similarly, not identically. They both carried silver-topped sword canes. They both wore three-piece suits and silver watch chains. But the color of their suits differed. Whereas Larry, as the eldest, always wore a deep navy blue, Barry went for what he felt was a less ostentatious dark midnight blue. Thus, they felt it was easy for anyone to tell them apart. It was a Wednesday, so the first stop on the list was Madame Petunia's. Madame Petunia's was a brothel situated in Wimbledon, close to the hallowed courts, but away from the hustle and bustle of the shopping areas. From the outside, it looked like any other large suburban mansion circa 1920s, part Art Deco and part post-war concrete extension. On the automatic front gate, next to the intercom, there was a subtle brass plaque inscribed with the capital letters MP. Needless to say, entrance was by invitation only. After buzzing the intercom, Monty drove the twins around to the back entrance, stopped, alighted, and opened the doors for them, saluting smartly as he did so. As always, the twins ignored him and proceeded through the back door into the establishment. They were greeted by the manager of the house, Betty Grant. There was no actual Madame Petunia. There never had been. "Mr. Plumpton," greeted Betty. "And Mr. Plumpton?" she greeted again. "May I take your coats?" "No time, Betty," answered Larry. As the older of the two, Larry always fielded the questions and did most of the talking. "Flying visit, I'm afraid. Just collection, quick scan of the books." Betty bowed and led them through to the main office. Unlike one would expect, the house was tastefully decorated. Original art on the walls, subdued colors, plush wool carpets, and pot plants. More five-star hotel than south-of-the-border brothel. Behind the closed doors of the 20 separate games rooms, it was a different question, with names like the Dungeon Room, the Naughty Boys Room, and the Scoutmaster's Study. Nothing was left to imagine what actually went on behind said doors. Suffice to say that the house did more spanking than it provided actual sex, and as such, it was particularly popular with Tory politicians and upper-class playboys. It was also part of Auntie's biggest earners. Betty handed over the ledgers, and while Larry perused them, she handed a large wad of cash to Barry, who proceeded to count it. Larry pushed the books away from him and steepled his hands. "Takings are slightly down on what I'd expected, Betty," he said. "I agree," added Barry after he had finished counting. "Well, it's all there, Mr. Plumpton and Mr. Plumpton," insisted Betty. "I checked it all myself." Larry shook his head. "Are the girls pooling their tips as we instructed?" he asked. "Are we talking half and redistributing the rest?" Betty nodded. As always, sirs. Larry pulled the ledger towards him and opened it up again. Then he ran a finger down one of the columns. His finger stopped. This girl, he said. New is she? Betty nodded. Started a fortnight ago. Awfully good with the whip. Got the politicos lining up to get a spanking. Fetch her. Betty jumped up and ran from the room. Under a minute later, she came back. Behind her, a generously built woman, 5'10", brown eyes, brunette, false eyelashes, wearing a rubber nurse's outfit and ridiculously high heels, sashayed in. Betty introduced her. Mr. and Mr. Plumpton, this is Miss Voluptua. The woman bowed slightly and batted her eyes. Then she leant forward, displaying an impressive cleavage, and ran her finger down Larry's cheek. I am pleased to meet you, you naughty boys, she breathed in a fake Russian accent. Betty, said Larry, please inform this girl that if she touches me again, I shall cut her finger off and stick it up her left nostril, and ensure that she appreciates that I am being deadly serious. Betty grabbed Miss Voluptua and pulled her back. Listen, love, she said, you don't go touching the bosses. They don't take gladly to it. Now, what is our name? Asked Larry. Miss Volu. Your real name, miss? Come along now. We're all busy people. Sienna Morning. Real name, repeated Larry. Oh, said the girl. Sorry, I thought you meant my Uva real name. Oh, my name's Chloe Brown. Good. Now, Chloe Brown. Did Betty explain to you the system regarding the cash tips that you receive? Chloe nodded. We and then in and then you give us some back. So why are you keeping half of your tips? Oh, I ain't, sir, protested Chloe. Yes, you are. Chloe put her hands on her hips. I would never, sir, she insisted. Larry sighed. Barry. He gestured towards his minutes younger brother. Barry stood up, drawing a straight razor from his jacket pocket as he did so. With practiced ease, he flicked it open. The scalpel's sharp edge glowed like a line of ice as he stepped towards the young girl. Oi, she said. What you going to do with that? Barry slashed the blade swiftly from side to side and then up and down. Chloe squeaked in shock as the blade sliced through her outfit, barely touching her skin. Her ridiculous rubber outfit fell in pieces to the floor, leaving her naked but for an over-tight black lace bra. And tucked into the bra were 3 20-pound notes. Barry plucked them from their lacy constraint and handed them to Larry. We won't mention this again, said the older twin. Suffice to say that both of you will have this week's wages docked from your salaries. You, he said to Betty, for not paying due care and attention, and you, he addressed Chloe, for stealing. He stood up. Come along, Barry. The morning is wasting. Barry left the room. Larry, stopped on his way out, turned to Chloe. A word of advice, young girl, he said. Chloe nodded. Larry bunched his fist and hit her in the stomach, moving forward as he did so, putting his body behind the blow. The punch threw Chloe against the wall and she slid to the floor, her face ashen as she desperately tried to suck in some air. The next time that you step out of line, I'm going to tell my mum. And you wouldn't like that. He nodded to Betty and left. The twins got home late that evening, and when they walked into the kitchen, they both knew that they were in trouble. Mum was sitting in her usual chair at the head of the kitchen table. On the table in front of her was a 3-foot Malacca cane. It was almost an inch thick. It was supple. It was heavy. And it was stained with blood. She called her cane Mr. Twinkletoes, and she used it for disciplining the twins. Both Larry and Barry went pale at the sight. Evening, Mum, ventured Larry. Everything okay? Mrs. Plumpton nodded. Of course. Why wouldn't it be? Both Larry and Barry shrugged. Well, continued the mum, I suppose there might be one small thing. She stood up, picking up the cane as she did so, swishing it through the air. For example, someone might be stealing from me and then my sons, my own flesh and blood, might not be telling me. Or indeed might not even be doing anything about it. What do you mean, Mum? Asked Barry. No one's stealing from us. We'd know. Oh, that's good, retorted Mum. So that floozy that you caught pocketing our cash today, not stealing? It was a minor transgression, Mum, said Larry. We took care of it. Mrs. Plumpton shook her head. You did not take care of it, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I had to go out there and take care of it myself this afternoon when I found out. Now, you know the punishment for bad boys who don't do as they're told. Come on, bend over. With unshed tears in their eyes, the two grown men pulled their trousers down and bent over the kitchen table. Mrs. Plumpton counted off each stroke as she delivered them, 6 of the best for each son. When she had finished, there was fresh blood on the cane. There you go, boys, she said. All done. You know that I do this for your own good. They both nodded. Now, you have a nice hot bath. Put some Epsom salts in the water. That'll help with the healing. After that, I need you to go back to Madame Petunia and help Betty get rid of the body. Again, they nodded in unison. Yes, Mum. Straight after our bath, agreed Larry. Chapter 14. Nathan had decided on a guard of 5. They were the very best of the best. All blood wraiths. All elders of more than 500 years, and all fanatically loyal to both him and his ideas. He called them his nightwalkers, and he took them to Italy with him, to seek an audience with the Capo, the master of all masters, to inquire about his advice, to ask for a boon, and to kill him. As usual, they had flown privately, at night, followed by a car ride in a blacked-out limo. Upon arrival, he and his crew were given rooms in the mansion that were commensurate with Nathan's rank. As soon as they had settled, he approached the Capo's secretary and petitioned for a personal and private audience. The secretary bade him wait and, over half an hour later, informed Nathan that he had been refused. He explained that the Capo was extremely busy. However, there was a function arranged for that evening. The chapter house was receiving the head of the Lithuanian Nosferatu, along with his entourage, and a formal dinner was being held in his honor. Nathan and his team were invited to attend. During the evening, the Capo hoped that he would find some time for him and Nathan to talk. The ex-Shadowhunter bowed his acceptance and left. That evening, Nathan and his Nightwalkers dressed for dinner. Like the Blood Wraiths, the Nightwalkers wore a uniform. In almost all aspects, it was the same as the Blood Wraith's leathers, the only difference being the color. Instead of deep maroon, they wore blue. Royal blue, as befitting the personal guard of a king. They were ushered to their seats that were situated close enough to the head to avoid showing disrespect, but far enough away to not show any favor. There were another 20 vampires at the table, 10 Italians and 10 Lithuanians. Along the walls stood another 10 bodyguards. The meal started with a short speech by the Capo. He welcomed his guests and praised the head of the Lithuanian house for his loyalty and dependability. He did not stand while he spoke, and he barely raised his voice. But Nathan could feel the ancient vampire's power and coercion, and it filled him with an emotion that came close to fear. But it was not true fear, as the blade of the Capo's influence was blunted on the anvil of Nathan's overweening ambition. Then the leader clapped his hands and dinner was dragged in. A dozen young men and women, naked. They had been bound and gagged via the use of leather straps and bright red rubber balls in their mouths. Because, while no one minds their food thrashing around a bit, it is decidedly unpleasant to hear them screaming and mewling while you ate, especially at a formal dinner. The vampires fed quickly and efficiently, and in less than half an hour the bodies had been cleared away and the marble floor mopped of any excess spillage. Nathan and his Nightwalkers had abstained. It was then that Nathan stood to address the gathering. Uninvited and uncalled for. I stand before a group of old men, he began. Weak, pathetic, spent. A gathering of cowards and vassals. Only days before I approached the Elders' Council with a plan. A plan that would enrich the lives of the Nosferatu. A plan that would increase our influence, our power, our wealth. A plan that would see us in our true places in this modern world. Not as skulkers in the dark, but as kings of the night, leaders of the world, owners of the human race. But that plan was rejected, as were any other thoughts that I had for the betterment of the Nosferatu. When Nathan had started to talk, the capo had smiled in condescending amusement. But after a few lines, he started to grow angry. "Sit down, young Tremblay," he commanded, "before I order my guards to make you do so." Nathan laughed loudly. "Your guards couldn't make a kindergarten teacher sit. They are as venal and pathetic as you and the rest of this audience." The capo gestured, and the 10 guards aligned along the walls moved to his command. But before they had taken 2 steps, the nightwalkers were on them, and it was like a group of toddlers attempting to fight off a pack of pit bulls. In mere seconds, the capo's bodyguards lay dismembered on the floor. Nathan laughed again. "Look," he said to the capo, "pathetic." The ancient leader of the Nosferatu stood up, his face a mask of controlled anger. "Enough," he hissed. "Your insolence once amused me, but now it offends. You have gone too far." And he unleashed the full power of his coercion onto the young would-be usurper, crushing him to the floor. Except, it didn't work. Instead, Nathan pushed back and released the power of Aaron, lashing out at the capo with the strength of the very gods themselves. The room shook as if under an artillery bombardment. Windows shattered and flagstones buckled. The 2 vampires, young and ancient, faced each other across the table. Both stood stock still while all about them vortices of power swirled and coruscated. Paintings tore off the walls, drapes ripped and statues were sundered. And slowly the capo started to sink to his knees. As his knees struck the floor, Nathan was on him, his talons and fangs fully extended, smashing and ripping and slashing at the withered old flesh, tearing and slicing with abandon. Then he picked the capo up with his right hand, and with his left, he grasped what was left of the ancient's neck and tore his head from his body. Instantly, everyone in the room fell to their knees. And as one, they said the words, "Capo, lead us." Chapter 15. The prof opened the door to M's room without knocking and stood staring at her. Then he approached and walked around her at arm's length, pausing every now and then to wave in the air with his right hand. "Morning, Prof?" greeted M. "Creepy much?" The prof shook his head. "It's all wrong," he muttered to himself. "What?" "Your aura. There's no other way of putting it apart from saying that it's all wrong. Well, perhaps one could rather say that it is not correct. Parts are right." "What?" questioned Emily again. "These overwhelming feelings of superiority that you keep feeling," he said. "When do you feel them the most?" M shrugged. "Random times, actually. But I suppose mainly when I'm under stress. Particularly combat." "Odd," noted the prof as. "You see, I've been thinking, and surely something as powerful as the potestatum should be able to affect your thinking on a more constant basis. I'd est, you would feel superior, godlike even, all the time. Why only when you are under stress?" "Well, I do have a fairly strong personality," said M. "Probably find that has something to do with it." The prof shook his head. "No, not nearly strong enough to fight even the tiniest shard of Excalibur. Even King Arthur fell to its commands, and Sir Lancelot himself fell completely under its spell, and he was quite possibly the saintliest man that I have ever met. No, there is something else. Can you bring forth your axe?" "I think that might be it." Emily thought the axe into her right hand. The prof peered closely at it and waved his hands around the blade, tutting and humming as he did so. Eventually, he shook his head. "It has power, but not the correct sort. No, it's not that." "What exactly are you looking for?" asked M. "A relic," answered the prof. "Something with great power. There is something affecting the potestatum. Damned if I know what. This is very frustrating." So M thought for a while, and then she pulled the medallion that Ryoko had given her out from her shirt. "The brightest flame casts the deepest shadow," she said softly. The prof blinked and then did a double take. "How interesting," he said. "It has been hiding. I see it now, but before, well, it simply wasn't there." He walked to the door, poked his head out of the room, and hollered for Merlin, magically enhancing the volume of his voice to ensure that the magician heard him. The magically amped-up call echoed about the house like a klaxon, shivering the walls and windows in a gale of sound. Merlin appeared at a run. "What?" he yelled. "This had better be good. I spilt my tea." He gestured at his stained robe. "And this stuff that Tag brews doesn't seem to come out in the wash. It's so strong that it's like a permanent tannin-based dye. I have to use sorcery to get the stains out." The prof merely pointed at Emily. Merlin stared and was about to ask something when he did an identical double-take to the one that the prof had done. Gods," he murmured. "Where did that come from?" "It's always been here," said Em. "It's been hiding," said the prof with a grin. "Clever, isn't it?" Merlin peered closer at the medallion. "Remarkable," he said. "Absolutely remarkable." "Is it fighting the potestatum?" asked the Professor. Merlin shook his head. "Doesn't seem to be. Feels more like it's attempting to join with it, but it can't. Yin and yang, separately together." What the hell is going on?" asked Emily. "And what is the whole thing with my medallion?" "It's a rare Japanese Butsudan ancestral receptacle," answered Merlin. "Rare," snorted the prof. "It's bloody unique. I've heard of them but never seen the like." Emily shook her head. "Sorry, means nothing." "It's like a repository for the spirits of your ancestors. Well, not their spirits as such, but their residual power left in this plane. Basically put, I suppose one could call it a guardian angel of sorts. It protects you from harm. However, this one has never been merged." "And what would that mean?" asked Em as she became more and more confused. "Activated," explained the prof. "For a receptacle to work correctly, it needs to be merged or bonded to the person that is wearing it. For this one to have achieved what it has without merging is remarkable." "So, can you activate it?" she asked Merlin. The old magician nodded, but at the same time he looked doubtful. "You're not sure, are you?" said Em. "Oh, I am sure," assured Merlin. "I can do it. It's a simple awakening spell." But no one spoke. Finally, the prof blurted out a response. "It's very painful." "I can take it," said Em. "Very, very, very painful," continued the prof. "Just do it," snapped Emily. Merlin shook his head. "It may kill you. We're talking pain that is quite literally off the scale as far as human capacity is concerned." Emily lay down on her bed. "This stupid potestatum is going to kill me or one of my friends at any rate. I can't function with the way that it's changing me. If the medallion stops that, then I have no option. Just do it. Now before I change my mind." Merlin nodded and raised his hands, arms open wide. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then a roiling ball of red flame coalesced between his arms. It writhed and boiled for a few seconds, and then, with a clap as loud as thunder, it leapt at Emily, striking her in the chest and covering her body in ethereal flame. She stiffened with the shock as the pain rendering her absolutely immobile. And outside, the pack started to howl in sympathy. Tag came running through the door, followed closely by William and Troy, both of whom were part transformed into their wolfman modes. "What's happening?" demanded William, his voice a guttural growl as it issued from his extended jaws. "Don't panic," urged Merlin. "It's for her own good. An awakening spell. It should reduce the negative effects of the potestatum." Both William and Troy were shaking with emotion, and it took Merlin a few seconds to realize that they were both in extreme pain. "I'm sorry," he said. "I should have known. The link that the pack has with her. You're feeling part of the pain." "No shit," grunted Troy. "If she's feeling this, I feel sorry for her." The prof shook his head. "She's not feeling what you are." "Good," said Troy. "Oh no," continued the prof. I would say that the level of pain that is coursing through Emily's body right now exceeds your pain by a level of magnitude, perhaps even 100 times more." "No," screamed Troy. "It'll kill her. No one can take that much pain." "She has to," stated Merlin. "Not alone," snapped Troy. He knelt down beside her and put his arms about her rigid body. Then he forced himself to merge with her, like he did when they communicated. At the same time, he called for the pack. "Yes," said William. "Good idea." He just sat next to Troy and placed his hands on Emily, joining his Omega mind with them all, coalescing them into one single entity. Then he spread the pain, handing it out equally to all the pack, drenching them in absolute agony, drowning them in a sea of suffering. The day turned to night and back to day. With the rising of the sun, Emily's eyes opened and she sat up. Their baptism of fire had ended. 2 of the wolves died that night, overcome by the pain that they had endured. Others could not move for days, broken and twisted, their minds blank, their bodies unable to respond as they slowly recovered. Emily walked amongst them, laying hands, communing, her guilt overshadowed only by her love of the pack. They had taken her pain and assimilated it. They had quite literally died for her, taken away on spears of fire. They were her, and she was them. She was now not only the daywalker, she was truly pack, and she could feel the wolf inside her, ready to show itself, ready to live, ready to fight. She was daywalker, wolf, and guardian. She was Emily Shadowhunter. Chapter 16. Kenneth, Bernard, and Beulah. All 3 names had proven to be very popular around the turn of the last century when the 3 of them had been born. All in London, and all within a few years of one another. None of them had actually fought in the First World War, all being between 10 and 14 years of age at the time. However, they remembered the Great War well, as did they the second one. They hadn't fought in that one either, even though they had all been of an age to enlist. By then, they had all been turned, and, quite frankly, couldn't have given a toss as to whether the Nazis or the Allies won the war. After all, who bothers which herd of cattle was morally superior? One tends not to care much about the politics of their food. The sun had just set, and they had exited the darkened limousine driven by a familiar. It had been many years since they had last visited London. Back in the swinging 60s, in fact. But since then, the old Capo had decreed that the Nosferatu pull back into the shadows. Feeding was done in licensed clubs. Bodies were disposed of, and the entire thing became sanitized. Controlled. So, the 3 friends had hunted far and wide instead. Secluded hamlets. The fringes of rock festivals, the homeless and itinerant. Because to them, as to many of the younger Nosferatu, the hunt was almost as important as the feed. But now there was a new sheriff in town. Nathan Tremblay was the capo, and he had cried havoc and let slip the children of the night. Hunt, he had told them. Own the night. And so, for the first time in many years, they had come to London. But before they fed, they decided to take a tour. "I was 14 when the first Zeppelins came over," said Kenneth, pointing east. "I was living in Whitehall at the time. Elsie and Samuel both died that night. They were twins, only 3 years old." Bernard nodded. "They were impressive, weren't they?" he added. "Those massive airships rumbling through the night skies, dropping fire and death." "Never actually saw one," admitted Beulah. "I was only 3 at the time, but I remember the Blitz during the Second World War. I was part of the Brotherhood by then." "Me too," concurred both of the male vamps. "Good times," grinned Beulah. "Absolute mayhem. You could kill at will, feed whenever you wanted. No one was going to notice an exsanguinated body amongst all of that death." "The 60s weren't that bad either," said Bernard. "Free love, endless supply of drugs. People went missing all the time and the cops were crap. No DNA tests combined with rubbish procedural work. I mean, if you killed a vagrant or a prostitute or a druggie, the coppers didn't even bother to look into it. Open and shut case. They'd call it death by misadventure or such what." "But that was pretty much the end of the lollipop," commented Beulah. "That's when the Capo instituted the feeding clubs, banned street hunting, turned us into weak reflections of ourselves." "And what was with the ban on Chinatown?" asked Kenneth. "I mean, why did they get a free pass?" Beulah shook her head. "Not sure and never asked. Well, actually, I did ask a few times back in the day, but the elders just stared at me and didn't answer. Some shook their heads and mumbled a few choice insults, so I stopped asking. All I know is that ever since there has been a Chinatown, back in the early 1900s, the Nosferatu have been forbidden to even cross the threshold, let alone feed there. Well, that edict no longer stands, said Kenneth with a grin. So tonight we all go for a bit of Chinese. Bernard laughed, but Beulah looked a little pensive. What's the problem, Beulah? Asked Kenneth. She shook her head. Nothing. I mean, the new Capo hasn't actually revoked the rule. True, admitted Kenneth. But he did say, feed where you want and do as you will. And I want some Chinese and I will get some. Beulah nodded, convinced. Right, she said. Let's do it. So the three bloodsuckers headed for Chinatown. For it was a brave new world, and they were at the very cutting edge. They entered Chinatown from the Soho side, climbing over a wall that brought them into an area behind a row of restaurants, figuring that they would take one of the chefs or busboys when they came out the back for a break. No sooner had they touched the ground when one of the doors opened. A figure stood in the doorway for a few seconds, silhouetted against the harsh white light in the interior of the building. And then an ancient lady walked out. She wore a floor-length, iridescent silk robe that shone and glittered like the scales of a fresh-caught fish. Her gray hair was fashioned into a thick plait that hung down her back to below her knees, and her face was a mass of wrinkles and lines. Small nose, almost no lips. Her eyes shone in the darkness. Deepest jade. Youthful, despite her obvious age. No, not youthful. Timeless. The three vampires hissed and spat. Beulah laughed, giddy with anticipation. But the Chinese woman did not flinch. She simply stared at them, her face calm, her demeanor one of mild irritation rather than the anticipated fear. Why are you here, young children of the night? She asked. Because we want to be, snapped Beulah. The ancient shook her head. It is forbidden. We have long had a truce with the juncture. The vampires. No, said Kenneth. You are mistaken. There are no more truces with the Nosferatu. There is no more forbidden to the Nosferatu. We are to take our rightful place at the top of the pyramid. We go where we want and do as we please. It is you who are mistaken, child, informed the old woman. Leave now and we shall speak no more of this. You are young, crass. But in time you may find wisdom. However, if you do not leave most precipitously, then you will find nothing except for the true death. The three vamps laughed in genuine amusement. I was going to let you live, crone, said Kenneth. Being the dried-out old husk that you are, hardly seems worth the effort of feeding on you. But now, because of your insolence, I'll give you a go. The bloodsuckers moved forward, fangs extending as they did so. But as they moved, the women collapsed, seemingly melting as she did so, her robes pooling on the floor like oil, or blood. And then the puddle coalesced, writhing and twisting as it did so, rising higher and higher, not quite a snake, not quite a lizard. And then it was there, fully 40 feet long, standing 10 feet high. More than half of the body was a tail. 10 feet behind its massive scaled head stood two wings. Smoke rose from its nostrils and small tongues of flame flickered at the back of its open mouth. The vamps stopped in their tracks, absolutely astounded. Shit, whispered Bernard. It's a dragon. The dragon tilted its head to one side, opened its mouth, and unleashed a storm of blue-white fire. Seconds later, all that was left of the errant Nosferatu were 3 slightly oily spots on the ground. The old lady sighed and walked back into the restaurant. There were people that she needed to call, and she knew that it would be a long night. Not that she minded long nights. After all, she had not slept for over 1,000 years, and there was no way that she was going to start doing so now. Chapter 17. As the new capo of the Nosferatu, Nathan had access to all manner of arcane knowledge, spells, ancient tomes, and the collective mind power of countless thousands of years' experience. He could have called on all of this. Instead, however, he had simply used the internet. A few clicks on the City of London police website, and he knew the name of the Commander of Operations, Organized Crime Unit, as well as his office hours and extended itinerary. Commander Daniel Wolford. He printed out a photograph and a copy of his itinerary, called Two Blood Wraiths, James and Carter, handed them the info, and told them to take a couple of assistants, stake out the office that night, and when the commander left, kidnap him and bring him to the chapter house. There was no problem regarding sunlight, as the commander worked extremely long hours so they could grab him well after the sun went down. The plan worked perfectly, up to a point. At just after 10 that evening, Commander Wolford left the police headquarters with 3 colleagues. James and the other vampires approached him and informed the policeman that he should accompany them, and to do so quietly to avoid any trouble. Wolford smiled. "Really?" he asked. "Why, what seems to be the problem?" "No problem, Commander," informed James. "Simply put, my leader wants to see you. Have a chat. He has sent me to collect you, and so here I am." Wolford laughed again. "Sorry, no can do. Tell your governor to make an appointment like everyone else. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going home." James put his hand on the commander's chest, stopping any forward movement. "You will come with us, sir. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. It's up to you." "Well then," said Wolford, "I choose the hard way. But before you continue with this farce, let me warn you. These 3 gentlemen who are accompanying me are the top 3 unarmed combat instructors in the police force. As luck would have it, they were here for a meeting with me." Wolford chuckled. "Now, isn't that just the worst luck for you? Looks like you picked the most inopportune time for a kidnap attempt." He gestured towards the men who stepped forward. "Chaps, get rid of these idiots, thank you." James raised an eyebrow. "Last chance, Commander." "Sod off," retorted Wolford. The 3 combat experts advanced, moving steadily on their balls of their feet, alert but relaxed. James didn't stir. But Carter blurred into movement, striking so fast that the breaking of bones sounded like a giant woodpecker hammering away at an oak tree. 2 seconds later, the 3 combat experts lay on the floor. Blood pooled beneath their dead bodies like spilled engine oil. Slow, dark, and viscous. Their heads all faced the wrong way. Limbs stuck out at impossible angles, and rib bones poked through their clothing like dry twigs sticking up from newly tilled soil. "I warned you," whispered James. He cocked his fist and snapped a short, sharp punch at the commander's nose. And the last thing that Wolford registered before he blacked out was the sickening sound of his own nose shattering. James turned to the other 2 vampires that he had brought along to assist. "Clear up. Leave no evidence that we were here. See if you can force those bodies in the trunk. Come on, let's move." Black. Gray. Consciousness returning. He was sitting on a chair. Wooden. Steel. Utilitarian. He tried to move his arms, duct tape around his wrists and his ankles. Strapped to the chair. He looked up. In front of him stood a young man. He wore dark maroon leather trousers and soft black boots. He was shirtless, and his upper body looked uncannily like an anatomy chart showing the muscular system. Every detail and striation standing out in stark relief under skin that was so pale as to be corpse-like. The man snapped his fingers, and a female walked over and held a glass of water to the commander's lips. Wolford drank greedily, frantic for liquid, desperately trying to get as much down as he could before she took the glass away. But the female let him have his fill, only removing the glass when it was empty. "My name is Nathan Tremblay," said the anatomical chart man. "Obviously, I know who you are, so please refrain from the whole 'Do you know who I am? You're in big trouble' sort of thing. It's tedious and inaccurate. Now, I am going to keep things simple. I need a complete rundown of all the criminal gangs in the London area. Names of members, addresses, hangouts, what they do, when they do it. Everything. Do you understand?" Wolford shook his head. "No, what are you? Who are those men that took me? How in God's name did they move so fast?" "Irrelevant," snapped Nathan. "Now, what do you need to fulfill my request? Pen and paper, or would you prefer a computer?" "Neither," said the commander. Because I am not giving you one piece of information. Who the hell do you think that you are? I am the commander of operations for the London police. I demand that you let me go this instant. Nathan smiled. He could glamour the commander into obeying him, but that sometimes resulted in false information as the human that had been glamored did everything that he could to make Nathan happy. Even lie. No, information was always best when garnered the old-fashioned way, through either reward or punishment. And punishment was so much more fun. The new Capo put his face close to the commander's and pulled his lips back, allowing his fangs to grow. Then he extended his talons and held them in front of Woodford's eyes, so close that they were almost out of focus. I seriously advise you to cooperate, Mr. Wolford, whispered Nathan. To resort to mixed metaphor, you are extremely out of your depth, and I think that your ability to tread water would be vastly impaired if I used these talons to pluck your eyes out. Nathan leaned yet closer and his tongue flickered out, licking the commander's neck, lingering on his jugular. Or perhaps I shall simply tear your throat open and feed on you. Wolford looked into Nathan's blood-red eyes, and all that he saw was the abyss, looking back at him. If you give me access to a computer, I can print off everything that you need. Nathan stepped back and bowed. Chapter 18. Nathan sat in a leather wingback chair. In his hands were the printed pages that the commander had given him regarding the various organized crime gangs and families in London and surrounds. The new Capo had his feet up, resting on the cooling corpse of Daniel Wolford, Commander-in-Chief, London Police, Organized Crime Unit, deceased. As soon as the commander had reached the end of his usefulness, he had been relegated to the level of food and furniture. Nathan was pleased with what he was reading. The notes were organized, succinct, and to the point. In fact, he saw no reason why he shouldn't start his campaign that very night. There were still quite a few hours until sunrise, and the sooner the better. He decided that he would start low down on the ladder, take a short time to familiarize himself with the streets. He took his 5 nightwalkers with him and got one of the familiars to drive them to Piccadilly Circus. They alighted under the statue of Anteros and then simply walked the streets for a while. We're looking for bottom feeders, instructed Nathan. Split up, use your superior eyesight, hearing, whatever. I want pickpockets, pimps, prostitutes, muggers. He glanced around the area and then pointed. You find someone and then you bring them to me. I'll be in a small alleyway off Babmaster Place. There, down German Street. No one ever goes there. It'll be a good place to question people. Right. Do it. Nathan walked off, leaving his bodyguards to carry out their mission. 10 minutes later, 3 of them had already found him, each dragging a petrified person with the 2 men and 1 woman, obviously a prostitute. The nightwalkers lined them up in front of Nathan at the end of the dark alleyway. The Capo stared at them for a few seconds before he pointed at the first male. What was he doing? Pickpocket, Capo, answered Greg, one of the nightwalkers. Good at it. Saw him get a watch off a guy's wrist without the guy noticing. Nathan nodded. And this one? Attempted mugging, behind Whittard's. Used a knife to hold up a couple of tourists. What the hell? Questioned the mugger. You dudes cops or what? Nathan smiled, allowing his fangs to show. I'd say that we fit more into the or what category, he said. The mugger shrank back in fear at the sight of Nathan's oversized canines. Do you work alone or are you freelance? Inquired Nathan. Why? I asked politely. Continued Nathan. The next time that you answer one of my questions with one of your own, I am going to damage you rather badly. Do you understand? The man nodded. Now, do you work alone? I work alone, but I pay homage to Mr. Stopes. Homage? Yeah, half of what I takes I give to Mr. Stopes. I see, murmured Nathan. What if you don't give him half? How would he know? The mugger shrugged. You obviously don't know Mr. Stopes. I wouldn't dare. He would know. Somehow he always does. Interesting, said Nathan. His name was in the commander's report, but not his address. Where could I find this Mr. Stopes? Dunno, admitted the mugger. I gives my homage to his man, Ben. Big Ben, they call him. Where and when does this happen? Community Sports Center in King's Cross, every Wednesday and Saturday night, 6:30 of the p.m. Please, mister, don't tell him I grassed him up. He'll hurt me real bad. Don't worry about that, reassured Nathan. Thanks, mister. You see, continued the capo, you can't hurt the dead. And with a flash of movement, he snapped the mugger's neck. Both the prostitute and the pickpocket gasped in shock. But their gasps turned to shrieks of terror when Nathan lunged forward and tore open the mugger's neck, drinking greedily as he did so. Nathan looked up from his snack, his lips coated with blood. Shut up, he commanded. Both of the minor criminals stopped their shrieking. The pickpocket went silent, and the prostitute whimpered softly. Nathan pointed at the pickpocket. Mr. Stopes? The criminal shook his head. I've heard of him, but I don't make enough to show up on his radar. Fine, said Nathan. You can go. Really? Thanks? Nathan laughed. Joking. He gestured to Greg, who leaned over and broke the pickpocket's neck with an audible snap. Then Nathan looked up to see a group of 6 men coming down the alleyway towards them. Hey, shouted the one. What you doing with Darlene? Nathan looked at the prostitute and raised an eyebrow. You, Darlene? She nodded. Go away, said Nathan to the 6 men. I'm busy. The man who had shouted his question shook his head. Listen, posh boy, he said as he drew a revolver. You obviously have no idea who I am. Now, if you and your toffee little mates are polite, then I might let you live. If not, well, who knows? The prostitute shook her head. Parkinson, she bleated. Don't do this. Shut up, bitch, he yelled. I tell you what to do. You don't tell me now, he continued as he pointed the gun at Nathan. On your knees. Nathan shook his head. No, he replied, a slight grin on his face. I think that you had better shoot me. Parkinson waved the revolver. I'm being serious. On your knees, or I will shoot you. I'm also being serious, said Nathan. Should I kill them all, Capo? Asked Greg. No, replied Nathan. I'm having fun. And it happens so rarely now I wouldn't want to ruin it. I'm going to be doing the killing here, not you, yelled Parkinson. What? Are you mental? Nathan shrugged. Perhaps. How can one ever be sure? Now it's your turn. Time to shoot me because I'm definitely not kneeling for the likes of you. Parkinson gritted his teeth and then, with a final wordless scream, he pulled the trigger. The .38 special round hit Nathan in the center of his chest and exited between his shoulder blades in a gout of blood. The vampire looked down and shook his head. Damn, he said. I should have taken my shirt off first. Now it's ruined. The shirt was indeed covered in blood, but most of it was from the dead mugger. However, there was no sign of a wound on Nathan's chest, as his phenomenal metabolism had already healed him. Parkinson did a double take and then fired again, pulling the trigger until it clicked down on an empty chamber. Nathan smiled. My turn. He jumped forward, ripped Parkinson's right arm from its socket and hit him on the head with it, striking hard enough to crush his skull. Always wanted to do that, he commented. Parkinson's dead body hit the floor, and as he did, his associates turned and ran. Nathan gestured towards them, and 2 of his blood wraiths blurred in front of them and herded them back with ease. Now, said Nathan, who do you reprobates work for? The group avoided eye contact and shuffled their feet. No one wanted to draw attention to themselves lest it be terminal. Finally, one spoke. We pay tribute to Mr. Stopes, sir. So, I suppose that we work for him. Nathan shook his head. No, from this day forth you work for me, and you shall refer to me as Capo. Are we clear? They nodded. Yes, Capo. The next night was conducted in the same vein as the previous one. Nathan and his nightwalkers combed the streets and educated. Some miscreants were killed as examples, others were set free after they had sworn allegiance to the Capo. By the end of the 3rd night, the Nosferatu had killed over 20 people and converted double that number to their fold. and when they went visiting on the fourth night, the word on the street was well out. Allegiance was sworn the moment that any of the Nightwalkers accosted someone, and Nathan only had to kill one person. But in all fairness, that was a tourist, and he was hungry. Now that the word was out, it was time for Nathan to start talking to the upper echelons of the crime world. He would wait a couple of days, and then it would be he would go a-visiting, and he would teach them why they should be afraid of the night. Chapter 19. Insanity had been visited on London. Dead bodies littered the streets, and, worst of all, the chief in charge of the whole thing had gone missing, probably kidnapped. As had 3 unarmed combat experts that had been with him at the time. The current theory was that the 3 combat specialists had gone rogue and taken the chief. But so far there had been no contact, no ransom notes, nothing. Now the biggest gang war ever was taking place in and around the center of London's tourist area, and the responsibility for sorting it out had fallen to a combined task force consisting of the London Police under Temporary Assistant Commissioner Ian Clark and Jack Jackson, Chief Superintendent Scotland Yard. Strictly speaking, Commissioner Clark outranked Chief Superintendent Jackson, but Scotland Yard was famous for never considering themselves to be outranked by anyone. So, at the moment, the Joint Task Force was more like 2 separate task forces attempting to pull rank over each other, while at the same time ensuring that their team got more access to the crime sites and spent more time in front of the relevant media. In other words, it was the usual government circus in that more time was spent ass-covering than actually investigating. Chief Super Jackson stood outside the crime scene tent and wondered if it would be inappropriate to light up a cigarette. Strictly speaking, he had given up yesterday. But then he had given up the week before that, and the week prior to that week. So he had established that giving up was easy. Sticking to it was difficult. One of the forensic scientists exited the tent. He looked like a budget Teletubby. Pale yellow onesie, paper booties, hood, mask, gloves. He walked over to the chief super. "Jack," he greeted. The chief nodded. "Simon, what gives?" "Not good, I'm afraid. Nothing makes sense." "Well then, tell me what you can," urged Jackson. "Fine, but don't quote me on this. Not yet, at any rate. I need more time to think. Firstly, it's not a single perpetrator, so no maniac serial killer. It's quite obviously a group or gang. Now, this is where it gets weird. Some of the injuries are consistent with massive trauma from a blunt object. If I didn't know any better, I would swear that some of the deceased were struck with a fist, but that's impossible." "Why?" Simon shook his head. The strength of the blow. No human being could ever strike anything that hard. They would shatter their own bones as well as the victims. I must assume that they were struck by some sort of mechanically driven fist-shaped weapon, like a steam hammer. Now, secondly, some of the victims were savaged by an animal of some sort. Not sure what. Not a dog. More like a really large rat. "How large?" asked Jackson. Simon took a deep breath. "The size of a person." "Come on, Simon. Get serious." "I am. That's why I said not to quote me yet. But there's more. 2 of the victims have been almost totally exsanguinated." "English, Simon. What does that mean?" "They had no blood left in them," answered the forensic scientist. "It had been removed." "How?" Simon shook his head. "If I had to say, I would venture that it had been sucked out by the giant rat." Jackson snorted in disgust. "Good Lord, Simon, I beg you not to tell anyone else these ludicrous theories of yours. Man alive, the yard would become the laughingstock of the force." "Hey, I can only tell you what the evidence shows," retorted Simon. "Fair enough. Keep working on it. Meanwhile, what the hell am I going to tell the press?" "Tell them it's a turf war. Russian mobsters moving in on the local crime families. Ritual killing sort of thing." Jackson nodded. "It's not great, but it beats giant rat sucks tourist dry. Thanks, Simon. We'll talk again later." The tall young man stood alone in the crowd. A light rain misted the air, and the alleyway was bathed in shadow. It was almost sundown. When the man moved forward to get a better look, the crowd parted before him, leaving an area of open space wherever he walked. like a shark swimming through a school of bait fish. He noted the crime scene tents, the scores of forensic scientists, and the many uniformed officers. He sniffed the air, but there was no sign of them. The rain had washed away their scent. He left the crowd and walked swiftly north to the back streets of Soho and surrounds. As he walked, the sun sank below the horizon and true night fell. Minutes later, he heard the fluttering of a cloak and a series of soft footsteps behind him. "Sylvian," he greeted the newcomer. "Troy," the man returned the greeting. "Anything?" The young werewolf shook his head. "Not at street level. Maybe now that the sun is down. But I would be able to smell them on their familiars, not even a hint. There are no vamps or familiars here." "Let's go high," suggested the Bloodborne. "May as well," conceded Troy. "There's nothing happening at street level." They both cast quick glances around to ensure that no one could see them, and then they literally scampered up the side of the nearest building, making the roof in mere seconds. The two of them ran from rooftop to rooftop, covering the whole of the Soho area, and then moving on to Covent Garden. Sometimes they used the streets, but mainly they traveled above them, moving with an ease that would have turned any professional parkour runner green with a case of terminal envy. However, they eschewed the fancy forms. Not for them, they dissipated energy of Kong vaults, safety taps, and tic-tacs. They simply went from one place to another place as quickly as possible. 60-foot gaps between buildings were jumped with ease, and 20-foot-high walls scaled with a single leap. Every move at least doubling and sometimes tripling the current Olympic long jump and high jump records. Let alone the fact that both were running at a speed that would have left Usain Bolt stumbling along at the rear like a toddler with his legs tied together. After an hour of searching, Troy stopped and held up his hand. "No sign of them. What about you?" he asked the Bloodborne. Sylvian shook his head. "Can't feel anything. They must be taking the night off." "I agree," confirmed Troy. "But why? And what is going on? Why the sudden rash of murders? Every night for 3 nights and then stop? This is not good. I feel like we are running from behind on this one. And let's face it, the fact of the matter is that if the Gargoyle Guardians don't see them, then there is little chance that we can intervene. We'll have to talk to William. This sort of open murder has never happened before. Normally, the bloodsuckers are a little more discreet. Let's head back to the house and talk to the Omega." Troy and Sylvian stood in the kitchen while Tag made a pot of tea and Emily fried a few rare steaks for the young werewolf and the Bloodborne. The two of them had gone through the comings and goings in London, and now both William and Merlin were sitting quietly and thinking. As Tag poured the tea, there was a shimmer of blue light in the room, and the Morrigan appeared, morphing from crow to beautiful women as she did so. "Where the hell have you been?" inquired Merlin snappily. The Morrigan shrugged, which did all sorts of interesting things to the front of her tight dress. "Who, Mama?" said Tag with feeling. "That be some fine-looking body language you expressing there, Miss Morrigan." The goddess smiled. "Why, thank you, Tag. As for you, Merlin," she continued, "I have been here, there, nowhere, everywhere. Why? Are you now my keeper?" "I called for you," said Merlin. "Needed advice." "I know," admitted the goddess. "I heard. But I am not at your beck and call, Merlin, however important you may think that you are." "Pah," exclaimed the magician. "You come when you are not needed and hide when you are." The Morrigan smiled again. Come now, my dear," she said. "Be nice. Anyhow, I come with news. Not good news, I hasten to say, but news nonetheless." "Well, spit it out, woman," snapped Merlin, "before it becomes so out of date that its worth is nullified." "Word amongst the gods is that your Nathan Tremblay has deposed the old Capo and is now the new leader of the Nosferatu. Apparently, he has decided that the Brethren will now take their rightful place at the top of the food chain, and as such, he has advocated a more aggressive stance. It seems as if he has adopted the law of Thelema for his followers." "The law of Thelema?" asked Troy. The law of Thelema was developed in the early 1900s by Aleister Crowley, an English writer and magician, answered Merlin. "Met him a couple of times, complete loon. Anyway, he said, Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Great way to start total anarchy. You think this spate of killings in London could be Nathan's way of making his mark? Asked William. Nor sure, admitted Merlin. Seems pretty random. Kill a few street thugs and a tourist and then stop. Must be some sort of plan, we just aren't seeing it. There's more, said the Morrigan. What? She grinned. Seems as though our young Capo failed to mention to his brethren that his do as thou wilt thing didn't stretch to cover Chinatown. In all fairness, he probably didn't even know about the treaty. Word is that 3 of his brethren ventured into Chinatown in an attempt to feed. Ended up being barbecued. Merlin shook his head. Idiots, I hadn't heard. They must have run into Tangshe. What were they thinking? Maybe this is a good thing, continued Merlin. Maybe this time the Chinese will help us in our fight. The Morrigan shook her head. No way. There are so few dragons left. They will protect their own, no more, no less. And now my news has been delivered, I shall leave. She bowed to all, shimmered into her crow guise, and disappeared. Everyone started talking at once, discussing Nathan and his new position and arguing as to what he might be planning. Look, one thing is for certain, said William. Nathan is not going to stop now. It sounds as if he has declared open season on humans, and there is no way we will be able to keep on top of this. Not by ourselves at any rate. I think that we shall need help. From who? Asked Troy. I know many people, answered William, and it's time to visit a couple of them and get real. While the Omega was talking, Merlin stood up and left, headed for the prof's room. He opened the door, walked in, and nodded his greeting. Just had a visitor, he informed the profiers. And there's something that we need to talk about. It's the Morrigan. I think that we might have a problem. Chapter 20. William looked out of the window at the iconic revolving sign below. New Scotland Yard. He had gone over the speech in his mind many times, but whatever way that he said it, well, it sounded insane. So he has made his appointment with his old friend, Sir Jasper, met police commissioner and head of Scotland Yard, taken Emily with him, and then simply came out with it. The dialogue had not gone down well. Sir Jasper tapped his pen on the desk, his usually expressionless face set in a deep frown. Quite frankly, William, he said, I have no idea how to react. If this is a joke of some sort, then it is in very poor taste. God knows that I don't see enough of you, but to take my time up with some nonsensical story about witches and vampires and werewolves is discourteous in the extreme. I might assume that this was part of some elaborate joke, apart from the fact that it's not even vaguely funny. He shook his head. I mean, if you're in some sort of trouble, then out with it. We've been friends long enough that you can come clean. Whatever it is, I shall do my best to help. William turned from the window. Werewolves and vampires, he said. I made no mention of witches, Jasper. Makes no difference, snapped the chief. It's all bloody Harry Potter nonsense, and you know it. Gangs of blood-sucking fiends roaming the streets of London, packs of werewolves fighting against them. Everybody knows that there is no such thing as a vampire, let alone a human being that changes into a wolf. It's beyond ludicrous. You'll have to show him, said Emily. Show me what? Asked Jasper. I was trying to avoid that, if at all possible. Avoid what? Asked Jasper again. Stop being so cryptic. Let's face it, said Em. The time has come. I think that it's the only way to convince him. William nodded and then started to strip, removing his shirt first and then his boots. As he started to unbuckle his belt, Jasper stood up. What the bloody hell are you doing? Stop it, good God, man. This is the headquarters of Scotland Yard, not some sort of strip joint. Put your clothes back on this instant. Sir Jasper shot out of his seat and strode towards William. Stop, commanded Emily as she brought the power of her coercion into play. The chief jerked to a halt immediately as his need to obey overcame his desire to stop his friend stripping off in his office. Go back, instructed Em. Jasper lurched back to his seat like a marionette, his face a picture of strain as he vainly attempted to resist the overwhelming power of Em's compulsion. Sit. Like an errant dog, the Chief of Scotland Yard slammed back down into his chair. "Now stay still and watch," finished Emily. Jasper stared at William, his face set, his eyes wide open and unblinking. And William changed, morphing slowly into a wolf the size of a horse. Teeth like sabers, muscles like slabs of concrete, and eyes that looked into your very soul. Then he growled. The chief's trembling hand spilled some of his tea into his saucer as he tried to convey some of the liquid to his mouth. After another attempt, he simply gave up and replaced the cup and saucer on his desk. "How long?" he asked. "I mean, how long have you been afflicted?" William smiled. "Some would object to you using the word affliction, but in answer to your question, many hundreds of years." "Good Lord. Both world wars?" William nodded. 1 and 2, Agincourt and the 100-Year War. The Crusades, both Boer Wars. Actually, looking back over time, it seems that mostly mankind has simply been kicking the crap out of themselves. He shook his head sadly. "What a stupid race we are." "And you?" inquired the chief of Emily. "It was you that turned me into a puppet, was it?" Emily nodded. "Sorry about that, but we needed you to see." "Oh, I saw, all right," concurred Jasper. "And a right scary thing it was. But not as terrifying as what you did. You took away all my free will. If you had told me to pour gasoline over myself and light it, I would have obeyed. Bloody painful as well, like someone was trying to smash my brain out of my head with a hammer. Still, needs must, I suppose. No harm done." He turned back to William. "What do you suggest that we do now? I mean, we can't exactly wheel you into Parliament and have you scared the bejesus out of everyone. Simply wouldn't do us any good. Half of that lot have got dodgy tickers to start with. You'd probably end up killing most of them, and the other half would simply refuse to believe what they'd seen. They'd call it mass hypnosis or some such rubbish. Bloody politicians. I suppose that we could get the PM involved, but I'd rather not. She'd listen, but then she'd simply spend half a day talking at me, and by the end she'd have said nothing, and we'd be back at square one." "We cannot tell the truth," said Williams. "Obviously. What we need to do is think of a way to prepare the public and the police force for what seems to be happening and then take it from there." "A cover-up, you mean?" questioned Jasper. William nodded. "No problem. Us Brits are top-notch at that sort of thing. We'll put it about that a bunch of foreigners, probably Russian or Ukrainian, have come over here illegally and are engaged in some sort of turf war. Old Eastern European gang custom that involves the ritual killing of your foe. Vlad the Impaler type of thing. I'll make sure we find enough evidence to support the facts. You know, tattoos, pendants with bat wings on, that sort of crap. Actually, I'll also get some trusted chaps from MI5 and MI6 onto this. Spooks are good at this disinformation game. They'll fit right in. Won't even need to tell them the truth. Simply tell them what end result I want, and Bob's your uncle." "Good," affirmed William. "Look, we should have more info for you in the very near future. I'm sure this isn't simply some random increase in public killing just because Nathan wants to flex a few muscles. No, there's more to this, and until we know exactly what it is, we're still whistling in the dark. However, let's do what we can to ready the troops." He stood up and held out his hand. The chief stood and shook it. "Thanks awfully, Jasper, old chum," said William, "and sorry about the whole wolf thing." "No worries," asserted the chief. "Anyway, as I said, the worst part of the ordeal was the mind control thingy that your girl did. Most disconcerting." "Well, she's not my girl, as you put it, but glad there's no hard feelings." Jasper shook Emily's hand and then watched as the two of them left the building. Moments later, he was on the phone to someone he knew in MI5. "Most of the victims were criminals," noted Troy. "So?" shrugged Emily. "London is full of criminals." "No," denied Troy. "Not 90% of Londoners and tourists, but pretty much 90% of the dead had form. Mugging, GBH, larceny. That can't be a coincidence." "True," admitted M. "So what are you saying?" Obviously, Nathan hasn't decided to become a force for good, and he's sending his Nosferatu out into the streets to defend the innocent and kill the evil. Like some sort of Spider-Man on steroids. Well, obviously, concurred M, because he killed a couple of innocents and snacked on them. So what the hell are they doing? They're taking over, said Tag. What? Asked Troy and M together. Back in the day, answered Tag. When I was still a drug dealer, if we wanted to take over a certain area, then we would start by leaning on the soldiers, the low-ranking dudes in that area. You control them first, and then you move your way up. Starve the head for a while by cutting off the tail. Spread discourse and fear. Make everything harder for the existing bosses to control. Then, after you've softened them up, whittled away at their base for a while, you strike, take out the head, put yourself in charge. You're saying that Nathan is setting himself up to be the king of London's criminal underworld? Confirmed Emily. Tag nodded. It's a classic takeover bid. I reckon that he'd be starting with the higher-ups soon. Next couple of days or so. You'll see we'll get news of some mid-level gangster type found torn to pieces, or sucked dry like a prune. Maybe he'll turn them, added Troy. No way, denied Tag. Not at first. At first it'd all be about intimidation, gaining fear and respect. He'll kill a few more, then he'll consolidate with one gang and take out the others. He'd have to. There's no way that he could control all the gangs. Even him? There'd be just too many thieves and cutthroats and rapists that would want to take over. He's gonna have to be real harsh to get them all to get in line. I think that you're right, said Emily. But why would he do it? I mean, the Nosferatu have countless wealth, so it's not money. Power, said Troy. He's all about power. That's why he turned. That's why he does everything and anything. Control. Power. Maybe, conceded M. But I'm not 100% convinced about that. He's a schemer. Everything he does seems to have some ulterior motive. I suppose we'll just have to wait and see. The kitchen door opened and William strode in. It had been 2 days since he and M had visited Sir Jasper in London, and the chief had asked to see William again that morning. The Omega had been at the Scotland Yard HQ for most of the day. He placed a briefcase on the kitchen table. "What's up, Big Wolf?" asked Tag. William smiled. "Got a surprise for you, Tag," he said. "All of you, actually." He opened the briefcase and took out a wad of laminated cards. He flipped through them and passed one to the big man. Tag looked at it, and then his face spread into a massive grin. "Is this for real, man?" William nodded. "Totally." Tag laughed out loud. "I can't believe it. I'm a bloody super spy." He flipped the card over to Emily, who picked it up and read it, about the size of a credit card. On the front, a close-up head and shoulders of Tag. On the top left, the words MI7, a coat of arms and the security service. Under that, a signature next to the words, Authorized signature Eliza Taylor, Director General MI5. At the very bottom of the card, by order of Her Majesty the Queen, Regnum Defende in defense of the realm. William handed out some more of the cards. "We are now all secret agents," he informed them. "The pack as well, even the Prof and Muller. We are classed as designation MI7 and are now subject to the Official Secrets Act of 1989, Section C6. Don't let it go to your heads. It's simply so that we can refuse to cooperate with the police if need be. If they question you and you need to get out, simply flash your card and tell them that you are acting in defense of the realm under Her Majesty's direct orders. That should do it." "Do I have a license to kill?" asked Tag. "Why? Would that make a difference?" retorted William. Tag thought for a few seconds and then shook his head. "Suppose not. I tend to do it anyway. But still, this is awesome. Only a short while ago, I was a dope dealer, and now I'm friggin' James Bond." William pushed the rest of the cards over to Troy. "There, you're Alpha. Go tell your pack." Troy nodded and left the room with the cards. "Hey, Agent Tag," said William. "Yes, boss." "How about you make us all some tea? Stirred, not shaken." Chapter 21. The white Ford Transit van was parked on the sidewalk outside the front of the King's Cross Community Center. Two men sat in the front of the van. Both wore dark glasses despite the fact that the sun was down. Obviously, the driver an extra muscle for just in case. Next to the van stood a wiry teenager. Hood pulled up to cover his short hair, face awash with pimples, and jeans that sat so low down on his hips that it was questionable whether it was a fashion statement or if he had simply lost his belt. His name was Jamie, and he was the official runner. The side door of the van had been slid open in the back to reveal an interior that resembled a middle management office in an accounting firm. Solid wooden desk, beige carpets, wood paneling. A limited edition hunting print on the back wall. To the side, a small drinks caddy and a filing cabinet. Mr. Stopes believed in giving the punters a bit of class. When you're taking their money, he would always say, at least ensure they think that you're doing so with a bit of class, not some third-rate fleecing. Think like an executive in an insurance company. A thief, make no mistake, but a thief in a suit. And that is the same as being a businessman. And although people hate being robbed, they can live with doing a bit of business. Gives them an out. Makes them feel less like a bunch of cowards and more like they're simply investing in their future. In front of the desk, two armless office chairs. Behind the desk sat a man in a bespoke suit. Not tailored in Jermyn Street or the like, most probably fashioned by some shop in the East End. A reasonable job, but not the best. However, it was necessary because the man behind the desk would be unable to purchase suits off the rack. 6'7" and over 300 pounds of muscle. His name was Benjamin Kowalski. Everyone referred to him as Big Ben, and he was Mr. Stopes's man on the street. Big Ben was busy counting out a stack of cash. When he finished, he bound the wad with a rubber band, stuck it in an envelope, and scrawled a name and number on the outside. Then he leaned forward and shook the hand of the man sitting opposite. Pleasure doing business, Mr. Patel. The man nodded and left without speaking. Jamie, called Ben. Fetch Mrs. Johnson. Jamie threw a military-style salute and jogged into the community center, holding his jeans up with one hand as he ran. In one of the small halls in the center stood a group of around 30 people. Merchants, grocers, scrap metal dealers, builders, prostitutes, pimps, and muggers. A proper cross-section of lower to lower middle-class London. And all of them paid Mr. Stopes a nominal sum of 10% of their weekly turnover. In return, he and his men ensured that no electrical fires started in their premises, or that none of them suffered mysterious work-related accidents such as broken fingers or noses. Also, Mr. Stopes could arrange to have trash delivered to your premises in 10-ton dump trucks, and no one wanted that. But the relationships went deeper than that. He also made sure that no other criminal element bothered his clients. And if you were in a real financial pinch and could prove it with audited books, then Mr. Stopes could organize a short-term loan at rates that were less than double the going bank rate. He also remembered everyone's birthdays, christenings, and even anniversaries. Because Mr. Stopes had long ago learned that you could achieve more with a carrot and a stick than just a stick. Most of the people were standing or sitting in silence, sipping tepid, weak tea from polystyrene cups and nibbling on dry biscuits. There was a doctor's waiting room atmosphere. Or maybe headmaster's study. Tense, nervous, hoping that nothing would go wrong. Jamie beckoned. Mrs. Johnson? She stood, put her tea down on a side table, and followed baggy trouser boy out of the room. Mrs. Johnson was of late middle age, attempting to look like she was in her late 20s. High heels, skin-tight purple skirt, a bulging panty line. Shimmering white blouse, unbuttoned low to expose her cheap breast argumentation that she got on a trip to Greece. Her mouth a slash of crimson, eyes a nightmare of thick eyeshadow and false eyelashes like spiders resting on her eyelids. Both Jamie and Big Ben thought that she was a bit of all right. The middle-aged bottle blonde sat down opposite Big Ben and crossed her legs slowly, pushing her breasts out as she did. Good evening, Ben, she simpered, batting her eyelids. Then she opened her purse and pulled out a thick sheaf of 20s. As she held out the wad, someone grabbed her hair and yanked her out of the van. Ben started to stand up, but with a blur of movement, someone was sitting opposite him, and his mind felt like it was clamped in a vice. Sit! Ben slammed himself back into his seat. Behind the man, he could see another stranger holding Mrs. Johnson up by her hair, her feet a foot above the ground. She was squealing like a piglet, and her one eyelash spider had crawled down her face onto her cheek, leaving a trail of black behind it. Ben glanced towards the two men in the front of the van, but they, like him, seemed to be nailed to their seats. Then two more strangers ripped the front van doors open with a scream of tortured steel. Ben frowned as he noted that the doors had literally been torn from their hinges. A feat that was humanly impossible. Or so he had thought. Both the driver and the muscle were dragged out. The strangers picked them up by their necks and shook them like rag dolls until he heard their necks snap under the force. Then they simply dropped their lifeless bodies on the sidewalk and stood still, waiting. "Good evening, Big Ben," said the man seated opposite him. "My name is Nathan Tremblay, but you shall call me Capo. Now, Ben, you and I are going to have a little cat." Ben struggled to hear clearly as, directly outside the van, Mrs. Johnson's volume of squealing started to increase as her hair slowly pulled away from her scalp. Nathan frowned slightly. "Alan, for God's sake, shut that bloody woman up." There was the sickening sound of a neck being broken and the dull thud of another corpse hitting the sidewalk. "Thank you, Alan. Now, as I was saying, Ben, we are going to talk. I want you to think very carefully before answering because everything that you say, and I do literally mean everything, will be a life and death decision. Do we understand each other?" Ben nodded. "Speak, Ben. I do not trust nonverbal communication." "Yes, Capo, I understand," rumbled the huge man. He could still feel the massive power of Nathan's compulsion. It scared him. But more than that, it compelled him to want to please this strange man. It felt as if this man's approbation was the most important thing in his life. He would do anything for him. Nathan smiled. He was genuinely pleased. "Very good, Ben. Now, where does Mr. Stopes live?" Ben hesitated slightly. Then, "I can take you there, Capo." Nathan nodded. "Bit of a hesitation there, Ben, my friend. See, that doesn't happen again." "Yes, Capo." "Right, Ben. You drive. I shall sit in your seat. One of my chaps will sit up front with you, and the other four will follow." Ben stood. Then he hesitated slightly. "Oh no, Ben. I sense another hesitation." Ben shook his head. "No, Capo. It's just that, well, you only have 6 men. That's not many. It's pay night and Mr. Stopes will have at least 20 men at his place. All armed." Nathan smiled. "Oh, how sweet of you, Ben. You seem to actually care." Nathan looked across at one of the men standing outside. "Alan." "Yes, Capo." "Did you hear? Ben was warning us. Quite the turncoat, isn't he? Already a useful member of our little clique." All of the men laughed. "I wouldn't worry about the numbers, Ben," continued Nathan. "I think that you will find that the 6 of us quite comfortably outnumber Mr. Stopes and his men. Now drive." It didn't take long to get to Mr. Stopes' residence, a 15-story apartment block on the corner of West Square Gardens. Big Ben simply pulled the van up outside the entrance, jumped out, and opened the rear door for Nathan. All 7 of them walked in, Ben leading the way. The lobby was impressive. Polished marble, gilt mirrors, tapestries, and a large water fountain in the center. The concierge, a tall man dressed in a black suit with blue trim, walked up to them. "Hey," he said, "you can't just park the van in front of the doors. Come on, Big Ben. You know the rules." Nathan blurred into movement, striking the concierge in the middle of his chest with a flat hand. The man took off and smashed into the fountain. Seconds later, the water changed from clear to bright red as the man's blood pumped from his broken body, tinting the display. Big Ben led them to the bank of elevators, pointing to the one off to the side. "Private?" he rumbled as he took out a card and inserted it into a slot that caused the door to open with a soft chime. They all crowded in, and Ben pushed the single button marked penthouse. The escalator doors hissed open to reveal a large double-volume lobby. 2 men stood in the center. They were of a type: short, wide, beefy, round, bland faces. like Cabbage Patch dolls on steroids. The one started to greet Big Ben and then did a double take. Oi, Ben, what's with the crowd? Mr. Stopes didn't say nothin' about these blokes. What gives? Nathan gestured with a tilt of his head. Alan, sort them out. The Nightwalker blurred forward and the two men dropped, blood gouting from both of their severed necks, painting the marble floor. Lead the way, young Ben, said Nathan. Step lively, places to go and people to kill. Come on now. Ben showed them through to the main reception room. It was magnificent. Large, open plan. Picture windows along the one side looking out across London. 20+ people were gathered together, and the air was thick with cigar and cigarette smoke. Standing in the middle of the room was a short, thick-set man in a handmade silk suit. He was smoking a comically large cigar, like a bulldog with a bicycle pump in its mouth. He turned to look at Big Ben and raised an eyebrow. Who the hell are these people? His voice was low and rasping, like he had just recovered from a fit of coughing. We're gatecrashers, said Nathan. Well, you're not welcome. Bugger off. Now. Nathan chuckled. So rude. And you didn't even ask what we wanted. I don't care, rasped Mr. Stopes. In fact, you've already outstayed your time with us. He pulled an automatic pistol from a shoulder holster and pointed it at Nathan. Time to start begging for your life, you ponce. The Nightwalkers started to move, but Nathan shook his head and waved them back. Tell you what, Stopes my old mate, he said. Let me just remove my shirt and jacket first so that I don't get blood on it. Then you can blast away. There was a nervous ripple of laughter from the crowd, and Mr. Stopes frowned. Are you trying to take the piss, boy? Because I am deadly serious. No one messes with Mr. Stopes in his own house. Nathan placed his folded shirt and coat on the floor, exposing a body of muscle and sinew, with skin so white as to appear transparent. You could see the blood traveling along his veins, and the striation of his muscles stood out like a backlit medical chart. Man, said Mr. Stopes, you are one creepy-looking mother. He pulled the trigger. The pistol boomed, and a tongue of flame etched across the room. The 9mm slug struck Nathan in the center of his chest and exited via his back in a spray of gore. He dropped to his knees, and Mr. Stopes shot him 2 more times on the way down. Then Mr. Stopes pointed the gun at the Nightwalkers. I'm actually in a good mood, he said, so I'm going to let you live. Take your boss's body and get the hell out of here. Ben, you clean up, and then you and I are going to have a chat. Nathan stood up. Change of plans, he said. I am going to have a chat to everyone here, and you, Mr. Stopes, are going to die. Stopes grunted in surprise, pointed the pistol at Nathan, and fired again. This time, Nathan didn't bother to go down. He simply walked slowly towards Mr. Stopes, a slight grin on his face. Stopes shot again and again until the hammer fell on an empty chamber. Nathan's chest was covered in blood, but aside from that, there was not a single blemish. Oops, said Nathan. Out of bullets. Now it's my turn. His fangs extended, and he latched into Mr. Stopes's neck, ripping and tearing and grunting as he fed. The Nightwalkers stood around him and stared at the rest of the people in the room, daring them to do anything. But no one moved. The spectacle before them was so out of their comfort zones that they had simply shut down, made puppets by the impossible that they had just witnessed. Nathan dropped Mr. Stopes' exsanguinated body to the floor, threw his head back, and screeched. The picture windows shivered, and the humans in the room covered their ears in a vain attempt to keep out the feeding call of the Nosferatu. Then he stood up and let his gaze roam the room, noting well the terror evident on everyone's faces. My name is Nathan Tremblay, he said, but you will call me Capo. Chapter 22. It seems pretty simple to me, said Tag. From what we've deduced, Nathan wants to control the London crime syndicates and families, so we stop the crime. Ergo, Nathan don't got control over nothing. William shook his head. Nice idea, he agreed. But Sir Jasper reckons that there are over 30,000 policemen in the metropolitan area. And if they can't stamp out the crime, how could we even make a difference? Easy, insisted Tag. We be superhero, secret agent, mega-enhanced crime fighters. Also, we can venture outside the usual channels a little. Get things done quicker. No paperwork, no waiting years for trials, no reading of rights. Man, we could burn through these criminals in a few weeks. Bish, bash, bosh. Emily laughed. Bish, bash, bosh. Yeah, agreed Tag. Find them, punish them, move on. You know, William, said Em. He's got a point. I know that I could cover 20, maybe even 50 times more area than a human police patrol in one night. Troy in the pack as well. We can see in the dark, we can smell trouble, literally. And then there's the gargoyles. How many of those in London? There are many gargoyles in London, interjected Muller. But this smacks a little of vigilantism to me. Wouldn't we be taking the law into our own hands? In a way we would, agreed William. However, we are MI7 agents, so strictly speaking, we are the law. The church knight shrugged. Tenuous, but I'll accept that. Right then, said Tag as he stood up. Let's do it. Whoa, countered William. Steady on, old chap. Plan first. Let's sort out the whole when, where, who, and how before we go galloping through London like some sort of natural disaster. Tag sat down. Sorry, that be true. Good man, said William. Right, this is how I see it happening. If we are going to operate in London, then we need to move the pack up to the city. Troy, break the pack down into teams of 5 or so. Then book hotels for them all. Nothing too fancy. 2, 3-star places, we don't want to stand out. Couldn't we have smaller teams, say 2 wolves each? Asked Troy. After all, no amount of street thugs would be a match for a single wolf, let alone 2. Then we could cover more ground. William shook his head. No way. What if they run into a bunch of those new generation bloodsuckers? 5 is the bare minimum. Perhaps 6 or 7 is better. Then when they patrol, make sure they have at least 2 wolves up high on the roofs above ready to help. Right, agreed Troy. Forgot about the vamps. We'll definitely run onto them at some stage. Good. Get a map and grid the area out. Assign each team an area. Then I want you, Em, Tag, Bastian, Muller, and Sylvian at the Shadowhunter penthouse. You guys can also patrol, but I envisage you more as a rapid response team. Anything goes wrong, then you get there fast. Can you liaise with Coldstone and the gargoyles? Oh, and finally, Tag. Leave Mrs. Jones at home. Sir Jasper would go mental if you brought down a firefight in the city. Right, said Nathan. Big Ben. Introduce me to these nice people. Ben nodded and stepped forward. He started at the one end of the room, pointing at each person as he called out their name, what they did, and their connection to the ex-Mr. Stopes and his organization. Paul Levy, east side of the river, drugs and prostitution, been a member for over 10 years now. He proceeded to the next man. Jack Barlow, protection, Soho, and surrounds, runs a gang of around 30 boys, been a member for 8 years. Nathan shook each man by the hand, not caring that his entire arm was drenched in sticky red blood that stained everything that he touched. The gang members were all too terrified to react in any other way than either stunned silence or a deferential nod and a whispered, Capo. The last person to be introduced was the only woman in the group. Of medium height, slender, pencil skirt above the knees, fashionable but flat shoes. Skin as pale as a Disney princess, a short black bob and lips painted a deep fallen soul scarlet. Miss Penelope Garden, introduced Big Ben. Protection, Wimbledon and suburbs, also confidence and hacking, fairly new to the group. She curtsied and greeted Nathan, her voice husky, her breath all musk and wood. My lord. Nathan stopped and grinned. Penelope, he answered. I have a feeling that you and I shall be getting along just fine. Perhaps we can have a drink together afterwards, suggested Miss Garden. Just to touch base, as it were. Perhaps, agreed Nathan. Penelope smiled and her eyes flashed a tiny hint of victory, a touch of belief that she was in control. What blood group are you? Asked Nathan. I'm sorry. You heard me. Blood group? I think, oh, positive. Nathan nodded. Good. Yes, I think that we shall meet afterwards. For a drink. The expression on Miss Garden's face fell as her momentary surge of confidence melted away to be replaced by fear and trepidation. But first, continued Nathan, we need to talk about how things are going to be run from now on. Big Ben here shall be my mouthpiece when I am not with you. He speaks with my voice. If anyone disobeys or even hesitates when he gives one of my orders, then that person, their family, and their friends will become fodder for the brethren. Now, do not worry overly much. I am not going to change things to any great degree. Instead of paying tribute to Stopes, you shall pay me. My nightwalkers and my blood wraiths will also be patrolling my streets at night. They will take care of anyone who is either not part of this organization or anyone who is attempting to carve out a solo career. In other words, you work for me, or you don't work at all. Now listen very carefully because this part is important. He pulled folded piece of paper from his trouser pocket, unfolded it, and held it up for all to see. On it was an artist's impression of Emily. He had no photos, but the drawing had been skillfully done, the artist even managing to capture the ethereal light that shone in the teenage girl's eyes. I shall leave this with Ben. He will make copies for you all. Many copies. You will instruct all of your people to look out for this girl. Find her for me, and you shall be rewarded. If you find her, then contact me through Big Ben. Do not attempt to apprehend her, as that would not end well for you. Do you all understand? Everyone nodded. Good. Any questions? No one spoke. Oh, come now, urged Nathan. Speak up, I don't bite. He laughed. Oh, of course I do, but I won't bite you for asking a question. Paul Levy put his hand up. Capo, he started. What is a Nightwalker and a Blood Wraith? Nathan gestured at his bodyguards. Nightwalkers, they are members of the Nosferatu, who I have deemed to be the very best of the best. Blood Wraiths are the best of the best. Levy kept his hand up. Yes? Snapped Nathan. Sorry, Capo. Just to be sure about this. You are vampires, are you not? Nathan smiled, pulling his lips back to expose his fangs. That would be an affirmative, yes. Are you going to turn us into vampires? Continued Levy. No, answered Nathan. Not yet. There was a collective sigh of relief. But I still might eat some of you. However, not now. Time is wasting, and I have a set of twins and their mother to visit. He glanced at his watch. 6 hours until sunrise. That should be more than enough time. He picked up his shirt and jacket, bowed, and left the room, leaving 2 nightwalkers behind to watch over his new den of iniquity. Chapter 23. The house must have cost north of £10 million sterling. Electric gates, in-out driveway, and large double-volume portico-style entrance. It was situated in Richmond, behind the cemetery, overlooking the park. The house sported a discreet brass plaque next to the gate. Plumpton Manor. Please ring bell for entrance. Above the sign was a swivel-mounted CCTV camera. Nathan didn't bother to ring. Instead, he simply told Alan to get out of the limousine and open the gates. The Nosferatu did so by grabbing them and pulling, tearing them off their hinges and stripping the gears and locking mechanisms as he did so. He cast them aside and got back into the car. The driver pulled up outside the portico, jumped out, and held the door for Nathan. The Capo strode up the steps and opened the front door open, smashing it into the entrance hall with one punch. Cooey, he called. Come on out, Auntie Plumpton, you have visitors. An old man appeared at the end of the corridor. He shuffled slowly down the long white hallway until he was a few feet away from the 4 vampires. And who might you be? Inquired Nathan. The old man looked up at him and scowled. I might be the king of Siam, he said, but that would be unlikely. As it is, I be Monty. I be the Plumpton's driver. Have been for 30 years now. And I tell you, young man, Auntie is going to be mighty pissed at you for breaking her gate and her front door. Mighty pissed. What your problem, you keep breaking stuff? Anyways, why you here? Nathan laughed. Oh, the faithful old family retainer. Plucky and cantankerous, but with a heart of gold. Well, I'm afraid that we shan't be needing you, Monty. So I'm going to have to let you go. Nathan struck the old man in the chest so hard that his sternum and rib cage folded in like a collapsed balloon. The sound of his breaking ribs was audible in the room, a loud crackle of splintering bone. He dropped to the floor without a sound, desperately and unsuccessfully trying to suck some air into his ruined, punctured lungs. "Come along," commanded the capo as he strode down the corridor and into a large withdrawing room. The nightwalkers followed closely behind him. In the withdrawing room sat 3 people. 2 men dressed in almost identical dark suits and a tall, bony woman who looked like a man in drag. The woman was holding a double-barreled shotgun, and it was pointed directly at Nathan. The capo could see her finger tightening on the trigger as he walked in, so he held up his hand and unleashed his coercion. "Stop." The old woman started to shake as she desperately tried to break his mental hold on her. "Impressive," admitted Nathan. "You are a very strong lady, beyond willful. I actually have to put in a fair amount of effort to control you." He stepped forward and took the weapon from her hands. Then he casually bent the barrels into a U shape and gave it back to her. "There you go," he said. "Best to remove the temptation. Now we can chat like civilized adults." "You killed Monty," spluttered Mrs. Plumpton. "Did I? Oh, you mean the old retainer. I'm sorry. Was he a friend?" "Of course not," replied Auntie in an affronted voice. "He was a mere servant, but he was my servant, and you had no right to kill him." "I see," said Nathan. "Pray tell, Mrs. Plumpton, or may I call you Auntie? Do you have any more servants in the house?" "Of course," answered Auntie. "We aren't peasants, you know. There's Cook, the 2 maids, and the gardener. Mind you, the gardener's not here at the moment. He lives out." "Call them," commanded Nathan. With gritted teeth, Auntie gestured for one of the twins to pull a bell cord. He did so vigorously and then sat down again, never taking his eyes off his mother. Under a minute later, the cook, a plump woman of indeterminate middle age, and 2 younger girls dressed in classic black and white maids' outfits stood in a row in front of Nathan. "Alan," said the capo. "Kill them." There was a blur of movement, and 3 decapitated bodies fell to the floor. To the Plumptons' credit, none of them screamed or shouted. They simply stared in amazement both at the speed and the bloodiness of the multi-beheadings. "You see, Auntie," said Nathan, "I have the right to kill whoever I want. You, however, live and die by my whim. So a little less attitude from you will go a long way. Do you understand?" Auntie Plumpton sneered and said nothing. Nathan grinned. "Such spirit. Pity that you're such a dried-up old hag. I might have fancied you in your day." "How dare you?" asked Auntie. Nathan sighed and shook his head. Then he turned to face the twins. "Good evening, gentlemen," he greeted. "Which one is which?" "I'm Barry, and this is Larry." "Ah, yes," noted Nathan. "Different color suits. The navy blue suits you, Larry, and the midnight blue complements your eyes perfectly, Barry." The twins both smiled expansively, absurdly pleased that the capo had noticed their sartorial differences. "Now, lads," continued Nathan, "you mother is a rather headstrong character, old and set in her ways. Mr. Stopes, oh, sorry, I take it that you do know Mr. Stopes?" The twins nodded. "Yes, of course." So, as I was saying, Mr. Stopes was much the same. So, obviously, I had to dispatch him. I must be honest with you, I am thinking of doing the same to your dear mother. But before I do, I would like to get your input. Should she stay or should she go? If you think that I should spare her, and you are both sure that she will remain under control, then I shall follow your advice. Be it on your heads." "Ha!" interjected Auntie Plumpton. "My boys would never condemn me," she shouted. "Looks like you're stuck with me, Mr. Hoity-toity." Larry leaned close to his brother, and they had a quick whispered conversation. "We have a question," said Larry. "Ask away." "Who would be in charge if Mother was gone?" "Why, you 2, of course," answered Nathan. "Then we think, that there is no need to spare her," said Larry. We only ask that you make it quick. After all, she is our mother. Barry tapped Larry on the shoulder and whispered into his ear again. Okay, said Barry. Sorry, sir, he continued. Barry says that there really is no need to make it quick. Take as long as you want. You reprobates, shrieked Auntie Plumpton. You cowardly, useless, evil bastards. Mother, retorted Barry. Language, please. Nathan walked over to the old woman and let his fangs extend. Then he slowly lowered his head to her neck and sank his canines into her, inch by agonizing inch. And finally, she screamed in pure terror. Afterwards, he licked his lips, stood up, and addressed the twins. From now on, he said, you will call me Capo. And he took out a picture of Emily. Chapter 24. The people that William referred to as the core team were ensconced in the penthouse apartment above St. Pancras Station. William, Troy, Bastian, Dietz, and Sylvian. And of course, Emily. Merlin had stayed in the forest residence with the profo. The rest of the pack had been divided up into 6 teams and spread around London in various mid-range hotels. There are over 1,000 churches in London, but many of them no longer had sentient gargoyle guardians on them. There was still a scattering of gargoyles on various public buildings, libraries, theaters, and some private clubs. But on the whole, if the pack was going to clamp down on criminal activities, it would be by putting foot, or paw, to pavement. Em sat in an armchair in the main sitting room and stared out of the large windows, watching the city enter the night as the sun went down. As usual, the boys had all collected in the kitchen. A bottle of Jack Daniels and a pack of playing cards, and they were happy. Texas Hold'em. Tag was telling a story about his grandmother, a pile of sweet potatoes, and a jerked chicken. The gargoyles were silent. Em could feel the pack on the edge of her mind. Always there. She could feel William and Troy. She knew that their feelings for her were strong, but those feelings were so mixed up with reverence, protectiveness, watchfulness, and chivalry all gathered together under the auspices of the pack that she had no real idea what they felt for her on a strictly personal basis. Just because someone is prepared to die for you does not necessarily mean that they love you. I mean, Secret Service agents didn't love the president, but they would take a bullet for him without hesitation. In fact, they didn't even have to like the person that they were protecting. She wondered if that was simply the case with William and Troy. Duty. She also had nothing to gauge her own feelings against. William was actually the only man that she had ever kissed, and she was pretty sure that she wouldn't get a chance to kiss, let alone meet another normal human being. How could she? One of the core team was always watching out for her. She lived in a cocoon of protection. And even if she did meet a normal boy. What then? Hi, I'm Emily. I'm sorta a vampire. I think that I might also be part werewolf, maybe even a gargoyle. Who knows? I'm not immortal, but I am so close that it makes no difference. I've traveled a lot, but haven't seen much of the countries that I've been in on account of spending a lot of time under the ground in hidden cities. Oh, I went to the River Styx once. Met Karen the ferryman of Hades. He gave me an axe. I call it Deathwalker. I'm stronger than an entire football team, run faster than a cheetah, and could beat Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris in a fight at the same time. Yeah, I know. What a turn on. Also, I can't cook, only started wearing proper makeup a year or so ago, and before I forget, I'm a bit of a mass murderer. I'm a Leo, and I like taking long walks on the beach, but I don't drink blood anymore, so that's a plus. She stood up. Darn it, she said to herself. I need to get out. Alone. She left via the front window, knowing that they would hear her if she left via the front door. She climbed up to the roof, invisible in the nighttime shadows. Then she jumped down the back of the building, headed to the station, and caught a tube. She had been gone for over 10 minutes when Troy stopped playing cards and cocked his head to one side. She's not here, he said. Immediately, all of the men stood up. William rushed through to the sitting room and Tag checked the other rooms. No one here but us, concurred Tag. Right, said William. I'll wait in case she comes back. You lot split up. Troy and Sylvian take the roofs. Dietz, Tag, Bastian, the streets. Go, gentlemen. find her and protect her. Emily took the tube to Temple Station and then walked to the center of London. Not the 300-year-old plaque in Trafalgar Square that marks the traditional center of the city, but an obscure spot next to an old Victorian bench in front of King's College, the actual geographical center. She sat on the bench and allowed her senses to roam. On a whim, she was trying something that she had never attempted before. She could vaguely feel the pack wandering the city. As well as that, she could connect with the many gargoyles. But instead of communicating with them, she merely let her mind wash over them, linking with their unconscious as opposed to the conscious thoughts. Trying to feel what they felt, or even see what they were seeing, hoping for some sort of drone's eye view of the city. As she scanned, she could feel William and Troy. They were concerned, looking for her. She knew that she should put their minds at ease, but she simply needed some time alone. She relaxed more, obtaining an almost zen-like state. And then she saw all. But the images were jumbled up in her head. Too many all at once, flooding her senses. Confusing, like some sort of 60s acid flashback. Or an early MTV video. Disjointed and random. So she pushed them all to the back of her mind, allowing only the strongest feelings to come through. And she felt the pull. She felt fear. She stood up and walked over to the front of King's College. Then she scaled the walls and headed for the roof. There she stood for a while, looking out over London. The Eye. The Gherkin Building. The iconic skyline. As soon as she had her bearings, she started to move, running and jumping from building to building, heading west towards Mayfair. Not sure why, simply following her feeling. All the time, the flashing images assailed her senses, but she kept them at the back of her mind, instead allowing only the simple gut feelings to permeate through, skimming on a subconscious level, following the scent of someone's fear, their panic. This was something the pack could do with ease, especially when they were full wolf. A normal wolf can hear a conversation from almost 8 miles away. Its sense of smell is over 100 times greater than a human, and its eyesight is more sensitive to movement than the highest grade of military motion detector. And the pack were not normal wolves. In fact, they were to a wolf as an Olympic athlete is to a toddler. In short, as long as one of the pack was within a couple of city blocks of an incident, then Emily would know. The daywalker stayed on the rooftops as she traveled, moving at super speed, exploding across major roads, keeping to the shadows created by the moonlight and the neon, letting the feeling pull her west like an iron axe head to a lodestone. No, it took her mere minutes to complete a trip that would have taken almost an hour by car and not less than half of that on foot. There are around 100 acts of criminal violence reported every day in London and surrounds. Considering that this is a city of almost 9 million souls, that is not a bad statistic. Unless, of course, you happen to be one of those 100 people. Then that crime rate is very high indeed. But it also remains a fact that if you can cover enough ground and you have the ability to feel fear, then you are pretty much assured of encountering at least one of those criminal acts. Below her was an alleyway, a shortcut from the 5-star Connaught Hotel to the parking garages on the high street. Low lighting, no line of sight from the main street or the hotel. A perfect place to ambush wealthy patrons after they had had a bite to eat or a drink at the hotel and were now heading back to their car. 3 men were holding a middle-aged couple at knife point. Moonlight glittered off the woman's bejeweled fingers and ruby-studded necklace. The man's gold Rolex and diamond pinky ring a further testament to easy pickings. The man was on his knees and blood ran freely down the side of his face. Above his eye, a bone-deep cut. One of the thug's blades was a dull red. All 3 criminals were laughing. Forced, high-pitched faux mirth that they thought enhanced their macho-ness, their street vibe. It showed how little they cared. Look at us. We're bad. We're mean. And we enjoy it so much we laugh while we do it. And then vengeance dropped from the sky. The woman screamed and all 3 thugs flinched. "What the hell?" shouted one. "Where did you come from?" Emily wasn't in the mood for banter or wisecracks. Instead, she dispatched the 3 criminals swiftly and efficiently. 4 seconds later, all 3 lay on the floor, arms and legs bent at impossible angles. Their knives were all stuck deep into an adjacent oak tree, only their hilts protruding. She helped the victim to his feet and inspected the cut. "You'll need stitches," Em told him. "Here." She took his handkerchief from his top pocket, wadded it up, and pushed it against the wound. "Keep pressure on. Go to the hotel. They'll call someone to help." He nodded. "Thank you." Em smiled, ran to the end of the alleyway, leaped onto a second-floor balcony, turned, waved, and disappeared. On top of the roofs once again, she opened her mind, felt the pull, and moved. Within the next 2 hours, she had stopped 2 more muggings, thwarted a car theft, and prevented a smash-and-grab robbery at a jewelry store. She was busy looking down at 2 armed men as they approached a late-night pawn shop when Troy appeared next to her, materializing out of the dark in full Wolfman mode. He said nothing, but his unblinking golden eyes spoke volumes. "I'm sorry," she said. "I needed some time alone." Troy growled softly and pointed at the 2 approaching men. They had both drawn sawn-off double-barrel shotguns from beneath long coats and were about to enter the pawn shop. The Wolfman drew his paw across his throat. Emily nodded, and they both leaped from the building and landed behind the armed thieves. A blur of movement, and the shotguns had been turned into steel and wood pretzels, and the thugs were unconscious on the sidewalk, their arms in a similar condition to their weapons. Emily opened the door and beckoned to the shopkeeper. "Excuse me, sir," she called. "Could you call the police? There are 2 men out here with shotguns. Not to worry, my partner and I have taken care of them. I doubt that they'll be a problem for at least a few hours, but they need to be cleared away." She waved goodbye and blew a kiss. "Bye now. Have a good evening." By the time he got to the door, there was no sign of Emily or Troy. Emily sat at the kitchen table. In front of her, a large mug of Tag's steaming hot syrupy sweet tea. "You need to tell us when you are going out," said William. "If I did, then you would send someone with me," countered Em. "Only for your own safety," insisted William. "We need to protect you. I'm afraid that I must insist." Em stared at the Omega, her expression blank but her eyes betraying her emotions. Her anger. "Protect me? Insist?" she asked. "Poor little Emily needs protecting by the big, strong men. Can I please have the big, strong men's permission to take a walk by myself? Excuse me, sir, but could I have permission to leave the room?" She stood up. "I think that we had better get one thing straight here, Mr. Male Chauvinist Wolfman. If I want to go out by myself, then I will. I don't need your permission or your protection." "What if you run into a group of vamps?" asked William as he stood up to face her. "What then?" Emily slatted her eyes and pushed her jaw out. "I will take care of them." "Oh, just like that," snapped William. Emily growled and unleashed the full force of her coercion. William was slammed back into his seat, and the rest of the men around the table could not stand up either, even though they shook with the effort. Then Deathwalker appeared in Emily's right hand. She walked up to William and held the axe in front of his face. "Yes," she said, just like that. Then the axe disappeared, and Emily shut her coercion down, allowing the men to move once again. Tag laughed out loud. "Man," he said, "that was scary. I tell you what, I felt like a child strapped to the naughty chair. Couldn't move a muscle." "Sorry," said Em, "but I needed to prove a point." "That wasn't the point that needed proving," said Troy. "We all know how formidable you are. We know how powerful you are. We know all of those things. But when we don't know where you are, it worries us. If only for our sakes, Em," he asked. "Let us know when you're going out. I know you need some alone time, but don't shut us out. Please." "What he said," added William. "And I'm sorry if I sounded condescending. It's difficult for me. I mean, I am the Omega after all. I'm used to obedience." "I'm not Pac," said Emily. William laughed. "Yes, you are," he said. "You're just different. But whatever you do or say, you cannot stop us trying to protect you. So you're just going to accept it and tough it out." "Well, you know where I stand, girlie," said Tag. "I be your bodyguard, so I do have to insist on knowing where you are. It's part of my job description." Em shook her head and then smiled. "Thanks, guys," she said. "It's good to know that you all care. I'll try harder. When I need to be alone, I'll tell you." The men nodded their agreement. "On the plus side," continued William, "between Em and the pack, we prevented or interceded in 11 separate incidents last night. That pretty much means that we took care of around 10% of the crime in the city. We keep that up, and it's going to have an effect on Nathan and his plans. Also, as word gets around, I reckon that we'll find that quite a few criminals are going to be looking for easier work that doesn't involve the risk of the night coming alive and beating the crap out of them." Chapter 25. The next night, Em went out with Troy and Bastion to keep her company. The rest of the pack roamed the streets as they had the night before. So Em found that she was not as efficient when working with others. The two men distracted her thought process, and she was less able to sense the sources of trouble and fear. Nevertheless, they still managed to put a stop to 2 muggings and a car theft, leaving the perpetrators bent and broken on the sidewalks. One of the pack teams, however, came across a crime of far greater magnitude, and their response was vicious and overwhelming. It was just before midnight, and 2 young girls were taking a shortcut through St. Mary's churchyard. They climbed through the broken wire fence and turned left into Biggleswade Passage, a short, unlighted alleyway that led to Elliot's Row where Charlotte lived. Both her and Susan shouldn't have been out that late. Both of them had yet to see their 13th birthdays, but Charlotte's single mom worked night shift, and Susan's parents were well drunk by 10 o'clock almost every night. So, she tended to stay at Charlotte's most of the time. Her parents didn't actually seem to even notice she was seldom at home. The 2 girls had both popped out to see a movie and missed the night bus, so had to walk home, turning a 10 o'clock arrival into a midnight one. From a safe stroll into a nightmare. There were 4 of them. Grown men. The youngest, 22 years old. The leader in his mid-30s. They had nicknames: Stomper, Masher, Switchblade, and Hammer Time. Collectively, they had spent over 30 years in juvenile court or prison, graduating from petty theft, up through the leagues to GBH and armed robbery. They had been drinking heavily, and it was now time to move to the next level: rape, and most possibly torture followed by murder. They snatched the girls as they exited Biggleswade Passage, bundling them roughly into the back of a white van, slapping them hard as they did so in order to stifle any cries for help. Then they drove for a short while, stopping outside an industrial storage unit in the Stopford Industrial Center behind the station. The girls were muscled inside a storage area and the doors slammed behind them. A single large room, concrete floors, a few standing floor lamps creating pools of shadow in the large, cavernous space. 2 broken sofas and 2 single steel canteen chairs in the center of the room. The men took a roll of duct tape and bound the girls to the chairs, legs taped to the chair legs and arms strapped behind their backs. "Right," sneered Stomper. "Time for some fun, hey lads?" Masher giggled, his voice high and loud. Switchblade pulled out a knife and flicked it open. The blade gleamed dully in the lamplight. He moved forward and ran it down Charlotte's cheek. She started to scream, but he backhanded her, splitting her lip and bruising her cheek. "You make a noise, sweetheart," he said as he placed the tip of his blade in her left nostril. "And Uncle Switchblade would cut your friggin' nose open." Masher giggled again, high, strident, almost like a train whistle. "Please," whispered Susan. "Oh, very polite," said Stomper. "Please. Okay, as you asked so nicely, I'll do you first." He stepped over and tore at Susan's blouse, scattering the buttons and tearing the fabric to expose her training bra. "Oh, sweet," sneered Stomper, pink, with a butterfly on. Susan started to whimper, too afraid to cry out. "Hey," called Stomper. "Switchblade, come over here and cut that bra off, will you? And don't be too gentle. Nothing wrong with a few surface cuts to spice things up a bit." Switchblade swaggered over and extended his knife hand. But before he reached Susan, there was a blur of movement and he disappeared as a huge shadow smashed into him and carried him off. Then the building was full of the sound of growling. Low and deep and visceral. The windows shook and you could feel the timbre deep in your soul. A sound that connected directly to your amygdala and spoke to your survival system. And it said, "All hope is lost. Two of the surviving gangsters drew knives. Hammer Time drew a 6-shot, 38 special. All about them, shadows moved, impossibly fast, seeming to disappear and then appear in another completely different place. All the while, the growling continued. A choir of insanity. Both Susan and Charlotte were almost comatose with fear. Then the wolves struck. Stomper and Smasher went down in a welter of blood, and Hammer Time pulled off a few shots, missing with all of them. And then one of the wolves walked slowly up to Hammer Time. He was huge, as big as a horse. Hammer Time pointed his pistol at the great animal and pulled the trigger. Once, twice. Click, empty. Both shots struck the wolf in the center of its chest. It didn't even blink. Then it walked up to the would-be child rapist and calmly bit his head off. Finally, Charlotte screamed. But the wolf walked over, and with a deftness that seemed impossible from such huge teeth, it stripped the tape from both of the girls' arms and legs. Then it lay down in front of them and put its head on its paws. When the girls looked around, they saw 4 more wolves, all of them lying down, heads on the floor, relaxed. "They're not going to eat us," whispered Charlotte to Susan. "I think that they're friendly." "Oh yeah," breathed Susan. "Tell that to the pervert with no head." "Doesn't count," argued Charlotte. "He's a baddie." The wolf shuffled forward on its belly until it was next to Charlotte, then it raised its massive head up, opened its jaws, and licked her face. Charlotte giggled. "Stop it, that tickles." Then the wolf nudged her with its nose, pushing her towards the door. "They want us to go. It's telling us that it's safe," said Charlotte. The wolf nodded. So, on rubbery legs, the 2 girls left the building. The wolf followed them to the road. Charlotte looked at him for a moment and then threw her arms around his neck. "Thank you, Mr. Wolf," she said. The wolf looked at her with his big golden eyes. Then he winked once and was gone. Once again, William stared out of the window at the revolving sign that read New Scotland Yard. Behind him, seated at his desk, head in his hands and breathing like he was suffering from an asthma attack, was Sir Jasper. "Okay, Jasper, old man," said William. "You wanted to see me and I can tell that there is a problem. Best get it out in the open before you rupture yourself." "I honestly do not know where to start," said Sir Jasper. "Obviously it has something to do with the way that my pack are handling things. Come on, spit it out." Jasper shuddered. "Your pack. Good God, man. Can't you at least call them your chaps or your fellows? Pack is just so primeval," suggested William. "Primitive, visceral, honest. They are wolves. They are pack. And the last time that I looked, they had dropped the crime rate in the city by over 10%. More than that, they are spreading fear amongst the thieving classes that will, very soon, develop into an exponential drop in crime. The night no longer belongs to the criminal element. It belongs to us. You cannot hide in the shadows if you suspect that those selfsame shadows may very well come alive and eat you." "But it smacks of pure vigilantism," argued Jasper. "Rubbish. The pack are registered agents of MI7. We are a legitimate arm of Her Majesty's government." "But last night was too much," said Jasper. "Why?" "Good God, William," spluttered Jasper. "Your pack killed and dismembered 4 adult men. Then they threw the dismembered body parts over the walls of Belmarsh Prison. Each piece had a handwritten note attached. It read, 'On all wrongs, swift vengeance waits.'" "It was a warning," countered William. "Those men were well-known bandits, and they were about to rape, torture, and kill 2 little girls not quite into their teens. Pack law states that the children are sacrosanct. No evil against them will be accepted. All child molesters will be dealt with in the harshest possible manner." Jasper stood up. "William," he said, "please, we live in a civilized world." "Do we?" asked William. "Tell that to those young girls." Later that evening, Troy walked into the kitchen in the penthouse apartments. As usual, everyone was sitting around the table drinking tea. He laid a piece of paper on the table. "What's up?" asked Tag. Troy gestured at the paper. Tag picked it up. "It's you." he said to Emily. "It's a drawing of you." "Where did you get it?" asked Em. "The pack," answered Troy. "On the street. They're finding them on most of the criminals that they take down. There's hundreds of copies out there. It's like someone has put a criminal APB out on you." "Oh, crap," said Bastian. "That's what this is all about. Nathan is recruiting the underworld so that he can get to Em." Everyone turned to look at her. "Damn," cursed Em. "I suppose that this is the last time that I get to be alone for a while." Chapter 26. Betty Grant, the manager of Madame Petunia's House of Fun, heard an almighty crash as the front door was smashed off its hinges. She looked up at her row of CCTV screens to see a slightly built, dark-haired man with a hat and a large Jamaican-looking man carrying a heavy-looking rucksack. She pushed the panic button under her desk, calling her 2 Nigerian security guards. They ran into the office, both carrying sawn-off shotguns, and she merely pointed at the screen. They nodded and headed for the front door in order to intercept the gatecrashers. Betty followed them down the corridor and stood behind them as they challenged the 2 strangers. "Hey!" shouted Anuli as he brandished his shotgun. "You can't come breaking things here. Get out." "Yeah?" agreed Bako. "What he said. Get out." "I'm sorry," said the smaller man. "We're looking for Miss Grant, Betty Grant." Betty waved. "That's me. What the hell is going on here? Do you have any idea who protects us?" She shook her head. "Obviously not. If you did, you wouldn't be here. I mean, I work for the guy and I don't even want to be here anymore." Sylvian raised his hat. "Greetings, my lady," he said, smiling at her. Betty was hit by the full force of his Gallic good looks and sultry French accent, and she actually felt her knees go weak. "I'm afraid we do not arrive with good news. Actually, we've come to close the place down. Permanently." Betty shook her head. "I can't allow that," she said. "The Capo would go mental, and then he'd eat one of us." "No," she continued. "I think that you had better leave right now, or I shall be forced to let my boys fill you with buckshot." Sylvian smiled again. "Tag," he said. "Take care of the boys, won't you?" "Sure," rumbled the big man. He stepped forward and grabbed Anuli's shotgun by the barrel. As he did so, the Nigerian pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang, and Tag's shirt was shredded as 1638 lead balls impacted his chest with the same force as a burst from a 9mm submachine gun. Tag grunted, ripped the weapon from Anuli's hands, and bent it into a horseshoe shape. Then he turned to face Bako. The second Nigerian simply dropped his shotgun and put his hands up. "Hey," he said. "I want nothing to do with this. Bloody vampires eating people and big Jamaicans with superhuman strength that don't mind getting shot with 2 barrels of double-aught buckshot. This just be too freaky, man. I'm going home. Back to Lagos." Tag nodded. "Both of you, go before I change my mind." The 2 security men scuttled out the broken front door and disappeared around the corner, running like rabbits from a fox. "Now, Miss Betty," instructed Sylvian, "please could you call all the girls and the customers to the front of the house?" He glanced at his watch. "I will give them 10 minutes, and then anyone left inside the building will probably be killed in the fire. Come on, time is wasting." 10 minutes later, a small group of people stood outside the house of Madame Petunia and watched the flames take hold. The rucksack that Tag had been carrying had contained a number of incendiary grenades, plus 5 gallons of a napalm-like substance the prof had manufactured for them. The building had gone up like the proverbial Roman candle and had burned down to ground level in mere minutes. By the time the fire department arrived, there was nobody there, and the house was a smoldering wreck. Betty Grant and her girls had vacated the area, as had the clients, so the fire department had no one to question. They hosed the place down to prevent the fire spreading, left a guard, and went back to the station. The next afternoon, the twins came around to check on their number 1 source of income, only to find they were now the proud owners of a fire-blackened building plot, as opposed to a swinging, money-making house of ill repute. Needless to say, neither twin was impressed with the protection that the Capo had promised. Actually, it would be reasonable to say they were not impressed at all. The only thing that was consoling them was the fact that the second most profitable part of their operation, an opium den and drug wholesaler in Fulham, was still operating at top speed and making more money than ever before. That next morning, they received the news that the opium den had been burned to the ground. The clients had been spared, but the drug dealers themselves had all perished in the blaze. The twins decided that it was time to call the Capo. Big Ben was waiting for the twins when the escalator doors opened. Nathan had decamped into Mr. Stopes's penthouse, and Ben had become his right-hand human, go-to-man, and personal slave. The huge Cockney was a shadow of his former self. His thick head of hair had visibly thinned to the point that he had effected a loose comb-over. His round, stolid face was now a mass of loose skin, jowls, and scowls. And his suit hung on his frame like a giant's robes upon a dwarfish thief. In short, Big Ben was now Medium Ben. Working closely with the Nosferatu obviously did not become him. "Come in," he greeted. "The master awaits." The twins walked into the main reception room, joining a group of another 10 men. They recognized a few of them. Only a few short days away, they were the opposition. Now they all worked under the auspices of the Capo. Nathan strode into the room. "Greetings," he said. "I know why you lot are here," he continued, pointing at the 10 men. "Some sort of deposition. But you two, for what do I owe the pleasure?" "We have a problem," answered Barry. "A few problems," added Larry. "As do we, Capo," interjected Jack Barlow. "I used to run a firm of 30 lads east of the river, protection and the like." "So?" asked Nathan. "What's the problem?" "Well, as of this morning, I only run a firm of 14. The rest are either banged up in jail, absconded due to being too scared to venture out onto the streets, or worse, dead. Even the ones I got left ain't much use to man or boy. They hear a loud noise and start bloody whimpering." "And whose fault is that, Mr. Barlow?" asked Nathan. "Well, it's not mine," argued Jack. "I ain't done nothing different. It's those things that are patrolling the streets at night." "What things?" "I don't know," admitted Jack. "The stories that my men have told me don't rightly make sense." "What things?" insisted Nathan. "Monsters," said Jack. "Wolves the size of horses. People that aren't actually people 'cause they too strong and fast, and I'm told that they can fly." "Yeah," added Paul Levy. "And a witch, or something." "A witch?" questioned Nathan. "Apparently," insisted Paul. "She looks like a young girl, but actually she's like the worst of all of the monsters. She can be in 2 places at the same time, and she just has to look at you and you die. Or so they say." He ended lamely. "And who are they?" asked Nathan. "Please tell." "Well, them, you know," said Paul. "The people in the know." Nathan smiled. "So," he said to himself, "Emily has come out to play. Excellent." Then he walked over to Jack. "I suspect that your discipline has become rather lax," he said. Jack shook his head. "No," he denied. Nathan hit him on the side of his face with an open hand. The sound of his jaw breaking was audible over the crack of the slap. "I was speaking," said Nathan. "Now, go back to your lads. I am sending one of the night walkers with you. He will explain to them that there are things that are more terrifying than wolves or witches. Then they will continue to do their jobs. Now go." Jack staggered from the room, followed by one of Nathan's night walkers. "Bartholomew," called Nathan. "Capo," answered the night walker. "Be firm, but don't break too many of them. Maybe 2, 3 at most." Bartholomew bowed. "Your will, Capo." "The rest of you," Nathan addressed the remaining gangsters, "go. From now on, bring me only good news. Any more of this unseemly whining shall be met with measures most harsh. And keep an eye out for the girl. It's no good to me hearing half-baked stories of her flying and going invisible. I want to know where she has been seen. When? By whom? At what times? Now go." The group left the room and filed onto the elevator, filling it to capacity. Except for the twins who hung back. "Capo," said Larry. We need to talk. Why? Since you have taken over our family business, we have lost both the knocking shop and the drug den. To all intents and purposes, that's 80% of our business. We're as close to broke as we've ever been. Nathan shrugged. Oh well, then what use are you to me? Two middle-aged, talentless, unemployable men, lacking in moral fiber and looking for a handout. So, no one would have dared attack us when Mother was still around, said Barry. In fact, interjected Larry, until you came along and ruined everything, no one was attacking anyone. Now, for some reason, you seem to have brought down the wrath of the gods on us all. What the hell is going on, Capo? I mean, no disrespect, but we need to know. Or how can we react? How can you react? Laughed Nathan. What can you do to stand against the pack? Don't be pathetic. You mere mortals cannot stand against what has been unleashed. Even with my full protection, you would struggle to survive. But that's not a problem. I never did expect any of you to make it through this ordeal. But as long as the girl is in play, then all is going according to plan. And now, things are afoot. So, continued the capo, what to do with you two pathetic peons? The twins ran for the stairs at the same time. Nathan let them get far enough to almost believe they had a chance of making it before he struck. They both tasted exactly the same. Chapter 27. Nathan had collated all the info he had on Emily, but it didn't help him much. She had been sighted in so many locations in London he could see no pattern to her movements at all. It seemed she simply was there whenever something was going down, and usually something that involved GBH or physical harm to someone, as opposed to a break-in or willful destruction of property. So, Ben, said Nathan, what do you make of this? Ben's left eye twitched and he flinched slightly when Nathan spoke. But he knew better than to ignore the question. When the capo asked, you answered. It's like she knows, Master. Knows what? She knows when something is happening. She never gets there before the event. She doesn't know where our people are until they do something. The capo stared at the ex-big man. Ben's twitching increased under his master's scrutiny, and a bead of sweat rolled down his face. Nathan smiled. Very good, Ben, he said. Very astute. So simple yet so easily overlooked. She can sense when something is happening. It's like she has a violence radar. Or fear, added Ben. A fear detector. This time, Nathan laughed out loud. Out of the mouths of morons, he commented. Bloody brilliant. She's sensing their fear, probably a combination of both. The punter's fear and the attacker's elation, nerves, whatever. A unique blend? He leaned back in his chair. I wonder how she does it. He asked himself. Then he stood and patted Ben on the head like a dog. The Cockney squirmed in his seat, thankful for the praise while, at the same time, disgusted with himself and the fear he felt for the capo. Bartholomew! Shouted Nathan. The Nightwalker appeared at his side like magic. Yes, Capo. Put together 3 teams. 1 Nightwalker in each and 15 blood wraiths. Then tomorrow night around midnight, I want them at 3 separate areas in London. Then each team needs to find a small group of people, anyone. Take them into a dark and secluded place and torture them. Odds are that Emily will sense at least one of the attacks and come running. Tell the teams to take her down hard. But don't kill her. Make sure they have chains, silver handcuffs, whatever restraints that they need. Then get her to our warehouse on the Isle of Dogs. That's where we'll interrogate her and find out what she has done with the potestatum. It shall be done, Capo. And make sure that they box clever, instructed Nathan. Lookouts on the roofs, a perimeter. This girl is dangerous and she could have help, probably a few wolves. Bartholomew smiled. There will be 16 of us in each team, Capo. Rest assured, we shall prevail. Good. Call me tomorrow night when she is at the warehouse. The Nightwalker bowed and left. Nathan looked at Ben for a while, his hands steepled in front of him, expression thoughtful. Finally he spoke. You have done well, Benjamin, he said. And as such, I have decided to bestow the ultimate reward on you. I am going to turn you. I am going to gift you with immortality and power beyond your wildest dreams. So let it never be said that the Capo does not take care of those who serve him." Ben's eyes stopped twitching and a look of obvious relief washed over his face. He smiled. Nathan smiled back. Then Ben pulled a revolver from his jacket pocket and placed it against his own temple. "I'd rather rot in hell," he said. "You evil piece of crap." And he pulled the trigger. Chapter 28. "We've discussed this already," said William. "Not really," argued Em. "You guys spoke at me and told me what I was going to do. If I remember correctly, I agreed to think about it. Both Sylvian and Troy have been with me the last 2 times, and now I want to go out by myself." "Look, Em," said Troy. "Tell you what, let me come with. I promise that I won't talk or get in the way." Em rolled her eyes. "Okay, fine, whatever." The 2 of them left via the roof. Em pushed hard, and Troy managed to keep up, but had to morph into Wolfman mode to do so, tearing his clothes off as he ran. They stopped when they reached the roof of the Shaftesbury Theater. Emily didn't comment, but she was amazed that the young werewolf had remained with her as she had pushed as hard as she could, hoping to make a point. Troy changed back, and the 2 of them stood together, looking out over the capital city. They were close. So close she could feel the heat from his body. "You know," she said, "I still can't get used to the way that you wolf dudes go around naked like it's normal." "It is normal," countered Troy. "And once you've changed, then you pretty much don't have a choice. And wolves don't wear clothes." "Yeah, granted," conceded Em. "But it's different." "Suppose so." Em could see Troy in her peripheral vision, his sculpted muscles, the night shadows throwing his chest and abs into stark relief. He had a slight grin on his face, almost mocking. "If it makes you feel any better," he said, "you can always strip down." "Ha, in your dreams." Troy nodded. "True that," he said. Em blushed. "Damn," she thought. "All this power and I still can't stop blushing. Bastion would laugh at me." Then she felt it, from many directions at once. "What the hell?" "What's happening?" asked Troy as he felt the weight of Emily's emotions reach out to him. She pointed. "There," she said. And there, groups of people, innocence, pain, terror, they're hurting them on purpose, torture. It all started at almost the same time. Emily grabbed her head and squeezed. "It's too much." "It's orchestrated," said Troy. "Why else would it start at the same time? To what purpose, though?" "Whatever it is, we have to stop it," shouted Em. "Slow down," urged Troy. "Think, which incident is the closest?" "There," answered Em as she pointed. "Southwest. The others are much further away." "Tell the pack," said Troy. "Give them the general directions, tell them all to move. We'll take the closest one." Em blasted her thoughts out to the pack. She could sense them howling in sympathy with her pain as they ran. Scanning, searching, hunting for the perpetrators of the evil deeds. Then Em and Troy both felt the overwhelming strength of the Omega. "Wait." His command echoed in their minds. "It's a trap. It must be." "I know," said Em, "but there's nothing else that we can do except spring it." "No," returned William. "Wait for backup." Emily started running. "Can't wait. They're dying." Troy morphed into Wolfman mode and followed, stumbling slightly as his body refused to disobey his Omega. But then William released him from his thrall and commanded him to protect Emily. The 2 of them were a blur in the night, moving so fast they looked as though they were actually flying. "There," said Emily. "At the end of that alley. Looks like an old print shop. They're inside. I reckon at least 10 vamps." "There's more," growled Troy. "I can smell them. In the rooftops. Another 3, maybe 4. We can't do this. It's a definite ambush." Em shook her head. "We can't not do it. They've already killed at least 1 innocent. Watch my back. I'm going in through the front." Shock and awe. Andy Vine had started the London Ghost Walk Company back in 1992 and was considered to be one of the foremost midnight ghost entertainers on the circuit. For £10 per person, he would regale a group of up to 8 people with stories of terror while he guided them around the hidden areas of London. He advertised his walking tours as a night of terror that you shall never forget. It was a good bit of fun, and many of his customers were repeats, or were there via recommendations from their friends or colleagues. Tonight, it was a private tour organized by a Canadian businessman. It consisted of the businessman himself, his 6 top salespeople, and the secretary that he was having an affair with. They were all experiencing a night of terror that they would never forget. Ever. Except perhaps for Bob Townsend, head of sales, Edmonton Division. And that was because Bob was already dead. His dismembered body lay in a small pile of assorted limbs, torso, and body parts in the middle of the small warehouse. The remaining 7 tour members and the guide, Andy Vine, sat in a circle around the gory pile. Behind each stood a blood wraith. At the far end of the room stood a nightwalker named Carl. Beside him, the remaining 3 blood wraiths. The blood wraiths in the circle were playing a game. Each took a turn to damage the person in front of them in such a way as to bring about the most pain, fear, or damage without actually killing them. Because they knew the more emotion they elicited from the victims, the more chance they had of attracting Emily. Already, all the victims were bleeding profusely from numerous cuts and bites. One of the blood wraiths leaned down, ripped the secretary's ear off, and spun it across the room like a miniature frisbee. The other vamps laughed, and there was a smattering of applause. "I wonder if you can do that with a nose?" asked one of the vamps as he grasped the tour guide's head and tilted it back. He reached down, and the front door exploded. There was a blur of movement and a spray of blood as the nose-threatening vampire was smashed against the far wall some 20 feet away, turning his head into a pulpy mash. Deathwalker appeared in M's right hand, and a tornado of wind started up as she spun around the circle, hacking and cutting. But these were no ordinary vamps. These were blood wraiths, the best of the best. And where Deathwalker would have beheaded a normal vamp, a blood wraith had already moved. So instead of a killing blow, the axe delivered a heavy injury. Arms were lopped off, ribs sliced open, and jaws hacked off faces. Troy Wolfman leaped over the circle of death and attacked the Nightwalker and his 3 bodyguards, dispatching 2 of the blood wraiths in under half a second. Then the Nightwalker and the remaining blood wraith were on him, hacking and slashing with their extended talons. Troy kept moving, remembering Bastion's training. Dancing, leaping, and rolling constantly. But these 2 were good, and Troy was taking big hits. Blood streamed from multiple deep gashes in his flesh. His left wrist was broken, and his ribs shone dully through the deep rents in his torso. But as he fought, he rejuvenated, flesh and bone knitting back together. However, it was taking its toll, pushing the Wolfman to the very edge of his limits, exhausting him utterly. He managed to get behind the blood wraith, and with a savage twist of his neck, he tore his head off. Then the Nightwalker struck him. Troy flew through the air and crashed into the wall. Loose bricks and mortar fell down on him as he slumped to the floor. Never before had he fought anything so powerful, so fast, so unbelievably strong. But he was Alpha. He was Pack. Troy threw back his head and howled. "I am Pack. This is my territory. Beware." Troy changed from his wolfman mode and went full wolf, atavistic and primal, an animal protecting his own. Primitive, pure, and unique. The essence of the pack. The Nightwalker fought back as best he could, but he was no match for the Alpha. The Protector. Within seconds, there was not enough vampire left intact in order to heal or rejuvenate. Troy bound over to Emily to find that she had dispatched all the other blood wraiths. Her axe was still in her hand. Oddly, the innocent tourists were not moving. They simply sat on the floor, their faces blank. No fear, no emotion, nothing. Troy tilted his head to one side and sniffed at them. "I glamored them," said Em as she saw the quizzical look on the wolf's face. "I'll wipe their memories of the worst just before we go." The Alpha morphed back into Wolfman mode. Outside, He gasped as he fought against the pain that was consuming his body. There are more vamps outside. As he spoke, 3 more blood wraiths ran in, their movements so fast as to appear like stop-motion photography. One instant they were at the door, and the next millisecond they were next to Emily. Troy tensed his muscles, ready to fight. But there was no need. Emily's axe blurred and 2 blood wraiths dropped, headless to the floor. Then she punched the 3rd one on the side of his face, and his head literally exploded from the impact. Troy blinked in amazement. 4 of them had almost killed him, and Em had taken almost that many down in less than a second. She grinned at him. "It's a flaw in their training," she said. "They're fast and all that, but as soon as they saw that I was just as fast, they tend to anticipate. So all that I do is start a movement and then stop an attack from a slightly different angle. It throws them completely. They just cannot stop their initial reaction in time, given that it all happens in microseconds." Troy laughed, changing back to human form as he did so. "That was just a very convoluted way of saying that you are much faster than them," he said. Em nodded. "I was trying not to sound too arrogant." Troy smiled and then pitched forward as his injuries overcame him. Emily rushed over and caught him, holding him tight against her to stop him falling to the floor. "You're naked," she said. "Again." "I know," whispered Troy, and he kissed her. Chapter 29. Nathan shook with fury. Next to him, the dying body of a blood wraith lay twitching, throat torn open and limbs broken. In a fit of pique, the Capo had killed the messenger for bringing bad news. The nightwalker, Bartholomew, stood at the door and avoided the Capo's eyes while he waited for him to calm down. Finally, Nathan spoke, his voice quivering with rage. "Talk to me, Bartholomew. You checked the place out. What happened?" "By the time that I got there, Capo, the area had been cleared, but there was still enough evidence to put the puzzle together." "Good. Had the girl been there?" "She had been seen heading for the building, so yes, we must assume that she was." "And how many wolves with her?" inquired Nathan. 10? 20? Bartholomew took a deep breath and then cleared his throat. "Do not be nervous," commanded Nathan. "Tell me the truth." "1, my Capo." Nathan screeched loud and long. The picture windows shivered and 2 light bulbs popped. Such was the amplitude and pitch. "1? "Yes, Capo," affirmed the Nightwalker. Judging from the blood spatter and marks on the walls and floor, there was the girl and a single wolf. From what I can deduce, the girl killed most of the brethren. The wolf took care of 4, including the Nightwalker, Carl. "Impossible," muttered Nathan. "What, Capo?" asked Bartholomew. "Both," snapped the Capo. "A wolf cannot beat 3 blood wraiths and a Nightwalker. They are the very best of the best. And for the girl to have single-handedly brought the true death to another 13 of our most gifted warriors, I simply cannot— No, I will not believe it. What about the other 2 teams? At least they must have slaughtered the wolves that came for them." Bartholomew shook his head. "Sorry, Capo," he answered. "The wolves never came. They must have suspected that it was some sort of trap." "If they knew, then the girl must have known," said Nathan. "That means that she was confident enough to walk into the lion's den knowing that she could defeat the lion." He looked up at Bartholomew, his eyes bright red with anger. "What say you? The truth." "I agree, my Capo," answered Bartholomew. "She has become a force to be reckoned with, as has the wolf that she was with. We must assume that the wolf was special. If all of them were as powerful as that one, then they would have simply sprung all of the traps." Nathan nodded. "True. Well done. So if we can take out the girl and the single wolf, then I feel that we shall have little to worry about." Nathan walked to the window and looked out at the night. "Bartholomew, go and fetch me some humans. 10. Anyone will do, but make sure that no one sees them. Take them to that room that Mr. Stopes used to use to interrogate people." "As you command, Capo," said Bartholomew. "May I ask why?" "Yes," acceded Nathan. "I need them because I'd like to make a collect call to someone who might be able to help us out." The room stank. 4 of the people that Bartholomew had found were homeless vagrants that hadn't seen a bathroom for many years. 2 were street prostitutes, and the others were made up of 2 tourists, a young shop girl and an itinerant salesman. Nathan ordered Bartholomew from the room and locked the door. Then he turned and faced the group, stilling them with his coercion as he did so. "Normally, I would have a bit of fun with you all," he said to them. "But unfortunately, this is business." He shook his head and sniggered. All work and no play makes Nathan a very dull boy. His fangs and talons extended, and he walked up to the first homeless man. "Time to die," he whispered as he drew his talons across the man's neck, severing his carotid artery. The man sank to the floor, shivering slightly with reaction as his life's blood drained away. "Morrigan," called Nathan, "I need you." He moved on to the next man and repeated the procedure, calling out for the goddess of war once again. Slowly, he moved down the line, killing and calling, entreating, offering his sacrifices to the entity known as Morgana and Morgan Le Fay and Matcha and Nemain, to the goddess known as the Morrigan. And just before he got to the young girl who was the last in the line, a blue light appeared in the room, flickering and pulsating before it metamorphosed into a huge crow, and then finally, a beautiful woman. "You came," said Nathan. "I could not refuse the blood sacrifice," answered the Morrigan. "Oh well, looks like I don't need you," said Nathan to the young girl. "Would you like to leave?" The girl nodded, her face drawn but relieved at her unbelievable good fortune. Nathan laughed. As if. He ripped her throat open and drank deeply before dropping her corpse onto the floor. "Sorry." He apologized to the goddess. "Hungry. Come, let us leave this charnel house and talk in the withdrawing room." The 2 of them left and headed for the open plan lounge with its views over the park. "May I offer you some sustenance?" inquired Nathan. The Morrigan shook her head. "I have some particularly good red wine," continued the Capo. "Chateau Margaux, 1787, 260 years old. Also cognac. A lovely Massougne, 1805. I recommend it most highly." "The Napoleonic Wars," said the Morrigan. 1805, the Battle of Trafalgar. Her eyes misted over with memories and her lips twitched, a tiny hint of a smile. "I believe I shall take you up on that offer, Nathan," she said. "It was a good year. I remember it well." The Capo snapped his fingers, and with vampire-enhanced speed, Bartholomew appeared beside the Morrigan and offered her a crystal brandy balloon with a large measure of the 212-year-old spirit. She held it to her nose and inhaled the flavor. Smoky, sweet, and earthy. The memory of cannon fire, musket smoke, and screaming horses. Of men crying out in agony. The triumphant cheers of the British sailors as they bested the combined might of the Spanish and French navies. The deaths of almost 7 million people. Good times they were. Oh, how she missed them. How she yearned for war once again. But a war centered on her and her beliefs. A genuine war in the old style. Not one of these modern wars carried out by drone and aircraft and diplomacy. And you got little more genuine than the ancient battle between vampire and humanity. The age-old struggle between good and evil. And with a flick of her wrist, she downed the rest of the cognac. "Right then," she said. "Why did you call me?" Nathan told her about Emily and her wolf, how the girl had bested 13 of his top warriors with relative ease, and how the wolf had done the same to one of his nightwalkers. "She has become exponentially more powerful than before," said Nathan. "I must be honest. It is a worry." "You only have yourself to blame," pointed out the Morrigan. "What were you thinking, turning her into a vampire?" "I never thought that they would permit her to live," argued Nathan. "I was punishing her." The Morrigan shook her head. "I have no idea why you are so obsessed with that girl. After all, she wasn't that big a problem before you turned her." "She was," snapped Nathan. "Things were fine until she came along, with her superior attitude and her long blonde hair and red dresses, flaunting herself for Sir William like a tart." The Morrigan said nothing. After all, what could one say to a man who had over a century of bitterness and jealousy locked into his very soul? A man who had allowed the poisons of envy and animosity to fester and breed instead of using his time to grow and nurture his inherent goodness. Humans were so fickle, so short-sighted. Finally, the goddess spoke. "I can help," she said. "Give me a week. I shall return when I am ready." Nathan went down on one knee. "Thank you, goddess." "I'm not doing this for you," sneered the Morrigan as she shifted back into the guise of a giant crow. "I'm doing it for me." And with a flash of blue, she disappeared. Chapter 30. Edilal ita sequitur est quodo reperio sequi Morrigan, shouted Merlin as he let the spell go. Red and yellow light flared in the room and the air filled with an ochre-colored smoke. "Reperio sequi Morrigan," repeated the prof as he swung a silver thurible about him, spreading thick clouds of purple incense. Slowly, the ochre smoke dissipated, and then, when only the purple smoke from the thurible was visible, both Merlin and the prof commanded together. "Quaerere, seek." A soundless explosion of blue light filled the room, and then all the smoke was gone. The room was clear, smelling faintly of ozone. Both men looked like they had just run a marathon. Sweat dripped from their faces, and their clothes were wet enough to wring. They were both breathing heavily, and the prof's right arm was actually trembling from the effort. They left the room and headed for the kitchen to get something to quench their thirst. William was sitting at the table, having come back from London for the day to check up on the forest getaway. In front of him was a huge pile of barely cooked steak. He was eating with his hands. "Hey," he greeted. "What's with the exhausted looks?" "We've been putting a spell together over the last few days, and it's been rather taxing to say the least," answered Merlin. "Why?" questioned William. "Big one? What was it for?" No, said the profau, "not at all. Small it was, almost infinitesimally small. You see, it had to be so tiny so as not to be detected by the recipient." Merlin gave the prof a stern look, and the old boggart stuttered to silence. "Yes," mumbled the profe. "Most small. Tea? Anyone? Unfortunately, Tag is not here to make us some of his splendid brew, but I shall endeavor to do it justice." William laughed. "Good God, how did that happen?" "What?" asked Merlin. "Tag's tea," answered William. "How did that become our drink of choice? I don't even know how he makes it. Sweet, overpowering, tastes like no other tea ever. And now it's our beverage of choice. The first time I tasted it, I had to force it down. Now it's like a drug. I actually crave it." "Me too," admitted the prof. "And I," added Merlin. There was a long pause, and then Merlin spoke. "Actually, what the hell does he put in that brew of his? I reckon that maybe we need to find out." The Morrigan flared into being in her cottage, assuming the guise of an old woman, a form that she was most comfortable with. She lifted a flagstone from the floor and took out a small silver box. The box was unadorned, plain and solid with no discernible keyhole or lid. Then she fetched an old bone-carved key from a secret compartment in her wall, above her fireplace. As she placed the key near to the box, a keyhole appeared. She inserted the bone-carved key and turned. Another keyhole appeared next to the first. She took a small iron key that was hanging from her necklace and inserted that. A third keyhole opened. She chanted a phrase in a guttural language, moving her hands in the air to trace an intricate pattern as she did so. And a third key materialized in her hand. This one was made of ice, and she inserted it and turned quickly before it melted. A line appeared to reveal a lid, which then sprang open to expose the contents. There were 3 items of such magical power and rarity that they warranted the rigmarole of opening the Morrigan had just gone through. A single dragon scale, like a piece of solid rainbow some 2 inches square. A clipping from a fairy's wing. And about 3 inches of frayed, sturdy rope. She took the rope out and concealed it in her robes before closing the lid and returning the magical box to its hiding place. This piece of rope was a cutting from the god Poseidon's net, and, as such, When even a tiny piece was cast into a weapon, it could capture and hold the strongest opponent, at least for a short while, long enough to physically bind them. With a blast of light, the Morrigan was gone. Chapter 31. To not fear someone who could defeat almost 20 blood wraiths with ease would be the act of a stupid lunatic. And although even Nathan would admit that mentally he may be a bit different, he was far from stupid. So he had decided to move his England HQ to a more defensible spot. A place where Emily would not be able to waltz in unannounced and rip his head off. Not that he considered himself to be a lesser warrior than her, but it paid to be prudent. After all, what good was immortality if some slip of a girl came along and ruined it all by turning you into a pile of hamburger? Once again, the Capo was amazed at just how much one could achieve in a short space of time if money was literally no object. Especially when the offer of wealth was backed up by a show of fangs and the promise of a long, painful death if you failed to comply. Nathan had contacted the CEO of a major building and contracting company, offered him over $20 million to do a job that would normally cost less than $5. Then he had explained the time constraints involved. Id est, he wanted it done by yesterday. And finally, he had provided an extra incentive by tearing the man's secretary to shreds in front of him and then promising the same would happen to him, his family, his friends, and even his casual acquaintances if the job was not completed on time. Months of work became days, and Nathan was now ensconced in his own private maximum security fortress situated in an industrial complex on the Isle of Dogs in the London Docklands, opposite the Greenwich Dock. High fencing, infrared alarms, and CCTV. A double fence system filled with guard dogs. Nathan was under no illusion that the dogs would slow a wolf down. However, they were there to alert the brethren to a wolf's presence, not to defend them in any way. Because a dog will go apoplectic with fear whenever a werewolf gets within 1,000 yards of it. On top of that, there were subtle guard towers every 100 feet. They looked like mere observation posts, but each one held a human sniper. They were the very best mercenaries that money could buy. The central warehouse had been converted into an uber-luxury living space for the Capo, industrial loft chic. But many of the rooms were empty, and many corridors led to dead ends. Some corridors were even booby-trapped with silver-shot claymore mines attached to tripwires. A veritable maze of death. A nightmare for any attacking force that managed to get inside the perimeter. Not that Nathan envisaged that happening. The place was totally impenetrable. Ha, he said to himself as he stood alone in his private rooms. Let's see you get through that security. Beware of overconfidence, observed a voice behind him. Nathan literally jumped 6 feet into the air as he spun around. Shit, he cussed. How the hell did you get in here? The Morrigan sat in one of the wingback chairs, a vague look of amusement on her face. I'm a god. I go where I want. But how did you even know where I was? We have a link. From now on, I will always know where you are. A look of consternation flashed across Nathan's face. The Morrigan shook her head. The answer to what you are thinking is no. Emily cannot find you, nor can she enter the way that I do. You can rest easy in your prison. It's not a prison, snapped Nathan. It's a fortress. And how did you know what I was thinking? The Morrigan sighed. What part of I am I God did you not understand? Really, Nathan, stop being so obtuse. Fair enough, conceded the head vampire. Why are you here? The Morrigan held out the small piece of rope, offering it to Nathan. The vampire looked puzzled. Is this some sort of binding ritual? He asked. Is the rope symbolic of something? Because I'm not sure how intimate I would like us to become. After all, I owe you, but I do not worship you. The Morrigan rolled her eyes. True worship cannot be compelled, she said. You of all people should know that. No, this is not symbolic. It is actual. An actual piece of rope. Not any old rope, said the Morrigan. This is a piece of Poseidon's net. I thought that Poseidon carried a trident. He does, but he often fought with Zeus, attempting to usurp his throne. However, Zeus was too powerful. So Poseidon called upon Hephaestus, the Greek god of the forge, fire, and volcanoes, and he asked him to make him a net of gold. A net that would be powerful enough to negate Zeus's magic and render him helpless. This is part of that net. It's not gold, noted Nathan. Obviously, admitted the Morrigan. It never was, but a normal rope net would be far too prosaic for the myths and legends. Trust me, this rope is from the actual net. Nathan nodded. I see. Very impressive, I'm sure, but how does that pertain to me? The Morrigan teased a single fiber from the piece of rope. A tiny part, even one as small as this, still has the power of the whole. The magic imbued within enables every fraction to still be capable of capturing one's opponent. I'm sorry, said Nathan. I'm not getting it. The Morrigan sighed. Put simply, the net itself was just a net, no more or less capable of ensuring Zeus than any other net. However, the powerful binding spells that Hephaestus imbued the rope with made it possible to catch a god. In other words, if you took this piece of fiber and cast it into the blade of a sword or the head of a bullet, and then cut or shot Emily Shadowhunter with it, it would bind her. It would negate her power, render her helpless, like she had been drugged, for a time at least. How long? The Morrigan shrugged. Not sure how powerful she is, but long enough to allow you to put additional restraints on her. Titanium shackles, silver chains, that type of thing. What if I wove that fiber into another net or a rope? Asked Nathan. Would that bind her as well? Definitely, concurred the Morrigan. However, I would suggest a ranged weapon like a rifle. That way you could take her out from a safe distance. How much would I need in each projectile? Theoretically, the tiniest piece would do it, but to be safe, I would say an inch-long piece of fiber. The Morrigan stripped a few more pieces from the rope and handed them to Nathan. That should give you enough for 30 rounds of ammunition. Use it wisely. It is irreplaceable. Nathan took the strands and peered at them closely. So, I shoot her with some of this, and then what? She should go into a coma, freeze, fall over. I'm not sure. All I know is it will stop her. Anything designed to stop Zeus can stop anything. What's wrong? You don't seem that impressed. Oh, I am, countered Nathan. It's just that I'm wondering how to find her. She won't fall for the same trick twice, and for this to work, I'm going to have to set up quite a sophisticated ambush. Snipers, bait, a good field of fire, easy access, and an area that suits us more than them. I honestly see no way that I can do that. The Morrigan scowled. I can help with that, she admitted begrudgingly. And she told Nathan about the gargoyle guardians and how they were being used as spotters and lookouts. But not all gargoyles, she finished. Only the very few sentient ones. To take advantage of the knowledge, you shall have to do some very subtle reconnoitering first. Find out where some guardians are and then work it back from there until you have your perfect battleground. Nathan's eyes flashed with anger. Don't you think that this is something that you could have told me before? I have lost many brethren due to my ignorance of this fact. The Morrigan stood up. Blue light coruscated around her, and she seemed to grow in stature. I am not your servant, Nathan Tremblay. I am not yours to command. Neither am I your ally. Granted, admitted the vampire. But we are, at very least, partners. The Morrigan shook her head in denial. We are not even acquaintances. In fact, I despise you and your brethren. Leeches and destroyers, the lot of you. But as I said before, I am the goddess of war. Em and William and Merlin and their ilk would have peace for all. As it is, in the modern world, I have very few worshippers. Humanity has embraced technological war. War without honor. No longer are 1,000 ships launched over passion and lust. Now wars are fought over oil and political expediencies. Over distances by missiles, or by skulking cowards using IEDs. I need a war fought between personal protagonists like those of old. Man against man. A war of passion, an honorable war. But this war, a war between humanity and the Nosferatu. This will be a war where I shall become known again. From that will stem great power. I could once again become what I was, a god, feared by many, worshipped by all warriors. Only a short while ago, I went to the other gods for help, to help the humans, but they turned me down. What was the point, they asked? I argued. But now, after much thought, I see their position. Nathan nodded. He understood the draw of power. He knew its heady feel, its addictive qualities. The Morrigan morphed and disappeared, a sneer on her lips. Chapter 32. Sir Jasper assumed the stance of headmaster, or perhaps Victorian-era father. Legs apart, hands behind his back, and eyeglasses perched halfway down his nose. On his face, an expression of supercilious authority. It was time to put the proverbial foot down, and the Knight of the Realm was about to do so. "Let me tell you something, William," he started. "Here, in the United Kingdom, at the height of the Cold War, back in the late 60s, early 70s, it was estimated there were approximately 80 to 100 Russian spies in the United Kingdom at any one given time. Some attached to the embassy, some deep undercover, and some double agents. However, the KGB was never actually the omnipotent bogeyman that everyone thinks it was. In fact, most of the Russian spies were well compromised, and we knew about them. We obviously tried to turn as many as we could. Those who couldn't be turned met with terminal accidents. I believe as many as 10 a month, sometimes as high as 30. You see, people forget that the Cold War was an actual war, albeit clandestine." William shifted in his seat. Sir Jasper had insisted that he come to this meeting, and now the old plotter was babbling on about the Cold War. The Omega wondered when he was going to get to the point as he glanced surreptitiously at his Rolex. "We managed to cover up those murders without the public ever suspecting a thing," continued the head of Scotland Yard. "Now, however, things have gotten out of hand. 10, 20 a month is easy to handle. But 10 or 20 bodies a night? In the age of the internet and CCTV, well, quite frankly, it is unsustainable, and I'm amazed the press hasn't caught on to it yet." Sir Jasper turned to fix William with his sternest glare. "I'm afraid that, as of right now, your silly games simply have to stop. It's over." "What about the crime figures?" asked William. "Not important, old chap." "Bullshit," snapped William. "It's very important." "No, it is not," insisted Jasper. "Because that is not what you lot are involved in. You are not crime fighters, policemen, bringers of justice. No. You are merely glorified ghostbusters, vampire hunters. Stop pretending you are doing this for the common good. You are doing it for your own means, whatever they may be. And quite frankly, I'm getting tired of taking the political fallout for you and your nefarious ambitions." William sat for a few seconds without moving, controlling his breathing, willing himself to remain human. Then he spoke. "How dare you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "You weak, pencil-pushing, pathetic politician. Your irrelevant crime figures are down by over 70%. But you might be correct. Maybe that is irrelevant. So let's talk about the common good. Have you ever confronted a vampire? Not Emily. She is a saint. I mean an actual blood-sucking, murdering, soulless creature of the night? No, of course not. They are like a deadly virus, Jasper. And without someone controlling them, they will spread unchecked throughout the whole world like the worst contagion imaginable. The Black Plague, the Great Influenza Pandemic. Together, those two incidents killed over 100 million people. Now imagine that virus as an intelligent, conniving, megalomaniacal entity. Imagine it as an enemy that sees humanity as mere cattle. Or worse, as mere food. At least cattle are treated relatively humanely. And you dare to say that we do not work for the common good? Jasper, this is the last time that you will call me to your office. The very last time. If I decide we need to speak, then I shall contact you. And you will continue to clear up whenever we tell you to. Remember, I do not need your permission. We have been fighting this fight for thousands of years. Thousands. We have sacrificed all. Now bear that in mind when you next sleep peacefully at night. When you roam the streets of London at will. When you breathe and eat and play, you do so because of us. This isn't some sort of political power game. Man up, for God's sake, Jasper. Man up and do the right thing. It's our turn, said Bastian. You let Troy run with you, but never us. So tonight, Sylvian and I are tagging along. It's not a social outing, argued Em. Why not? Asked the Bloodborne. It could be if we allow it to be. Tell you what, why don't we take in a few sights? The London Eye, Tower Bridge, the Palace. Then later we'll stop in at the Opera Terrace in Covent Garden for a drink. Maybe a late-night dinner at Porter's. Emily sighed and then smiled. It was obvious that whatever she said, the boys would always find some excuse to accompany her. And she admitted to herself that to refuse would be churlish about. And dinner at Porter's, the famous pie shop near to Covent Garden, sounded like fun. Okay, she acquiesced. But just you two. Let's not turn this into some sort of traveling circus. As always, they left via the side windows and climbed onto the roof. And only a few miles away, within sight of the gargoyles on the roof of the Natural History Museum, a group of 3 vampires readied themselves. They were in a dark blue Mercedes-Benz and were waiting for the signal that they expected around 11 o'clock. When they got the word, they were to single out a couple of victims and drag them into the receiving area behind the museum. Invisible to all but the gargoyle guardians that they had ascertained were on the roof of the said museum. And on other roofs close to the museum lay 3 other vampires, all of them accomplished snipers. They had been lying there for 2 days now, having snuck in under cover of darkness, using utmost stealth so as not to be spotted by the guardians. Each was armed with a L115A3 sniper rifle that used the 8.95mm round fed via a 5-round box magazine. And every sniper had 2 full boxes of ammunition. But this was not normal ammunition. Every slug had been hand-cast and polished, and in each casting lay a single 3-inch coiled strand of fiber taken from Poseidon's net. Also, secreted in various apartments, underground parking lots, and public conveniences situated close to the museum, waited another 30 blood wraiths and 3 nightwalkers. The nightwalkers were in a single group together, and with them they carried a long length of sturdy rope. And although it looked normal, it was far from it. Nathan had got one of his craftsmen to incorporate 2 strands of Poseidon's net into the weft of the rope, turning a normal household item into something that would be capable of restraining Emily Shadowhunter on a permanent basis. A binding even she would be incapable of breaking out of. On top of all of this, Nathan had ensured a few fast cars were waiting close by, and at the London airport in the docks, a private jet stood fueled and on standby. Because once they had captured Emily, they were to take her to the jet and fly her to the headquarters in Italy, to Castel Gandolfino, the formal residence of the ex-capo di tutti capi, Janus Augusta. Here she would be deep in enemy territory, and there would be no chance of the pack finding her, let alone rescuing her. Then the fun would begin. Then she would pay. And now, the perfect trap waited to be sprung. Chapter 33. This was most definitely the best day of Mary's life. Who would have thought that at the relatively advanced age of 52, she would finally find love? And considering her strict Roman Catholic upbringing, her fanatically strict parents, and the fact that her local parish priest seemed to think that literally everything was a sin, it was even more amazing that the love of her life would turn out to be a middle-aged woman called Petunia Johnston. God, her parents would have turned in their graves. She and Petunia caught the coach from Canterbury that morning, booked into a hotel near the Natural History Museum, and then spent the day with over 2,000 like-minded people, joining in a march on Parliament demanding that the Anglican Church allow gay marriage. They had waved their "Hate Won't Stop Us" placards, they had sung songs, and they had danced in the streets. Later, they had joined a great group of people at Compton's of Soho and swapped stories and drunk too much until around 10:30 when Petunia suddenly went down on one knee and proposed to her. Everyone had cheered and laughed and cried, and they had brought a last round of drinks and then decided to head back to their hotel for a little private celebrating. They had just walked past the entrance to the museum when a car pulled up next to them. The doors opened, and the next thing that they knew, they were sitting in the car. Both of them had a severe case of whiplash, and their bodies felt as though they had gone through a 3-minute round with Mike Tyson. This was because the human body is not designed to move or accelerate at the implausible speeds that the Nosferatu work at, and as such, when they had gone from standing to moving at over 50 meters per second, there had been obvious skeletal and muscular trauma. The Bloodwraiths didn't care. Their only brief had been to select, kidnap, and deliver 2 subjects alive to the receiving area behind the museum. This they did. The Mercedes stopped outside the gated and walled receiving area, and the Bloodwraiths simply picked the 2 women up and threw them over the 15-foot wall. On the other side, they were expertly fielded and caught by another group of bloodsuckers. At this stage, both Mary and Petunia were simply too shocked and traumatized to be afraid. Adrenaline had momentarily wiped out fear, a state that was soon to be remedied. Bloodwraith Martin Thomas stood above the 2 women and extended his fangs. Petunia stood up and moved in front of Mary, raising her arms protectively as if to ward off the vampire. Martin laughed, and he reached forward, grabbed Petunia's right index finger, and pulled it off like he was plucking a ripe fruit from a vine. The other 2 Bloodwraiths laughed with him. They loved it when the food fought back. Martin had received no particular instructions from the Capo. His leader had simply conveyed to him that he should invoke fear and pain in equal measures, but to keep the victims alive until the girl and her wolf, or wolves, arrived. From then on in, it was simple. Kill whoever was with the girl and let the snipers take the girl out. When she'd been incapacitated, throw her over the wall so she could be evacuated. It was obvious to Martin that the woman who had stood up was the dominant of the 2, so he decided that he would inflict a little more pain on her, as this would definitely invoke more terror from the other. With that in mind, he grabbed her by her face and dragged her close to him, exposing her neck so that he could sink his fangs in and feed. The sitting woman went apoplectic with terror. Martin stopped before he killed his victim, and then, using his razor-sharp talons, he cut her blouse from her body, exposing her naked flesh. Then he started to do the same to her skin, literally flaying it from her body. There was an explosion of movement in the air, and Martin's head ceased to exist, disappearing in a red mist as Emily's fist impacted with it at a speed that was substantially above that of the speed of sound. Petunia fell to the floor next to her partner. Moments later, 2 more beings leapt from the roof into the receiving yard. Neither of the newcomers were wolves. But before they could do anything, M had dispatched the last 2 vampires by simply slamming them into the walls so hard that they became mere sacks of broken bone and flesh. Emily knelt down next to the 2 women. "Don't worry," she said. "You're safe now." But as she spoke, the first sniper round impacted, striking her under her right shoulder blade. The heavyweight 8.95mm lead rounds had been doctored so that they expanded on impact, mushrooming in size so that they didn't exit the body, staying inside in order to impart their binding magic to the victim. Emily grunted and fell forward. "Sniper!" shouted Sylvian. There was another meaty thud as a second round struck Emily in the side of her torso, then a third impact, and the Bloodwraiths came pouring over the walls, 10, 20, 30 of them. Sylvian drew his rapier, and Bastian drew both his short and long swords. "Damn," cussed Bastian. "We've been suckered." "I agree," said Sylvian. "But not to worry. As soon as Emily recovers, I feel that we shall comfortably outnumber them." As he spoke, Emily stood up. She looked slightly unsteady, but then grimaced and set herself. Deathwalker appeared in her right hand. "Try to shoot me, will you?" she sneered. "Well, we shall see about that." She stepped forward, but as she did so, another 3 rounds hammered into her almost simultaneously. Then another. She stopped walking, and Deathwalker shimmered in her hand and then disappeared. Faintly, with a look of utter amazement on her face, she pitched forward and fell to the floor. Her eyes were open and she could hear and feel, but she was completely paralyzed except for the ability to move her eyes and see what was transpiring around her. The pack of Bloodwraiths fell on Sylvian and Bastian like a tsunami, and all that M could do was watch. Bastian blurred into motion, weaving one movement into the next, both swords spinning so fast as to create a whirling wall of silver. Anything that came into contact with the blades was instantly severed or deeply cut. Blood sprayed and limbs and pieces of flesh were scattered about like wood from a wood chipper. Sylvian chose the aerial route, somersaulting over his adversaries and striking at them from the apex of each leap, stabbing into their necks and twisting savagely as he spun. One of the blood wraiths hooked his talons into Bastion as the Jamaican spun out of one of his moves, slicing deeply into his calf and almost tearing the muscle from the bone. He staggered and fell, and the rest of the blood wraiths were onto him, ripping and slicing at him as he tried to roll away, hacking back at them with both of his swords. And then one of them tore his right arm off. He fell next to Emily, and all that she could do was stare blankly into his eyes as he died. Just before they slashed his neck open, he smiled at Emily and whispered, "Be strong." Then he was gone. And Em couldn't even call out his name. Sylvian vaulted over the circle of blood wraiths that surround Em and hacked off 2 of their heads. But then the report of the sniper's rifles rang out, and 2 slugs smashed into the bloodborne's chest. He sank to his knees beside Emily, and his rapier slid from his nerveless fingers as the magic took control of him, dulling his senses and stilling his body. Around him and Bastion and Emily lay the dismembered corpses of 15 blood wraiths. Martin walked up to the bloodborne and stared down at him. "So," he said, "you are the infamous bloodborne count." "Oui," admitted Sylviane. "I am le Grand Duc de Bourgogne, Sylviane Baptiste, Ordre des Chevaliers du Saint-Esprit. And I have been responsible for sending over 2,000 of your brothers to the true death. And now it is time for you to die," said Martin. Sylviane shrugged. "We all die." He turned to Emily. "I am sorry, mon cher," he said. "We have failed you." Martin picked up Sylvian's rapier and placed it in the bloodborne's loose grasp. "A man should die with his sword," he said. Sylvian nodded. "Thank you." And Emily felt his blood pour over her as the blood wraith took his head off. Chapter 34. The Morrigan flickered into existence in the kitchen, opposite the seated figures of Merlin, the prof, and William. She arrived in the guise of the crow and morphed into a beautiful woman in a clinging silk dress. "How dare you?" she hissed as he landed, her eyes blazing with fury. "I dare to do as I want," answered Merlin. "I dare to do what I feel is the correct thing to do." "You used a summoning spell on me," shouted the Morrigan, "like some common demon. I called you in a civil manner, but you ignored me." "I am a goddess," snapped the Morrigan. "I am not at your beck and call." "And I am Merlin," roared the magician as he stood up. "I am the wild man of the woods, the last of the druids, the keeper of all knowledge, the son of Satan and the right hand of the Lord. And you, Morgan Le Fay, now stand in my thrall. You can attempt to escape, but I have bound you to me. You have questions to answer." "I stand in no one's thrall, Merlin," she answered, "especially not a mortal human being." With a dramatic flare of blue light, she attempted to translocate herself. But naught happened as her magic merely stuttered and coruscated around her. She was trapped. Merlin laughed dryly, an expression of certainty rather than amusement. "Morgan," he said, "I may be many things, but I rather feel that the monikers, mortal and human, are no longer part of my lexicon. I left both of those definitions behind many, many centuries ago. But it seems as though you still carry the moniker of traitor. You brought about the fall of the hero, Cuchulainn by lies and deception. You conspired in the fall of Queen Odras. Your meddling helped the Tuatha drive the Fomorians into the sea, and your duplicity saw the demise of the great King Arthur. And all these times I simply stood by, believing that the will of the gods should not be prescribed by the will of man. Well, no more. We cast a search spell on you, so do not deny that you have been fraternizing with the enemy, with the creatures of the night." "Impossible," argued the Morrigan. "I would have felt such a spell." The prof shook his head. "Oh no, it was small, you see. Infinitesimally small. Far too small for you to detect." "Oh, shut up, you useless old boggart," snapped the Morrigan. "Anyway, so what? I am a goddess. I do and go where I please. No, said Merlin sadly. I can no longer allow that. You stir up trouble for your own selfish means. You demand war and worship. Two characteristics that should never be coupled together. You care for nothing but your own power. Untrue, argued the Morrigan. I went to the gods to ask for their help to fight against the Nosferatu. And so you did, agreed Merlin. But that was not to protect humanity. You merely wanted a war, and the more beings involved in it, the better for you. The more chance you had of gaining worshippers, of increasing your power. Tell me, Morgan, continued Merlin, what have you told the Nosferatu? How have you helped them? And bear in mind, if you do not answer, I have you in my thrall and I can force you. We both know that will prove to be most painful, and I hoped that we could avoid it. There is no need to threaten, said the Morrigan. I will tell after all, I am not ashamed of what I have done. And she told Merlin of her helping Nathan, from granting him the means to gain leadership of the Nosferatu, to giving him knowledge of the gargoyles, and finally to her gifting him some of Poseidon's net. Even now, she finished, your precious Emily has most likely been spirited away to a Nosferatu stronghold in a place that even I do not know about. She smiled. So you see, Merlin, there is no way out of this war, and that is all that I ask for. War and worship. So I have won again. William got to his feet, strode over to the Morrigan and struck her in the face with his fist, using every ounce of strength that he could muster. Lightning crackled about the room and the air filled with smoke as the goddess staggered back, her lip bleeding. Then she laughed. Really, oh mighty Omega, is that all that you have? How pathetic. You cannot fight the goddess of war. You are naught to me. Your anger, your strength, your will to do war on me will be reflected back on you tenfold. Cease, you pathetic attempts. You cannot harm me. No, admitted Merlin sadly. He cannot, but I can. He raised both his arms above his head and started to chant. As his voicing grew stronger and faster, the prof joined in, his chanting a counterpoint to that of the magician. Sparks snapped and crackled about the room, and clouds of noxious smoke appeared at floor level, a ground mist of yellow sulfur. Things started to materialize in the mist, tentacles instead of legs and bodies of slime and putrescence, none larger than a household cat. They moved towards the Morrigan, sliding and squelching as they did so. Ovoid faces with no eyes, open maws with no teeth. Nostrils mere holes in their slime-covered skulls. The Morrigan started to keen in terror. Please, she screamed. No, Merlin, I do not deserve this. They grabbed at her legs, crawling slowly up, many of them. First 10, then 20. Then hundreds until she was covered in a pile of rotting, writhing creatures that had been dragged up from man's deepest, darkest nightmares. With a final chant, the creatures started to disappear. And if one looked closely, one could see that they were, in fact, being absorbed into the Morrigan's body. By now, the goddess could no longer scream. Her voicings of terror had become a distant whistling of a steam kettle, a child crying softly under its blankets. Then, with a crack of thunder, the creatures were gone. And before them stood the Morrigan. But she was no longer human. William walked over to her and rapped his knuckles on her head. You turned her to stone, he said. Merlin shook his head. No, may the gods forgive me for what I have done. He turned and left the room, walking slowly and painfully, as if he were only moments from complete collapse. I don't understand, said William to the prof. We did not turn the Morrigan to stone, explained the boggart. We encased her living body in stone. She is there, still alive, but trapped. And those creatures? Asked William. Those slimy, horrible nightmare things? Ah, answered the prof. Well, they are in there with her, and the stone skin shall keep them there forever. They are the soul destroyers. They feed on your very soul, eating away at the fabric of your existence until there is naught left but an almost empty brain. But they leave the worst memories for you to keep. To rerun, over and over in your head for eternity. Everything that you have ever regretted, every bad deed, every modicum of pain you have caused to others, every single one on a loop, for all eternity. It is a dark punishment, but one that I think she deserved. She has done much wrong. How long will you leave her like that? Asked William. The prof shrugged. Who knows? After 100 years, she will be little but a demented shell at any rate. And if Emily has died due to her traitorous deeds, well, let's put it this way. Who the hell cares how long she stays there? I, for one, couldn't give a toss. Chapter 35. Emily woke up in darkness. Not that it bothered her, as she could see just as well in any amount of light. She tried to move, and it didn't take her long to realize that she had been hogtied. A length of rope bound her hands together behind her back. Then it ran down to her feet that had also been tied together. For a moment, she wondered where she was and how she got there. Then it all came back to her, and a howl of pure anguish was ripped unbidden from her throat. Bastian was gone. Sylvian was gone. She had failed them utterly. They had been there because of her. And now, because of her, they were dead. She struggled against her bonds, but could not break them. It's just rope, she told herself. You can break chains of steel. Why can't you break this pathetic rope? Then she remembered the bullets hitting her, and the lethargy that they had imparted, robbing her of all ability save to lie still and watch her beloved friends die in agony. Some sort of enchantment, she whispered to herself. The ropes must be treated with it as well. Well, stuff that. She put everything she had into breaking free, but to no avail. It was as if her arms had been paralyzed. She felt weak, feeble, and useless. The door opened and light flooded in. Em looked up to see a figure silhouetted in the doorway. As he stepped forward, his features came into focus. It was a stranger. Obviously a vamp, but not one that she had ever seen before. He walked calmly over to her and peered down. Ah, he said. Good. You have recovered. And then he kicked her in the head and burst out laughing. Emily's head snapped back and smacked into the concrete floor hard enough to crack both the floor and her skull. The pain was momentarily blinding, but she could feel herself healing, and in seconds she was fine. He vamp kicked her again, and again, laughing like a hyena as he did so. Then another walked in, a female. She joined in, hammering her boot into Emily's ribs. Em could hear them cracking and splintering as the vamp put full effort in. After a couple of minutes, they both stopped. The female lit a cigarette. Emily raised herself into a sitting position. What are your names? She gasped. Why? Responded the female vamp. So I know what to call you when I kill you, said Em. Oh, very tough, I'm sure, said the female as she kicked Em in the face. Emily spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered at her. Name, she repeated. The male vamp laughed again. I'm Christopher, he said. This is Tangerine. Tangerine, said Emily. That's not a real name. It's a fruit. The female kicked her again. Hey, snapped Em. You better stop doing that or I swear you'll die painful instead of quick and easy. Anyway, where am I? You in the Castel Gandolfino, answered Christopher. It is the official formal Italian residence of the Capo di tutti capi, Nathan Tremblay. Where is the chief asshole then? Inquired Em. Christopher casually kicked her again. The capo is not here yet. He is still in London, but he will return in 3 days. And then you will know pain like you have never experienced before. Mothers will keep their children awake at night with stories of how you suffered. Really? Asked Em. What sort of mother did you have? You dickhead. Both of the bloodsuckers spent the next few minutes hammering Em around the room before they left, closing the door behind them. She lay there in a pool of blood for a while, waiting for her enhanced body to heal itself, and then she dragged herself up into a sitting position and thought. It didn't take long to come to the conclusion that she was screwed. If she couldn't escape before Nathan came back, then she was as good as dead. but the rope bound her as tight as an Iron Maiden, and unless one of the asswipes that were guarding her actually untied it, then she couldn't escape. All that she could do was wait for an opportunity to present itself. As an afterthought, she called for her axe, Deathwalker, but nothing happened. She tried again, forming a picture of it in her mind and concentrating as hard as she could. Thinking of when she first saw it, imagining the feel of it, the heft and weight in her hand. Something flickered at the edge of her consciousness. She let her mind flow, seeking the ethereal thought that hovered just out of her reach. It was familiar. She almost had it. Shadowhunter, why do you call me back from the Valley of Shades? Emily almost lost her concentration in shock as she heard the voice. Lucas? She questioned. Alpha Lucas Kane? There was a pause and then the voice answered. Yes, I believe that is who I was. It feels right. I believe that I used to be Alpha Lucas Kane. Who are you now? Asked Em. I am one, answered the wolf. I am many. I am part of the after. And I ask once again why you disturb my rest? I'm sorry, apologized Emily. I didn't mean to. I was just thinking, trying to find a solution. You see, I'm trapped. I've been taken prisoner, and unless I get out, then I'm pretty much dead. As to how I contacted you? Well, no idea. Again, there was a long pause. I remember, said Lucas. You helped me across the river. You gave me eternal rest. I thank you, Emily Shadowhunter, guardian and pack member. How can I help you now? I don't think that you can, admitted Em, unless you can become corporeal and untie me. No, said Lucas. I exist only in the ethereal. I cannot physically help you. But I do not understand. How do they keep you? I remember that your strength is prodigious. Surely you can simply break free. No can do, Alpha Dude, said Em. They've tied me tight with some sort of enchanted rope, and I can't wriggle free. Can't even move my arms or legs at all. What if you change? Will the bond still hold tight? What do you mean? Asked Em. Change? Yes, affirmed Lucas. To your wolf form. Surely then the rope would fall free. Em sighed. Good plan, Alpha, she said. Thank you, Guardian. I was being sarcastic, snapped Emily. I'm not a werewolf, I can't change. You are pack, insisted Lucas. No, not really. You are pack, he repeated. And Emily remembered William telling her the same thing. You are pack, he had said to her. The Omega said that to me. There you are, said Lucas, the satisfaction apparent on his voice. If the Omega says it is so, then it is so. You are pack, therefore you are wolf. Change and the ropes will fall from you. How? Asked Emily. I cannot explain, answered Lucas. That is like asking how to breathe. One just does. There is no how, only do. Help me. I can do no more, answered Lucas, his voice already fading. Good luck, Emily Shadowhunter, guardian and pack member, and thank you. My debt is now repaid. Goodbye. Crap, shouted Emily. Great, change, it's like breathing, asshats. She thrashed around for a while in an attempt to get rid of her frustration, but eventually calmed down and sat still again. She concentrated. Become a wolf, she said to herself. Woof? Growl. Bugger, how the hell do they do it? She heard footsteps coming down the corridor towards the room, and she concentrated again, looking for her inner wolf. But it was no good. She felt her anger rise, building as she cursed herself internally for being so pathetic. She wasn't pack. She wasn't wolf. She was never into their whole, life is suffering, and to suffer is to live. A part of her brain growled as she thought the wolves' credo. Amazed, she took a deep breath and said the next part of the credo aloud. The strength of the pack is the wolf. She felt her hair rise on her head and a hind part of her mind bared its teeth. And the strength of the wolf is the pack, she shouted at the top of her voice. Suddenly, her sense of smell amped up to the point that she could smell the vamps walking down the corridor. She could smell the carpets outside the room, servants in a different part of the castle, and somewhere far away, the kitchens. Red meat. Her mouth filled with saliva at the thought. And she changed. There was no pain. It was like being plunged into a bath of freezing cold water and then walking out into the sun. A feeling of relief. Of finally being free. A feeling of rightness. The rope slid from her changed body, slipping over her paws and falling to the floor alongside her ripped clothing. She scanned around for her necklace and pendant but couldn't see them. She started to panic, but then some part of her registered the pendant was still with her. It had become part of her lupine body. She had enough time to note she was not as big a wolf as either William or Troy, but she was still as large as a small pony. And her teeth were as long as a man's hand. The door opened and both Christopher and Tangerine walked in. Without pause, Emily launched herself at them. Her powerful jaws clamped down on Christopher's head, and she bit down, crunching his cranium like a Christmas walnut. Then she shook him from side to side until his body flew off and his head stayed in her jaws. With a growl, she spat him out and turned to face Tangerine. The vampire squealed in shock, and Emily tried to say something pithy, a comment worthy of the moment. But all that came out of her wolfy mouth was a series of guttural, choking growls. The sound terrified the female vampire even more than the sight of the wolf. And then Em was on her, ripping and tearing. She pulled her arms off, then clamped her jaws on Tangerine's throat and, with slow and savage determination, bit her head off. Em licked her lips. A part of her was grossed out, but another part of her, the wolfy part, went, yum. Then she ran down the corridor, all senses alert, looking for an exit. Chapter 36. The castle was huge and sprawling. There seemed to be no rhyme or reason as to where the corridors led, and some rooms simply opened out into other rooms. Many of them were empty, devoid of furniture and living beings. Every now and then, Em came across a vampire or a familiar, and she showed no mercy, using her newfound jaws and teeth to great effect, and dispatching all comers with supernatural speed. She made no attempt to hide the bodies, figuring on using speed as opposed to stealth. She smelled them before she heard them. Humans, at least 20 of them. A metallic smell. Cold sweat. Fear. Then she heard them. Whispered voices. Urgent. Stressed. She followed them. Down the corridor. Left. A large wooden door. 2 locks. Steel bars across it. A prison or holding area of some sort. Food for the vampires. Without a second thought, Emily launched into a sprint and smashed through the massive oak door, splintering it into pieces as she struck. She found herself in a dark, windowless room. The only light came from a single flickering bulb in the ceiling. At least 20 people were huddled up against the far wall. Their clothes filthy, their faces set in various expressions of either terror or resignation, acceptance of their inevitable fate. Emily wasn't sure what to do next. It was quite obvious that her lupin form was scaring them, but she didn't want to change back into her human form for a couple of reasons. Firstly, she would be naked. Not that her modesty overrode her desire to help these people escape, but simply because naked, blonde teenage girls didn't command much in the way of martial respect. It was difficult to take someone seriously when they were all exposed flesh and jiggling curves. And secondly, she wasn't sure if she could change back into a wolf if she did. Not that she wasn't totally capable of escaping in her human form, but there was that whole naked thing again. Rather stay as she was and attempt to communicate. Firstly, she went down on her belly to show that she meant no harm. Then she wriggled forward until she was closer to them. Finally, she gestured towards the door with her head. One of the prisoners, a young girl, probably around 11 years of age, spoke. "The big dog wants us to go with it," she said. Emily controlled the wolf in her that wanted to snap at the girl for calling her a dog, and instead she nodded and then winked. The little girl smiled and took the hand of a woman next to her, presumably her mother. "Come on," she said as she pulled her towards the door. Emily nodded again, stood up and padded out of the room, checking both ways for any Nosferatu. And the group followed their unlikely rescuer through the castle. Emily relied on her super-sensitive olfactory and auditory senses to guide them, avoiding most of the Nosferatu as she did so. The first one that she came across caused a ripple of alarm through the group as he stepped out of a door and into the corridor. But before he could react, Emily had ripped his face off and torn his throat open, sending him to the true death. Moments later, Em was leading them out through a side door and into the grounds in the blessed sunlight. Once outside, it was much easier. As Emily was the only daywalker amongst vampires, she knew any guards outside during the hours of sunup would be human, and they were no match for a werewolf. Or even for a group of highly pissed-off humans who had very recently almost become part of the Nosferatu menu. In fact, they only came across 2 familiars, and the men in the group took care of them, punching and kicking them into insensibility and relieving them of their weapons. In both cases, Remington pump-action shotguns. Once they got out of the front gates, Emily was lost, so she simply sat down on her haunches and waited for someone else to take the lead. A large, boned man with long black hair. A thick beard and a spectacular Roman nose approached her. He bowed deeply before he spoke. "Greetings, Monaro," he said. "My name is Antonio Moretti. I am from the village of Gandolfo. Please allow me to escort you to my house where we can provide shelter, food, and clothing for you. We shall ensure that all of these good people get safely back to their own homes on the way." Emily nodded and followed Antonio as he beckoned to the group to get moving. It took them a little over 2 hours to reach Antonio's dwelling, and along the way they had made sure that everyone in the group had made it back to their homes. Some had been greeted by ecstatic family members, some had lived alone, and some were greeted with suspicion and even fear. Fear of reprisals from the Nosferatu when they discovered that their food had had the temerity to escape. One man had flatly refused to take his wife and daughter back. The little girl who had called Em a dog. And her mother. "No," the man had shaken his head. "If you stay here, you will bring death to this house. I cannot take the risk." "Stop pretending that you are protecting anyone else but yourself," argued the mother. "There is no one here but you. But instead of taking a risk, you would rather condemn your wife and your child to wander the streets homeless?" The man had turned his back on them. Emily had felt the hackles on her back rise up and she had growled, low and deep. But Antonio had stepped forward and intervened. "Do not bother disciplining him, Monaro," he had said to Em. "This man is a coward. He is not deserving of such a beautiful wife and daughter. They will stay at my house as welcomed and honored guests until they decide what they would like to do next with their lives. As for him," Antonio spat at the man's feet. "His punishment will be to live a long life knowing that he is a gutless coward and a friendless weakling." Then they had left for Antonio's house. On the way there, the Italian had whispered to Em, talking so softly that only she could hear him. "Later," he said, "when this is all over, I have decided that his punishment shall be more immediate. Instead of living out a long life as a selfish man, I have decided that he shall instead live out a very short one as a terrified man instead." Emily had grinned her wolfy grin and decided that she was beginning to like Antonio, very much indeed. Emily followed Antonio, the little girl and her mother, into his house. She had been surprised when they had walked through the gates and up the driveway. He was obviously a man of means. His house, although not that large, was exquisitely appointed. Gleaming white with full-length picture windows that allowed access to a magnificent view of the valley below. The furnishings were subtle, yet of great quality. And the works of art were all originals by excellent yet lesser-known Italian artists. Antonio led Em to a room and opened the door for her. "Please, Monaro," he said. "You can, change here in private. There are suitable clothes in the closet. I hope that they fit." Em waited for the door to close and then she concentrated on resuming her human form. Nothing happened. "Oh, crap," she said to herself. "I don't think that I could stand spending the rest of my life on all fours." She sat down on her haunches and tried to relax, conjuring up human thoughts, walking in a bipedal fashion, putting on clothes, makeup, eating with a knife and fork. Nothing. She looked down at her chest and saw that there was a white lightning flash in her fur where her Japanese Butsudan medallion would have hung if she were in human form. That must be where it is, she thought, and she touched it with her paw. Immediately, her mind filled with human feelings and a wave of vertigo swept over her, and she was standing upright and naked in the middle of the room. Whoa, she said out loud. What a rush. Still feeling slightly unsteady, as if she needed a tail to help her balance, she walked over to the closet and opened it. It was full of clothes, all neatly pressed, of sober cut and color, all very close to her size, and all decidedly male. After a few seconds, she chose a pair of black denim trousers, a black t-shirt, a leather jacket, and a pair of Caterpillar work boots with steel tips. She had to put on 2 pairs of socks as the boots were a full size too large. She jumped up and down a couple of times and stretched to check that the clothes fit well enough, and then searched for a belt as the jeans were already starting to head south. Using her fangs, she bit another couple of holes in the leather belt, cinched it around her waist, left the room, and headed for the sounds of Antonio and his 2 guests. They were in his kitchen, all 3 bolting down sandwiches, cold meats, and cheese. As she walked in, Antonio looked up at her, did a classic double take, dropped his sandwich on the table, and then bowed deeply. Manero, he said, or I should say Donna Manero. I apologize, I had no idea that you were a female, and such a beautiful one at that. Well, I am, affirmed Emile, and a hungry one at that. She walked over to the table and helped herself to a slice of bread and a hunk of cheese. The bread was a little stale, but the cheese was robust and flavorful. Where's the nice doggy gone? Asked the little girl. Nice wolf, my darling, corrected Emily. It's resting for now, so don't disturb it, okay? The girl nodded. So how come you speak such good English? Em asked the girl. We're not from here. My mommy and I are from London. We moved out here last year when my mommy married my new daddy. The mother stuck out her hand. Hi, sorry I didn't introduce myself earlier, but, you know. Em nodded. You weren't sure if I'd bite your hand off? I suppose so. Anyway, I'm Karen. This is my daughter, Imogen. And you already met my soon-to-be ex-husband. Yeah, affirmed Em. Captain Courageous. Unfortunately, he was correct in his assumption. They will come for you all tonight, as the sun goes down. Antonio nodded in agreement. I know. The night is their friend. We shall board up our houses, arm ourselves, and prepare. No, disagreed Em. We shall do no such thing. She glanced at the small carriage clock on Antonio's mantelpiece. It's summer, so we have at least 7 hours of daylight left. We need to go to the village and round up a good old-fashioned angry mob. But instead of torches and pitchforks, we take shotguns, rifles, pistols, and a few gallons of gasoline. Then we wipe out this nest of evil once and forever. Antonio grimaced. We can try, he said. But this village has been under the yoke of the Nosferatu for so long that it has become an accepted way of life. And until recently, it was a two-way trade, in a manner of speaking. They provided a measure of wealth for all via solid employment. They helped financially, providing funds for new roads, the village hall, facilities. In return, we gave them service. And the odd person to feed on, added Emily. Yes, admitted Antonio. But that was a rare occurrence. They usually fed on outsiders. They had them brought in from other parts of Italy, even from other parts of Europe. But lately, things have changed. They no longer treat us with any respect. They take what they want when they want. And any who have tried to leave have not made it out of the local area. We are trapped. Well, you dance with the devil, then you move to his music. You see, there's a new Capo, and he thinks of humans as food, less than cattle. You fight back now or you wait for death. It's that simple. I will fight, Donna Manaro, affirmed Antonio. Cool. By the way, what's with this Manaro? Asked Em. It is Italian for what you are. I think the English word is werewolf. Donna Manaro is female werewolf. Em smiled. Oh, I am much more than just a werewolf. The Italian raised an eyebrow. In what way? Never mind, time is wasting. How do we go about scaring up a mob? We go to the village. I am well known. First, we start with Mayor Bertolini. Once we have convinced him, then I will approach the priest, Father Grimaldi. After that, we shall split up and get as many people into the village square as we can. One big speech, and we take it from there. But let me warn you, Donna Monaro, these people have become used to hiding behind closed doors, using their fear as a reason to do nothing. It will be more than difficult to convince them to take a stand. You just get them there, Antonio, said M. I'll have a talk and then we'll march on the castle. That simple? Asked Antonio skeptically. Yes, affirmed Emily. That's simple, trust me. Chapter 37. Mayor Bertolini was one of the oldest men that M had ever seen. Well, one of the oldest human men. She put him at about 102 years old in the shade. But although his skin was as lined as a dried-up riverbed, and his hair consisted of 3 wispy strands of gray fluff, his eyes were still youthful, and his step was spry. And he had the voice of an archangel, deep and resonant and commanding. The priest was a short, round, Friar Tuck look-alike. He wore a simple black ankle-length cassock and carried a Bible. The cassock had been worn thin, and the black was actually closer to dark green, so old it was. Antonio had spoken to them both about taking on the Nosferatu, and, to his surprise, they had both agreed with alacrity, and had immediately gone about the town, rousting out all to attend a meeting in the square. And now the 3 town notables and Emily stood before a crowd of perhaps 800 people. I am amazed, whispered Antonio to Emily. I mean, these are good men, both the mayor and the father, but they have never before been so keen to take action. So ready for a fight. Em just smiled. She hadn't been surprised in the slightest. After all, she had hammered both of them with enough coercion to convince a corpse, let alone a living human being. So, when they reacted with such fervor, it was the very least that she expected. Normally, she would not have resorted to screwing with someone's mind like that, but she knew the enemy that they were facing, and she could leave nothing to chance. This was an all-or-nothing situation, and she had chosen all. Now for the difficult part, added Antonio, turning this crowd of sheep into a pack of wolves. Not a problem, said M, if you will allow me to give a short speech. Do you speak Italian? Asked the mayor. M shook her head. No need. You can translate. Bertolini shrugged. Whatever this woman wanted was fine by him. Never before had he felt such a bond in such a short time. He felt like he would literally do anything for her. Emily stood up on a chair and held her hands above her head to attract attention. The crowd stilled and stared. People, she said, we face a great evil. Tonight, the Nosferatu are going to come down from the castle and wreak havoc on this good village. However, I will not allow that to happen. So instead, we shall band together, and before the night falls, we will attack them. Bertolini translated, and there was an immediate negative response from the crowd. People shaking their heads, shouting questions, some already walking away. And Emily unleashed the full force of her coercion. The crowd fell silent. The levers turned and came back. Then she spoke again. You will follow me. The mayor repeated her words in Italian. What will you do? Questioned Emily. Vi seguiremo, they shouted. We will follow you. Good. Now go to your houses and collect whatever weapons that you have. Be quick and meet me back here. Go now. The crowd dissipated as they ran to arm themselves. Antonio, said Emily, can you get some sort of handcart and fill it with drums of gasoline? We're going to have ourselves an old-fashioned burning tonight. From this day on, I aim to make the castle of Gandolfino into a quaint, burned-out ruin. Antonio left at a run to do Emily's bidding. Less than an hour later, the crowd had reassembled. Emily walked amongst them and split them into 2 groups. The women, children, and elderly she told to stay and guard the village. The rest, all men between 16 and 60, she took to one side. There were exactly 90 of them. Then she asked Antonio and the mayor to get all the best weapons and as much ammunition that they could find and ensure that the group assailing the castle had them. Another half an hour ticked by and her troops were as kitted out as they could ever hope to be. being a rural village, most of the residents had some form of hunting firearm. Mainly shotguns, but also many rifles in various calibers. As well as that, there was a smattering of handguns ranging from modern semi-auto pistols to old WWW-1 Webley revolvers. So every man had at least one weapon and a handful of ammunition. Emily had taken a Browning high-power 9mm and 2 magazines of ammo to supplement her weapon of choice, the axe, Deathwalker. She gave them all a last check and then led the way, marching towards the castle. As they walked, she clamped down on the thoughts of guilt that were assailing her. She had coerced these people into doing this. She had stripped their power of choice from them, torn their free will away, and replaced it with her own agenda. She had done it even though she knew that many of these fine, innocent people would die as a result. They would die and it would be her fault. But she also knew that this was a battle that needed to be fought. A battle that needed to be won. And if that meant that she had to lose a little of her own humanity to do so, then so be it. "So, Donna Monaro?" asked Antonio. "What is the plan?" "There is no plan," she answered. "We storm the building, go in through the front door, and kill everyone and everything inside. Then we pour gasoline all over the place, flick a Zippo, and go home to celebrate." "You make it sound so simple?" "It is," admitted Em. "War is uncomplicated. Fighting, destroying, killing, it's straightforward. It's easy. The difficult part is learning to live with yourself afterwards." The horde arrived at the front doors, and Emily mounted the stairs and stood in front of them. She concentrated, and Deathwalker appeared in her right hand. Then she drew her pistol in her left, rolled her head on her neck to loosen the muscles, and smashed the door down. "Right," she shouted. "Let's kick ass." They streamed into the building, buoyed up by years of oppression and generations of being forced to kowtow to the creatures of darkness that had controlled their very lives. This was revenge on an industrial scale. Around 30 men spread out on the ground floor, and the rest went up the stairs, looking for someone to kill. Almost straight away, the booming reports of the shotguns filled the air, followed by the sharp crack of rifles and handguns. Emily stood still at the foot of the stairs and let her mind flow, seeking out the Nosferatu. She could feel them all about her, some on the ground floor, some above her. Then she found a crowd of them. Below, the basement. "Antonio," she called. "Get the gasoline, quickly." The Italian rushed outside and grabbed the handcart. Loaded onto it were 4 45-gallon drums of gas. It had taken 4 men to drag it to the castle, and, try as he might, Antonio could get it to the foot of the stairs but no further. Emily sprinted to help. Moving at vampire speed, she grabbed the handle of the cart and bounced it up the stairs and through the shattered front door. "Follow me," she commanded as she ran down the corridor. At the end, there was a large set of double doors that led to the kitchen, and on the right of them, another smaller set. These were less ornate, and they had no lock. She kicked them open. A flight of steps led down into the darkness. Using her enhanced strength, Em grabbed the drums of fuel, ripped the tops off, and threw them down into the basement. The fourth and final drum she rolled down the stairs, leaving a river of gasoline in its wake. Then she turned to Antonio and held out her hand. "Zippo." The Italian man smiled and slapped a chrome lighter in her palm like a theater nurse handing a surgeon a scalpel. Em flicked the wheel, stood back, and cast the flickering flame down the stairs. There was a solid thump as the gas took flame, and then a fireball billowed out of the doorway. "Get back," she shouted at Antonio as she readied her axe in her right hand and pointed her pistol at the open doorway. "Here they come." A score of burning vampires came screeching up the stairs, and they launched themselves at Emily. She pulled the trigger, and the Browning high power sounded like a submachine gun on full auto. The first 3 bloodsuckers went down, their heads riddled with bullets. Then she dropped the empty magazine and slapped in a fresh one. All was done at a speed that defied the human eye. To Antonio, everything was simply a blur of movement. Flashes of color and then dead vampires dropping to the floor at Emily's feet, their heads almost non-existent due to the fact that she had blown them away. The pistol ran dry and Deathwalker took over. Emily swung the butterfly-shaped blades like she was dancing, and the flames reflected off the polished steel, creating a circle of fire in front of her. The 6 headless bodies became 10, then 15, and finally the last one fell twitching at her feet. A pile of dead bloodsuckers that would trouble the village no more. Without pause, Em ran back to the entrance and checked on her troops. The ground floor seemed under control, so she sprinted up to the next floor. 2 vamps on her right at the top of the stairs. On the floor, 6 dead villagers. Deathwalkers sang, and the vamps went to their true death. 3 more at the end of the corridor. Men shooting at them. Puffs of blood sprang from the vamps as the shotgun pellets struck. But still the bloodsuckers moved forward, slashing, maiming, and killing as they did so. Emily engaged them. They died. The next floor. More bodies, more innocent villagers lying in twisted agony. More blood, more death. Emily killed again. And again. And then Antonio was grabbing her shoulder and she could feel the heat from the flames as they crackled around her. "It's over," he shouted in her ear. "Everyone else is out. We must go now before it's too late." But it already was too late. The flames billowed up the stairs and beat at their faces like a living creature. They ran, back down the corridor, but it followed them, hissing and roaring. Emily vanished Deathwalker, picked Antonio up in her arms and jumped out of the window, landing safely in the garden 3 floors below. She put the Italian man down and looked about her. The men that she thought of as her troops were standing in a group in the front garden. Far enough away from the flames to avoid getting scorched, but close enough to dispatch anything that might make it out of the inferno, however unlikely that may be. Em did a quick head count. There were 43 men left standing. She was responsible for the death of 47 men. She shook off the massive blanket of guilt that threatened to suffocate her. She was at war, and needs must. She would not allow herself the comfort of caring, of allowing her feelings to matter. The Nosferatu were evil. They had to be exterminated. That was the be-all and end-all of the matter. Father Grimaldi walked up to Em, took her right hand and kissed it. "Thank you," he said. "We are free." Em tried to smile, but it came out as more of a grimace. "Yes," she agreed. "You are. Where is Mayor Bertolini?" The priest frowned. Unfortunately, he did not make it. But he died well, taking out at least one of the Forsaken by himself. Em struggled to hide her emotions, to keep back the tears. He had died well, she thought to herself. And I suppose that is all that we can hope for in this life. To die well. "What now, Donna Monaro?" asked Antonio. Emily shrugged. "Now, you live. Your final battle is over and you have won. But for me, my war continues and I have many battles still to wage. I need to make a phone call. Does anyone have a cell phone that I can use?" Antonio handed her an iPhone and she dialed a number from memory. "William?" she said. "Yes, I'm alive. Obviously, I'm in Italy. It's a long story. I wonder if you could send Latobias to pick me up?" She gave the Omega her location. "Thank you," she continued. "Yes, I know. He'll be here in 10 minutes. Chapter 38. It had been 5 days since Nathan had gotten news that his castle had been destroyed, and all of the brethren there had been murdered. Once again, he had underestimated that bitch. But never again. He had put a plan in motion that would finally defeat her and her animal minions. And then he would go back to his castle and visit pain and suffering on those villagers, the likes of which they had never even dreamed of in their worst nightmares. His Nightwalkers had spent the last few days gathering every one of his brethren from the United Kingdom and bringing them to his Dockland fortress. Nathan walked swiftly down one of the long, seemingly endless corridors that made up the interior of his new abode, seeing perfectly despite the almost complete lack of lighting. At the end of the corridor, a steel door. He spun the locking handle and pulled the door open. 2 inches thick over a ton of hardened steel that swiveled open on silent oiled hinges to reveal a massive room. A room with 3 flickering naked bulbs swinging from the high ceiling. A room with a bare concrete floor. A room with no windows and extra thick reinforced walls. A room that was full of grinders. The brain-damaged offspring of the true Nosferatu. with all the strength and speed and healing powers, but no thought or emotion save that of which to feed and kill any human being that they came across. And Nathan's Nightwalkers had collected over 200 of them. The Capo walked amongst them, stroking their heads as they knelt before him, scratching the odd one under the chin or patting their shoulders as the gibbered and slobbered and giggled insanely. Any other Nosferatu would never have chanced walking amongst so many grinders, but Nathan knew that, above everything, the grinder respected strength. And at this moment, every one of their burned-out brains registered one hard, cold fact. The entity walking amongst them was probably the most dangerous living thing on the planet. So instead of swarming him and ripping him into bite-sized chunks, they smarmed and simpered and worshipped. They waited to do his bidding, to rend and tear at his command, to kill the Capo's enemies. Nathan smiled. "Soon, my children," he said. "Very soon." He locked the door behind him and headed back to his main suite of rooms, calling out for the Nightwalker, Bartholomew, as he walked. In a blur of motion, the Nightwalker appeared at his side like magic. "How many of the brethren do we have here?" asked Nathan. 76, Capo," answered Bartholomew. 24 blood wraiths, 7 elders, and the rest are level 1 youngsters, but all of good quality. "It is time," stated Nathan. "Do it." Bartholomew bowed deeply and left at the same speed that he had arrived, off to do his master's bidding. He was known as Slateshard Robert Essex Metamorphic, Guardian 94,712. And he was one of the few Guardian gargoyles that had company. For over 500 years, he had shared the roof of the Church of All Hallows by the Tower in London. His 2 companions were limestone Trevor Kent Sedimentary and basalt Rupert Cornwall Igneous. Together, they had survived the Great Fire of London back in 1666, and he still remembered the famed diarist, Samuel Pepys, climbing onto the rooftop to watch the progress of the blaze as it swept across the capital city. He recalled the Blitz during the Second World War, the sounds of the bombs as they exploded, knocking down a sizable part of the church. They had survived the snow and the hail and the sun, but he knew that their time was finally up. Because although gargoyles are patient and dedicated and as strong as a rock, they cannot move very quickly. In fact, to get from one side of the roof to the other took any of them the better part of a day and a night. So when it came to self-defense, they simply didn't have any. Standing opposite him, backlit by the full moon, stood 3 vampires. All of them were carrying 20-pound sledgehammers with 3-foot hickory shafts. And it was obvious that they had not come for any social reasons. The group of vamps split up, one heading for each guardian. Before they started swinging, Slateshard asked a question. "Why?" The bloodsucker shrugged. "Because you chose the wrong side." And the guardian smiled, because he knew that he had not. The hammer came down hard. Within minutes, there was nothing left but 3 piles of rubble. "Weird," said the vamp that Slateshard had spoken to. "They don't bleed or nothing." He picked up a chunk of rock and rolled it around in his hand. "It's just stone, like they never were alive." "Yeah," laughed one of the others. "Well then, don't try to feed off him." There was a general chuckle, and the lead vamp took a note out of his pocket and laid it under one of the pieces of the broken guardian. It was simple, short, and to the point. "Emily, this has to end. Preston Industrial Estate, Isle of Dogs, London Docklands, bring your friends. Yours in death, the Capo di Tutti Capi, Nathan Tremblay." Nathan had thrown down the gauntlet, and it was up to Emily to accept the challenge. Chapter 39. Latobius brought the helicopter in low and fast, approaching from over the Thames River, the rising sun behind it. As he passed over the first guard tower, Tag leaned out the side door and opened up with Mrs. Jones. 762 cartridges poured out of the breech and fell from the aircraft like golden hail. The guard tower disappeared in a flash of fire and lead. Then Latobius swiveled the helicopter and brought it into a broadside position on the next tower. The sniper in the guardhouse managed to get off a single shot that ricocheted off the fuselage, and then Mrs. Jones shredded him. Within 30 seconds, the other guard towers were reduced to kindling, and the helicopter was hovering in front of the main gate. 12-foot high, inch thick, solid steel. Mrs. Jones tore it to shreds like it was tinfoil, and the werewolves streamed through changing as they did. The battle had begun. Latobius landed the helicopter in the open area in front of the main warehouse, and William, Troy, Tag, Dietz, and Emily jumped out before he rose back into the sky. William led the way, flanked by Troy and Emily. Tag and Dietz took up the rear, moving at a much slower human pace. Dietz was laden down with 2 extra crates of ammo for Mrs. Jones as well as his MP5 submachine gun. He was also carrying 2 flasks of holy water. And this time it wasn't his usual tricksy acid-based concoction, but rather they were actual bottles blessed by the Holy Father himself. Because this time, he felt that, instead of a bottle of acid, he genuinely needed a little help from the Lord. He took the bottles out and gave them each a quick kiss before he pocketed them again. Tag and Dietz were left behind as they ran at normal human speed, but William wasn't worried about them. With Tag's superhuman strength and Dietz's guile and battle experience, they were a 2-man wrecking crew, and woe betide any bloodsuckers that thought that those 2 humans would be easy pickings. The pack had already smashed open the front entrance to the warehouse complex and had streamed inside, barking and howling. 27 wolves, all seeking to avenge Bastion and Sylvian. Behind them came the Omega, the Alpha, and the Daywalker, a trio of power the likes of which had never before been assembled. The pack spread out, breaking into smaller groups of 5 or 6 as they entered the building, running down the myriads of corridors, smashing open doorways, and seeking the Nosferatu. The first group of 5 wolves came into contact with a gaggle of vamps in a room to the right of the main corridor. 5 blood wraiths. There was no pattern to their attack. It was simply bite and rend with jaws snapping and teeth grinding. The vamps fought back with their superior speed and long razor-sharp talons, and the battles were short and extremely bloody. But unfortunately, 5 wolves were not quite a match for an equal amount of blood wraiths, and at the end of the first skirmish, 5 wolves and 3 vamps lay dead. Their mutilated bodies torn to shreds, wolf and vamp mixed together in a final bloody orgy. Another group of wolves ran down an ancillary corridor, chasing the scent of a gaggle of vamps, only to run straight into a trap. 3 claymore mines, all recharged with silver ball bearings instead of steel, exploded and scythed through the group, blasting legs off and tearing deep into their flesh. All 4 went down in a welter of blood and agony as the silver prevented them healing. But any group of vampires that ran into the team of M, Troy, and William lasted mere seconds until they met their true death. The 3 destroyers didn't even have to slow their forward momentum when they fought. Deathwalker sang its song of retribution, while the Alpha and Omega, both in wolfman form, simply tore any opposition to shreds in mere seconds. And then there were the unfortunates who came across Mrs. Jones. The minigun spewed hot lead out at a rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. But Tag had to be careful. 7.62mm ammunition clocks in at about 5 pounds of weight per every 100 rounds. This meant that the 4,000 rounds of ammo that he was carrying weighed in at over 200 pounds. This plus the ordnance meant that Tag was running around with over 400 pounds on his back, an impossible feat for anyone not gifted with superhuman strength. Dietz was humping another 1,000 rounds in 2 cases. This weighed in at 100 pounds weight, and although he was a bull of a man, it was seriously impeding his maneuverability. All told, at the rate of fire produced by the minigun, Tag had approximately 1 full minute of fire. And when you are in the heat of battle, fighting a bunch of scary, blood-sucking monsters, that is not as much ammo as one would initially think. In fact, Tag had already burned off over 2,000 rounds. But on the plus side, he had destroyed over 7 bloodsuckers. The pack continued to advance deep into the complex, killing and being killed as they did so. The battle swung back and forth for a while, but slowly. It seemed as though Team Emily was gaining the upper hand. The pack alone would not have been able to do it, but with the addition of the trio of M, Troy, and William, and the destructive capabilities of Tag and Dietz, the Nosferatu were being hunted down and destroyed at a much faster rate than they were killing in return. "Where is Nathan?" shouted M. "Come on out, you asshat. Come and get some, coward." The trio broke through another set of double doors and into a huge internal warehouse. Like most of the other rooms, there was a concrete floor, high iron ceilings, and dim lighting. There were no exterior windows, but another 3 double doors were situated along the far wall of the room. They were all closed. The room was completely empty. Tag and Dietz ran in behind the trio and stopped to catch their breath. Tag took the opportunity to drop his empty ammo boxes and switch out with Dietz, strapping the 2 500-round cases to his webbing and relieving the night of the weight. Dietz let out a sigh of relief. "Thank the Lord," he gasped. "That stuff is heavy." "I got 2,000 rounds left," noted Tag. "How long will that last?" he asked Dietz. 20 seconds. Tag nodded. "Cool, that should be enough." A few wolves ran into the room, sniffed the air, and then sat. "Where are the others?" asked William. The lead wolf shook his head. The surviving wolves were so split up that, although the pack could sense their general direction, they weren't sure how many were alive and exactly where they were. Although it was obvious to William that many of his pack were already dead. "Nathan!" shouted Emily. "Craven dickhead, where are you? Come out wherever you are. Emily wants to play." The center door at the end of the cavernous room opened, silently on oiled hinges, and Nathan walked out. He was wearing soft, mid-calf black leather boots, black leather trousers, and no shirt. His long hair was tied back in a ponytail, and he was clean-shaven. Even from over 100 feet away, his malevolence was a palpable thing. An aura of evil and ambition that pushed out ahead of him like a blackened midnight cloud. He smiled and his fangs glistened in the low light, 3 inches long and needle-pointed. Then he raised his right-hand end, extended his talons. Blood red and as long as a man's forearm, as sharp as a surgeon's scalpel and harder than tungsten. "Man," said Tag. "Look, it's Wolverine." Em sniggered. "Stop it. He thinks that he looks cool. Don't be so mean." Tag cocked Mrs. Jones. "Don't care. Anyway, let's see how he takes to my girlfriend." And he pulled the trigger in a quick 3-second burst. A stream of superheated lead erupted from the barrel as 300 rounds tore through the air towards the Capo of the Nosferatu. But Nathan moved so fast it looked as though he had teleported himself across the room, and the slugs merely tore a hole in the wall where he had been mere microseconds before. And then the other doors opened, and a wave of gibbering, slobbering, keening monsters came pouring out. "Grinders!" shouted William. Tag depressed the trigger again and swept the minigun from side to side, mowing down the twisted versions of the Nosferatu he did so. But 20 seconds goes by real quick, and although he destroyed over 30 of them before he ran out of ammo, there were still almost 200 left. He dropped Mrs. Jones and pulled out his 2 Desert Eagle pistols. Dietz cocked his MP5 and M called Deathwalker back into her hand. The wave of grinders struck them like an avalanche. While M, Troy, Dietz, Tag, and the wolves fought for their lives, William leapt over the mass of heaving, battling beings and headed for Nathan, growling his challenge as he did so. The 2 of them met on the periphery of the battle, crashing together like a train wreck. There was no finesse involved, no back and forth, parry and thrust. It was elemental. 2 unbelievable, powerful beings tearing at each other with tooth and claw and fangs. Nathan feinted left and then swung a powerful right into William's face. But at the last microsecond, William opened his jaws and clamped them down on Nathan's forearm. The Capo countered by slashing his talons across William's neck. But William hunched up, and instead of his neck, Nathan cut deep into his shoulder. The wound went to the bone, and the pain was enough to force William to let go of the Capo's arm to regroup his senses. Then he counterattacked. But try as he might, he could not break through the uber-vampire's defense, and even his mighty strength was beginning to wane. Nathan, however, wasn't even breathing hard, and his blows were just as powerful as they had been at the beginning of the brawl. William rolled and bit into Nathan's calf, but Nathan bent down and hammered his talons into the back of William's head, clawing and ripping away chunks of flesh as he did so. The Omega scrambled back, but Nathan followed him, slashing and rending. William snapped and rolled in an attempt to escape the punishment that the capo was dealing out, but he was nearing the end of his tether. His movements were slow, his blows lackluster, and his reaction times microseconds behind the vampires. And in superhuman combat, microseconds are the difference between life and death. William grabbed Nathan's right arm and threw him against the wall. But as he did so, Nathan twisted in the air and struck the wall feet first. He propelled himself back at the wolfman and crashed into him, both arms outstretched, talons to the fore. And because William was still off balance from throwing the capo, he couldn't get his paws up fast enough to fend off the blow. Nathan's talons struck William in the neck with the force of a steam locomotive. The razor-sharp, foot-long claws tore open his jugular veins and severed his spinal cord in one fell swoop. The Omega sank to the floor, his life's blood gushing from the irreparable wound in his neck. As his life energy drained from him, his body reverted to human form. Valiantly, he struggled to stand, but his severed spine had paralyzed him, and he couldn't move. Nathan stood above him. His breath wasn't even elevated. He was the supreme killing machine, and none could stand against him. Not even the Omega Wolf. William struggled to see Emily, but he could not turn his head, so even that last request was denied him. Nathan Tremblay knelt down beside the Omega, grabbed his hair, and yanked his face towards him. "So," he said, "how about them apples?" But William didn't answer. He would never answer anyone ever again. Emily screamed out in anguish as she sensed the passing of the Omega. The remaining wolves howled their despair, and Troy fell to one knee like he had been gut-shot. Such was the pain of bereavement that threatened to engulf him. Nathan stood tall, held out his arms, and shouted a command. "Step back," he told the grinders. As one, they all ceased fighting and scuttled back a few feet. The word of their master was law, and they would die before disobeying. "Who is the coward now?" he shouted at Emily. "You are pathetic. I have killed your master. I have destroyed your pack. I have bettered you in every way possible. I am superior to you all. I am the capo." "Bullshit," denied Tag. "You're just a weird-looking dude in leather pants. And it's time that we took you out. So bring it on, pretty boy, and let Tag whip your ass for you." Dietz turned to Tag and grimaced. "Really? You gonna whip his ass?" Tag laughed. "No way, the dude is just too quick. But I'll have a go at it." "No," said Emily. "You won't. He's mine." Tag nodded. "Okay, no worries. Dietz, Troy, and I will just take on the 100 or so monsters instead. Suits me." Dietz took out one of his flasks of holy water and flung it at the nearest group of grinders. The bottle smashed against one's head and sprinkled the water over the whole group. All of them immediately started smoking and fell to the floor, screaming and howling in agony as their flesh fell from them in chunks. "More acid?" asked Tag. Dietz shook his head. "Real holy water." "Well, I'll be damned," commented Tag. "It works." "I suppose that you just have to have faith," said Dietz. "Oh well," said Troy. "Let's do this." The four of them, plus the remaining wolves, threw themselves at the grinders, shooting and cutting and biting with abandon, knowing that it was their last charge, knowing that it was hopeless, but driven by the fact that someone had to do it, and to die fighting was better than to die running. Then there was a massive crash and half of the roof fell in. Sunlight poured down on them, and the grinders scuttled away from it, shrieking and mewling as it scorched their exposed skin. A shadow blotted out the sun. Troy looked up. "Holy crap," he cussed. "A dragon." It was like a lion attacking a herd of sheep. Wherever the grinders ran, the dragon cut them down with jets of burning plasma. White-hot streams of fire sizzled and crackled, and the monsters screamed and died in their scores. Within minutes, the only vampire left was Nathan, standing in the corner of the warehouse, keeping in the shadow, avoiding the sun. Emily walked over to him, swinging Deathwalker in a lazy figure 8 in front of her as she did so. "Ready to die?" she asked. "Are you?" counted Nathan. "In your dreams, laddie," said Emily. The fight lasted less than 2 seconds. 2 seconds of preternaturally swift combat. Nathan attacked and Emily countered. Deathwalker sang its song of horror and bereavement, and Nathan fell to the floor. Emily had cut off his arms and legs, and the vampire lay there screaming in mortal agony. But even in the throes of utter torment, Nathan's powerful Nosferatu body was starting to heal. His wounds had closed up and his limbs were starting to regenerate. "Dietz," called Em. The knight of the church stepped forward. "Do you have any more of that holy water?" Dietz nodded. Em stood up and pointed at the evil thing writhing on the floor in front of her. "Finish it." Dietz knelt beside Nathan and closed his eyes for a moment while he prayed. Then he took the bottle out, unscrewed the lid, and poured the contents onto Nathan's face. Nothing happened. "What? No fancy words or nothing?" asked Tag. "What about the whole power of Christ compels me stuff?" Dietz smiled. "We are not play acting, my friend. We are simply delivering the Lord's justice. And it appears that I truly do have the faith, which is nice to know." And Nathan's face started to bubble and burn. He screamed for the entire 10 minutes that it took him to die. And when it was over, there was no body left, only a small pile of greasy ash. Emily looked for the dragon, but it had gone, and in its place stood an old Chinese lady in a blue silk kimono. Emily bowed before her. "Thank you, great dragon," she said. "It is of no moment," answered the old lady. "In fact, you should thank your friend Merlin. He can be most persuasive. We dragons have not left our communities for many thousands of years now, and he convinced me to break with tradition." She shook her head. "That is a very naughty man." "Whatever," added Tag. "Thanks to you, Dragon Lady, we owe you one." She nodded. "Yes, you do." Then she started to shimmer and change as an aura of green light coruscated around her. Just before she reverted to her dragon form, she turned to Emily and spoke one word. "Persevere." And then the great beast took flight and left. Chapter 40. 3 weeks had passed since the great battle. Tag had left for Italy with Dietz. They had decided to take a well-deserved holiday, and Dietz was going to show the big man the sights. 9 wolves remained, and they had decided to stay at the forest dwelling while they waited for Troy to tell them what to do next. Emily and Troy were in the London penthouse at St. Pancras. Em woke up as the sun streamed into the room. She rolled over and felt for Troy, but although the bed was still warm from his body heat, he wasn't there. So she got out of bed, threw on a robe, and went through to the kitchen. He was standing next to the kitchen table. In front of him were 2 empty mugs and a kettle. He was staring at a packet of tea leaves, a concerned look on his face. Em walked over and gave him a kiss. "What's up?" He held the packet out to her. "It's Tag's stash of tea leaves. He normally takes it with him, but he must have forgotten." "So?" asked Em. "Well, we always wondered how he made his tea. Now we know." Emily took the packet from Troy, opened it, and took a sniff. "What is that?" Troy started to laugh. "It's cut with marijuana," he said. "No wonder we all liked it so much. It's the ultimate distressor. You want some?" Em shook her head. "You know what? I think I'll go for coffee." "Me too," agreed Troy. He brewed a couple of mugs and the 2 of them sat down. "So," said Troy, "what next?" Emily thought for a while before she answered. "Next, we carry on. The fight against evil never ends." She leaned over and kissed him again. "We persevere," she said. "Together." He toasted her with his mug. Together. And far away, the pack threw their heads back and howled as they sensed their new Omega's happiness.
Thank you so much for listening to Emily Shadowhunter. Book 4, Daywalker. I hope you enjoyed this adventure as much as I enjoyed bringing it to life for you. If you'd like to hear more free audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. It's completely free and helps me keep the channel open so I can continue delivering more stories for you to enjoy. Your support means everything Thank you again, and I hope to see you back for the next adventure.
Yo, 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 Emily Hawk, lurking in the dark. Shadowhunter blade, she tear vamps apart. Night creatures fear her, leave their mark. Stealth in the shadows, silence the heart. Vamp fangs click, but Emily's quicker. Stake through the chest, blood turns thicker. Ancient spells she casts, bones gonna flicker. Night's a battleground, she ain't a slicker. Emily Hawk, she the last of her kind. Shadowhunter legacy, never left behind. In the moonlit silence, a blade will grind. Vamps tremble in fear, know where they can find. Cross in her hand, silver and cold. Everything she touches, turn vamps old. One woman army, stories untold. Crystal clear eyes, warrior so bold. Cornered in the crypt, darkness a friend. Every vamp she faces meets the bloody end. She's a legend in the night, none can contend. Shadowhunter saga, ancient myths blend. Cloaked in mystery, silent as death. Vampires scatter at the sound of her breath. Undead legions lay forever to rest. Emily Hawk stands tall, passing every test. Emily Hawk, she the last of her kind. Shadowhunter legacy, never left behind. In the moonlit silence, her blade will grind. Vamps tremble in fear, know where they can find. Cross in her hand, silver and cold. Everything she touches, turn vamps old. One woman army, stories untold. Crystal clear eyes, warrior so bold. Cornered in the crypt, darkness a friend. Every vamp she faces meets the bloody end. She's a legend in the night, none can contend. Shadowhunter saga, ancient myths blend. Cloaked in mystery, silent as death. Vampires scatter at the sound of her breath. Undead legions lay forever to rest. Emily Hawk stands tall, passing every test. Cloaked in mystery, silent as death. Vampires scatter at the sound of her breath. Undead legions lay forever to rest. Emily Hawk stands tall, passing every test. Cloaked in mystery, silent as death. Vampires scatter at the sound of her breath. Undead legions lay forever to rest. Emily Hawk stands tall, passing every test.